Tell him what a motherfucker he is. Hi! I'm actually going to start up right now. I'm going to start right now. All right, can you guys hear me? Oh, I don't think you. Maybe you can. It's hard to tell. Good morning. Neil, can you see me? Can you hear me? Can I get an amen? If you're not going to love yourself, how are you going to love anybody else? Can I get an amen? Now let the music play. Good morning. Good morning, Badger. Good morning. The cats are going nuts. Good morning. Peace, love, darling, and Neil. Neil, you're so great. I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you. Actually, I appreciate everyone, but I'm just going to tell you there's times when I'm like, Neil is like, good morning, and says hi to everyone new that comes into chat. That means so much to me, so thank you. I just want to tell you that. I just want to tell you that. I lost my voice. God fucking damn it. I'm so mad about losing my voice. I can't lose my voice. Anyway, good morning. Good morning. You got my after hours video. What are you doing up so late? Lolo after hours. That's right. All the greatest hits. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And welcome to Lolo's Lounge. Wake and Bake with Lolo. I'm Lolo and I'm your host. I cannot believe. Well, actually, I can. That's silly. Of course, I can. The police in any community, and like this is just the institution of policing, folks. It's a holdover from slavery. And yeah, I do think we should defund it, and frankly, and I think we should replace it with a cadre of community uh, uh, specialists and not the police force that we have. I'm going to talk about my experience last night and just what it's building on. Lolo, I tried the anti COS people. Some people you just can't help. When they get off the show, I'm slow bus. I'm sorry if I cause any trouble. Why? Did you cause trouble? Did I get in trouble? Am I in trouble? I saw my name mentioned in a chat yesterday, and this woman named Lola, of all places, called me disgusting. Which, I mean, have you seen my feet after a protest? Because they are disgusting. I can't say I've seen a bunch of cops ride horses up a flight of stairs. Oh, God, I didn't see that. Thank God. Hi, Carrie. Carrie, love. Yeah, the good-hearted people here. 36,000 views? Oh, my God. What? Are there even 36,000 people? I don't know what a view consists of, but okay, I'll take it. It's more than I've ever gotten. No, I think we got a lot on the. Oh, no, maybe we didn't. I don't know if we got as much views on the other thing, but anyway, good. I hope more people show up. That's what I want. If you want to know what I want, clicks and views. You know what I want? I want people to show up. Because I've lived with, as many views as I get. And not everything is for everyone. They were saying Scott sent you to go after Taco Joe and Jessica. Oh, yeah, no. I thank you. Actually, Peace Love, I really appreciate you standing up for me. I didn't know that happened. I don't watch Scott at all. No, I have my own issues with Joe. Listen, I'm an independent. I understand that. I don't care what any of the chudly, useless streamers have to say about me. The people who've hated me since 2022. And that's fine. You can hate me since 2022. You've banned me from your chats. Scott did multiple. Scott has banned me from his chat all the time, and I will never go in there because his fans are nuts. They are fucking nuts. That whole world, nuts. And so focused on like going after each other. I'm like, are any of you paying attention to what's actually happening right now for people? Like, some of you are in Los Angeles. Like, what the fuck are you doing anything? I don't know. Maybe you are, and I just don't know it. I don't care. I swear, Kevin. Anyway, the point is that no, I'm not affiliated with anybody. I don't like any of you guys. You've never liked me. It's fine. I'm doing my thing. I've always done my thing over here in my little tiny corner. And if anybody is looking to actually clout chase off of me, oh, go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. Go clout chase. And oh, really? He got chased by a dude in a scream mask? I'm sorry. You know what? Don't fuck with this, okay? We've got a serious situation on our hands. We don't need grifters. We don't need useless people. If you want to be a body and shut the fuck up and stand there, hallelujah, you're welcome. But if you're coming here just to cause trouble or be a star, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I gotta close my window. Hold on just a minute. Surprise! I like my Yeah, so for all you weirdos, I do what I do, and I do it because I love to do it, and I do it because I care about people, and I do it because I'm curious about what this government is doing and how they're doing it and how we got here, and that's what I spend all of my time on. And what? Oh, fuck off. Everybody who has a criticism of this can go fuck themselves. I'm sorry. I don't even care who you are. I have nothing to do with you. There are so many more important things happening in this world than your beef with someone or your beef with me. Your beef with me is non-existent, by the way, because I don't fuck with any of you. Okay? Your beef is made up, and I know exactly where it comes from, and I have no time for it. Trust me. I've dealt with it the last 4 years. I'm done. Thank you, Peace Love. I appreciate it. I stand on my principles. And no, I'm not perfect. Oh my God. I'm so imperfect and I'm learning and I'm making mistakes and I say stupid stuff sometimes. And if I ever do, I always want to, own up to it. But if you're going to spend all your energy on me, then you have the wrong priority. Like, get right. Get right with the situation. We have a situation here. And it's not just Los Angeles. It's everywhere. Okay? It's everywhere. I know, Tom, I wanted to talk about that, the Air India crash. I was heartbroken. Woke up this morning. Apparently there are, I believe, 242 people on board. I think that's what it was with crew. And there's not many details, I think, of what happened. It did crash into a doctor's hostel in Ahmedabad. So I am watching that this morning, and my heart is broken for all of the families. I didn't see the video. I didn't watch it. I know it exists, but I didn't watch it. And I just want to say, like, I don't know if Boeing has anything. I kind of heard Boeing out of the side of my ear, but maybe it's not. You know what? They're going to do what they're going to do, Peace Love. They're going to do what they're going to do. That's fine. You know what? That's freedom. But don't, do something for other people too while you're doing all that other stuff. That's all I ask. It was a Boeing 787. Hi, Lee. Good morning, sister. I love you. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah. Haters gonna hate, ainer's gonna ain't, and they're both. So whatever. Anyway, good morning. Good morning. Let's see. I have a lot today. We have a sanctuary city mayor's congressional hearing to start in a few minutes, but I do have some stuff lined up before then. And I'll talk a little bit about last night. So I just saw that the march was coming west from downtown, which I thought was brilliant. and it made it down Wilshire quite a ways. And at one point, they were close enough where I could get to them with minor transportation. So I did. So I got in my little costume, and I got down to the area, and you saw whatever happened on this stream. But and I understand that my experience with police states is probably less than other people's, but that was yet again a terrorizing of a neighborhood that didn't have to happen. Hi, Karen. How are you, babe? Bye-bye. Hi, babe. Peter. Hi, Peter. Sorry if I missed you coming in. Paulina, good morning, my love. Good morning, my love. Yeah, I've had people talk about me and hate me for whatever reason and blair, but I am my own person. I don't belong to any of you morons. I'm not connected to any of you morons on either side of whatever beef you have. I don't give a shit. But so you can keep my name in your mouth if you want. If it gets me more views and we get more people on the streets to stop this fascist takeover, then great. Crack on, McDuff. I think it's great. But otherwise, I just see you as like internet trolley fodder, that you're just nothing. You're nothing to me. You don't mean anything to me. Hi, Kathy. How are you? Yeah. Yeah. So last night, so I made my way down to wherever they were, and they had already pushed people back from where I originally thought they were going to try and kettle them. But what they left in place was a couple of cops and a couple of cruisers. And so when I got down there, it was really just like probably 20 to 30 people on the corners, you know, coming out to say, what the hell is happening right now? Because the helicopters were going, which is not unusual. We've got helicopters in this neighborhood, in that neighborhood and the neighborhood I live in. We've got helicopters all the time. So that's not unusual. But it was a lot. It felt like a lot. So when I went down there were no protesters behind them. They had pushed them back, I guess, a number of blocks from where that started, where I was. And so there were only cops. So as we were there, as you could see on the video and kind of, discoursing with the cops, if you will, having discourse, more people started to come out. Because this is where it was is a neighborhood full of people who live there. Right? And there was a couple of people who yelled at the cops, duh. Are you what? And then, of course, the crowd grew. It was not an angry, it was angry at the what was happening, but it was not like, we're going to beat you up. There's a couple guys who do that, but aren't there always a couple guys who do that? Is there not always a couple guys who are like taunting the police, pretty severely? I feel like that always happens. Like, that's not an unusual situation. And frankly, if that's the situation, LAPD should be able to handle that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's really unbelievable to me that LAPD doesn't think that they can handle that. So then, for no reason, okay, because they already had diverted the protesting group and the march that was going through into central LA, central Wilshire. And they then wrote in, I don't know, it must have been like at least 20, maybe more motorcycle cops. Cop cars came up from behind from them, so they increased their presence. And then they started pushing us back, what I would say is very aggressively. They ran towards us. Immediately, the pepper balls started, and then flashbangs. I did get knocked down. I got up. I broke my phone. my poor phone is broken, but it's okay. I think I can. I don't think it's one of those breaks that blah blah blah. So I'm fine. But there was a bit of not a little bit of a, because there were so many of us and we had to run immediately. Naturally, people ran into each other. So that's all it was. Yeah, the flashbangs do kind of scare me. I'm going to be honest, because I'm not sure what it is. Like, I'm not sure if it's more than just a flashbang, right? Because usually we're all running away. So we're not looking at what they're shooting. Oh, I should get a You know, the thing about it is, Carrie, is I want to be present, and I certainly make my little speeches. Don't get me wrong. I know that just comes out of, like, I can't help myself sometimes, and I'm not trying to be something. I'm just trying to say what I need to say and say it as loudly as I can. It's more therapy than than I realize it's not going to be effective. But yeah, it would be great if we did. I love music. Actually, I'm going to show you a clip, hopefully before we start, of what happened in Downey, California last night. This I love. Okay, this is what I love. This is what I love. Oh, and then they brought in a bunch of cop cars, and basically they really pushed the members of the community and roughed them up. I'm going to be honest with you. There was one guy that got in a scuffle with cops. I wasn't able to get close enough because that's when they started shooting the pepper balls and shit into us to get us away from that situation and see what they were doing to this poor man. So yeah. So yeah. But I do want to, I think I'm going to go, I don't know what the schedule is for City Hall, that, you know, public comment shit that they do for City Council. But I'm definitely going to prepare myself. Oh, is something playing in the background? I'm so sorry. Oh, that's the Sanctuary City shit. I am going to go to City Hall and just say whatever I need to say about this, because LA is, you know, now because of the police, this is spreading to down outside of downtown. Uh-oh, do you see me? Uh-oh, I froze. Why'd I freeze? Why'd I freeze? Why did my camera go out? What? 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 Hold on, my camera just like went the fuck out. What's the matter, everybody? What's the matter, everybody? What's the matter, everybody? Wait, what? I can turn my camera off. Butterfly in the sky. I can fly twice as high. All right, hold on. I'll get my camera back. Hold on. I heard a noise that the USB makes when a plug comes out. I know, and I'm trying to figure out where the fuck a plug came out, because frankly, I'm not unplugging anything. But you can still hear me, which is probably more than enough. Wait, it's not going. Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you, bitch? Wrong with you? God, everything, right? Like, fuck. Okay, at least you can still hear me. That's fine. That's really all that needs to happen. I'll figure out this camera. Wait, let me see. Does it come back on when I do that? Oh, nope. It keeps me frozen. Well, at least I'm not sticking my finger up my nose, you know? There's that. Hold on. Let me just see if I can troubleshoot right here. Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. I don't know if that's like the right camera angle, though. That's kind of weird. Do. City Hall public comment Tuesday and Wednesday and Friday, 10 a.m. Perfect. I'll go tomorrow. Perfect. Perfecto. Let me see if this works. Come on, camera. Come on, you can do it. Come on. Come on, kitty. Come on, kitty. I don't know. I don't think I mean, I guess I fixed it. Okay, great. All right. Anyway, so I'm gonna put together my thoughts for the city council so I don't rant on, you know, and they have to pull me off with a fucking on here for aviation. Yep. So I'm gonna go to City Hall, I think, tomorrow morning and just see if I can speak. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know how they do those things, but I'll figure it out. And if nothing else, it'll be worthwhile to scope it out and see what's happening, because I can go another day if I don't get to speak tomorrow. But my comments are really about the incredible. Okay. You can't say his name. Blanco Lirio. What's that mean? I don't even know what that means. Tom, I'm so sorry. I'm a little tired and a little fucked up and a little whatever. I gotta smoke some weed. I gotta get it. I know I tried to fix it, but I think I fixed it. I don't really know what happened, but anyway, doesn't matter. The point is, this has got to stop. This has got to stop. I want to play a little bit of this from Downey last night, from a streamer, LA Confidential, who was there. And I just think that this was great. So what happened was people in Downey, California, which is outside of Los Angeles, where hi Teresa. 1 minute. Oh, I get 1 minute? Oh man, I'm going to have to do a speed round, Peter. What the hell? Maybe I'll put a mask on and come back as another person. No, I'm not Lolo. I'm somebody else entirely. I'm so sorry that you don't know this. Hey, please share the broadcast so that we get out what we're talking about here, which is slightly different than what I normally do. I realize that might be two different audiences. Oh, and I got this wonderful death threat last night. Wow, this guy was like determined to scale me. Why are you trying to scale me? All right, so this is down in California, outside the hotel where ICE agents are staying. That's right. Get ready. Strap in, babes. Website says after your minute, you can get back in line. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm doing it. Oh, total of 10? Hell yeah. I'll come up with 10-minute bits. How about that? Good morning, Audrey. Not feeling well. Oh, in the background till meds and coffee. I love you, Audrey, my sister. Thank you for all your support last night in the chat. I know it got real ugly. I'm going to figure out how to turn on subs only. I don't know how to do that from the phone. I actually tried to do that a couple of protests ago, and I wasn't able to figure out. And Bobo is like, I can't see where I'm supposed to like put subs on and stuff like that. So we're going to figure that out so that it's a little bit less annoying. Anyway, Cody does not like me, and Cody. Wait, no, I want to play this. Okay, so you want to see what was happening in Downey last night? Downey, my hat's off to you. My hat's off to you.
What up, F. Palfy? Good to see you, bro. Hopefully all is well with you. Everybody else, welcome in.
This was about 10:30 at night. Woo!
And then ya estuvo.
This is about 10:30 last night. Wow, coolio. Woo woo, thank you, Carrie. Oh my God, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Sorry, it's loud. I know it's loud. Hold on, let me turn the volume down on them a little bit. Just bust your ears out this early morning. Brett Boyle, what the fuck? Barry and the see, they're all coming out. Doot doot. Girl, late. It's too late for you to be up for that.
For more of that content, your boy will be out here on the weekend again, doing them thing.
Hey, Chrissy, that reminds me of Chrissy reminds me of Jaws, which we just watched.
From Downey, California, LA County, Downey, California.
Look at that! Look at this city. Look at this. I know Brett Boyle.
That's right. Rest in peace, Paul.
Go figure.
You
Go
know
figure.
he would be out here, man. He'd probably be one of the
Let me
first
go
ones out
to.
here.
Oops.
You know.
I want to get to the. Oh, here we go. They're doing line dancing in the middle of the street.
Oh, damn.
So guess what, Ice? You're not going to fucking rest in anywhere you are in the state of California. I don't care where you think you're staying. We're going to be there. Dean, hi Pam. Hi sweetheart, how are you? You have to make it a private feed just like the 5-8 does for their after hours. Oh, yeah, I could do that. I just want people on the street. That's the problem. I want people to get in the street with us. So I just want to show you, is this violent? Is that a violent protest? Is that a reason we have to send in a battalion of officers? Looking at you, LAPD. Good morning, Dean. It's good to see you, friend. So, I love this. I love my home state. I love my home state so much.
Let's go check out the other side. Let's just watch out for the street. Let me see. I'll cross to the other side right now.
I love my city so much. Carrie, thank you so much. You're such a sweetheart.
Yeah, let me see.
Not necessary, but definitely appreciated.
Let's go to the other side.
Anyway, I love my state. I love LA County. I love Los Angeles. Look at all those people on this street in the middle of the night. Actually, no. This was midnight. This was midnight. What am I talking about? This was midnight. Oh. I know. Everybody's so great. All right, I'll stop that. But my gosh, what joy. That gave me such joy. In the midst of a really dark time for our city. This is a very dark time for our city. Very dark. I mean, very dark. And I don't want to get into it because I've gotten into it and then I cry and then it's like, whatever. It's like, it becomes like one of those Sarah McLaughlin moments, I'm just nosy about who's watching. I don't really recognize anyone except for Brett. Brett, would you please take that fucking Nazi signal off your fucking whatever it is, like what is it, avatar? Would you please do that? Honestly. RFJK. Okay, listen, RFK Jr. named Robert Malone to the new CDC Vaccine Advisory Council. Okay, so my question is, there's 2 people missing from that list for the new CDC Vaccine Advisory panel of clowns. Is that the clown does clown? I didn't care for line dancing when I used to go clubbing, but for a cause like that, hell yeah. I agree. I mean, I have always loved line dancing, but I understand. If you're not into it, whatevs. Yeah, total. Like, what the fuck? I put up a bunch of stuff when I saw that list. When I saw that list of people that he put on the CDC, whatever it is, I put up the old video of Sherry Tenpenny, or Dr. Tenpenny. Do you remember her? Do you remember her? She's the one who testified at an Ohio State something or other on COVID back in, I don't know, was it 2020, 2021 maybe? And she testified, and she was the one who tried to put spoons on her. Remember? Yes, the magnetizing lady. She was the one who tried to put spoons. Well, she's actually really big in the right-wing media circuit when it comes to anti-vax and quack medicine. Is it possible to have 2 live feeds to 2 accounts, one private and one general audience? Then normies can be added. Yeah, that's something. And I can turn on subscriber only, and that will lower the amount of stupidity that comes through the chat. There'll still be stupidity, trust me. But they'll have to bother to subscribe. And we could probably put 10 minutes on the subscription thing so that it really stops them. I don't usually do sub-only talks because, frankly, my friends are adults, and they behave as such in chats. So that's why none of you clowns are welcome here, okay? None of you clowns. None of you clowns who want to shit talk me or think you know me or whatever, or think you know who my friends are. You have no idea who I am or who my friends are. All right? So go fuck yourselves. Stay in your lane. Go over there. Go do your thing. Go, waste your time. Waste everybody's time. Be mean. Do whatever. Dox each other. Be friends and then get mad at each other and then blah, 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 leopards eating faces kind of shit. Over here, we do shit that is going to help us understand what's happening in the world. That's what we do. So if you're not interested in that, you're not going to have a very good time here. So there's that. Oh my gosh, this sanctuary thing is not starting on time. What the hell? Oh, it's only 7. Yeah, we know what's up and how we got here, and we've got each other. That's right. We've got each other's back. Newsom, Trump, incapable of a train. Oh my God! Did you see the phone call lie? Did you see Trump did lie about his phone call with Gavin? He's like, yeah, I did. I had to call yesterday, and then shows the phone log, and it's from Saturday. What? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm like the animal charity. With just $1 of support, you could feed turkey sandwiches to 1 million hippopotamuses. Won't you give today? No, I'm not. I love animal causes. Don't get me wrong. Please don't come for me. Newsom, Trump incapable of train of thought in a phone call. Boy, I kind of wish Gavin had taped it. I can cope with the ladies. There's always a chance they might learn something. Hell yeah. I mean, hey, listen, what they do is boost up the algorithm. They're actually useful fodder, so don't worry about it. And anything they say is designed to shock and upset us. And I got a stern lecture from my daughter when I got back last night saying, stop engaging with the chat. And she's right. So I did take a few notes from last night. I'm capable of learning and growing. My mom is 90 and doesn't remember what day things happened either. Right, exactly, Karen. Exactly. He's very close to 90 too. Wow. Let's do the math on that. Trump lied, really? Anyways, let me just make sure we're not missing something else that's actually like super cool. Let me come over here and let me go over there. Everybody over here, everybody over there. But the song I was thinking, yeah, I know. I shouldn't allow them. Sometimes I'm just having fun. And sometimes I can respond angrily, but it's not worth it. And my kiddo is absolutely right. What? Pete Hegseth is on Capitol Hill again? Holy shit, boy. Oh, wait, I want to watch this. Hold on.
It is a reminder that freedom delayed is freedom fought for, and that liberation means more than this breaking of physical chains.
I love this woman.
It demands justice in our laws, equity in our institutions,
dignity
in our labor, and respect in our schools, our neighborhoods, and in our nation. My district, Alabama's 7th Congressional District, will honor Juneteenth with a host of activities. The NAACP in Tuscaloosa will kick it off with a parade on Saturday and a luncheon on Thursday. And in Birmingham, we will have a variety of events, including a unity breakfast on Friday, hosted by DA Danny Carr and the League of Gentlemen. We will also welcome Major League Baseball back to Birmingham, Alabama for the 2nd consecutive year. On June 19, 2025, Major League Baseball will return to the Magic City for the 2025 East-West Classic game at Rickwood Field. The game will pay tribute to the Negro League and honor baseball's
I'm not sure if they're when
Birmingham's important
observations are
baseball history. This year, we will also celebrate
She's amazing.
the ribbon cutting of the newly refurbished Willie Mays Park in Fairfield, Alabama. Thanks to the generosity of the Major League Baseball and the extraordinary efforts of State Senator Marika Coleman and numerous community partners, the Willie Mays Park will undergo major improvements and will now serve generations of aspiring young baseball players in
Carrie, that's a good idea. I love you.
I asked my colleagues
yeah,
to
Juneteenth
join
should
me
be
in
the 19th, but
recognizing
I don't know
Major
if the
League
observation
Baseball
is
for their
happening this
continued
weekend.
investment
Not sure.
in Alabama's 7th Congressional District. We look forward to welcoming them back to the Magic City. And of course, we know how important baseball has been.
I love
not
you,
only
Jay.
to the African American community,
I saw you
but
there.
to the American community writ large. We're excited to welcome Major League Baseball back to Birmingham, Alabama. So thanks to their generosity and the generosity of so many, we will continue to play ball in Alabama's 7th Congressional District. Thank you, and let's play ball.
Gentlelady yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
I don't know what Mr. Thompson's going to say, but, better be good.
Mr. Speaker, happy National Dairy Month. I rise today in recognition of this occasion of National Dairy Month.
Okay, I'm sorry. I appreciate National Dairy Month, but I'm not really here for it. So, anyway, thanks so much. Okay, I hesitate to play this, but I think I want to play this little section until our other thing starts. Let me make sure. Well, actually, what is this? Increase in immigration rates. I'm going to play. This is from 11 hours ago. It's a little loud, so I turned it down because I started playing it. Lolo is defo a fucking real one. Hey, JFK, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying. I really am. And I don't always, I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect, but I'm trying. And I'm trying to just help. I'm trying to bring more attention to it or whatever. And I'm actually trying to express my own frustration over the police state that is happening here in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles has as with many cities, have experienced oppression by the police. So this is nothing new per se, but I'm going to call it out and say that this is not acceptable, right? So it may have happened before. We may be in charted territory, if you will, for a lot of people in this community. But it doesn't mean it has to be acceptable. It doesn't mean we have to actually give into it, because they've brought the military, and now National Guard can detain protesters. Let me say that again. American military members can detain protesters so that they can be arrested by whatever authority is going to do the actual arrest, which I believe is, this is the question I had yesterday, and I need an answer to this. If anybody knows this answer, I would really love that. I would really love that. If you know where they're taking protesters in the buses and other places, where in somewhere here in Southern California, if you could just drop, tag me in a post or something on either X or Blue Sky or even on YouTube with a comment. I need to find out, and I'm working on finding out, all that kind of stuff. I'm just not very familiar with what they do once they arrest people on that. But they're arresting massive numbers of people. Where are these people going? Where are these people going? Are they detaining them for any length of time? Are they then releasing them? What is it? I have no idea. I haven't seen any reporting on that. I have your midnight feed in my queue for later. When I was building the queue, it said it streamed 6 hours ago. I was like, what? I know. Well, opportunity knocks, and, are you going to answer the door? Are you going to answer the door when opportunity knocks? I don't know. All right. So this was just a little bit. This is a little long, so we may not watch the whole thing, but I was kind of curious. This is NBC LA. Saw a tweet purporting to be from someone arrested and released within a few hours. Okay, thank you. I imagine that's what they're doing, is that they're just getting everybody, giving them some kind of citation. I have a feeling the courts are going to be all full of this shit. This seems like a huge waste of money to me. I don't know about you, but this entire thing, if I was a taxpayer in Los Angeles, I would be pissed. Because we had at least 100 police officers for a group that started as 40 people last night on a corner. And because police were so fucking, guns out kind of thing, right? It got bigger and people got angrier because you're in the middle of a neighborhood of people that live there. And nobody wants fucking police presence like that. Oh, you know what? I should just reach out to the ACLU here locally, just see if they're, whatever they're doing. I'm curious about that. But anyway, so I imagined people would be released because with the number of arrests, I'm like, where are you going to hold them? What, are you going to take them to Adelanto? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Did anyone else see the woman who was trampled by police horses and had a head injury? She made a video from the hospital. Oh, she's in the hospital. Is she okay? That's good. Hey, Tanya, how are you doing? Yeah, I know. Carrie's so generous. Isn't that lovely? We have a really good community over here. It's very different from other communities. Trust me, I spent a lot of time trolling the convoy and ended up with a lot of trash people. So we're very different from what you might experience in other chats that are related to that. We don't put up with any bullshit. Yeah, protect and serve my ass. What the fuck are they protecting and serving? And you know what? They're doing too much. They're doing too much. I talked to a sheriff on the way out from like yesterday or something. Oh, thank you, Ferry. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Wow, I really appreciate you trying to do that. You don't know. That means a lot to me for people to be like, hey, this is not a thing. This isn't a thing, or this is a thing, right? Because I do my own thing. I have for the last 3-4 years. I do my own thing. I have many things that are important to me. And humanity, human rights, the Constitution, all due process, those things are most important right now. And frankly, the city I live in is under siege. And it's growing. It really started in downtown, but now I fear it's going to spread. And I can't handle that. I can't see neighbors terrorized. I can't see children crying inconsolably because their father is taken from them in front of everyone at a fucking car wash. At a fucking car wash where they're just trying to get their car washed. That is fucking unacceptable. And anybody should believe that because it doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter if it can happen to you. Let me just say that very clearly. None of this matters if it can happen to you. Okay? Like nothing matters if it doesn't matter if it can happen to you. It matters that it's happening to anyone. The mayor of Huntington Park, Eduardo Martinez, I think is his name. He said yesterday, with papers, without papers, we are all Americans. Oh, is Ferry kerfuffle? I don't know. Anyway, here's the thing. As long as you're doing good and not maligning and just focused on the right things, you're welcome here. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, if we've had beef in the past, I'm not focused on our beef, okay? I'm not focused on the beef. That is for those chats. This chat, we focus on what's happening to people right now. And how we get out of this so that more people don't lose their freedom. I don't know what's happening with the sanctuary city mayor thing. It's not started yet. But anyway, yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to be spicy. I don't I'm actually not political. I don't give a shit about politics. Politics is so 2024. We are so past politics now. Okay? The Constitution is being trampled. People are being trampled. The shooting started real fast last night, just in terms of pepper balls. I don't mean shooting like guns and shit. But flashbangs and pepper balls were real fast last night by the LAPD. Okay, so LAPD, you are helping ICE. So fuck you. Every time I talk to, of course, the LAPD won't talk to you. Okay? The LAPD won't talk to you. I did talk to sheriff's deputies. I talked to LAPD in the 7-Eleven. That's not true. But anyway, I talked to a sheriff deputy. It wasn't on camera. It was when I was getting home from like Tuesday or whenever it was. And I said, stop helping ICE. And he's like, we're not helping ICE. We have never participated in an ICE whatever. You know? Okay, listen, Ferry, I kind of disagree with you. I think of people as people. So I do believe there are a lot of people that are Democrats in the Congress, and I am totally 100% behind what they're trying to do. I understand what the limitations are of someone in Congress. I will push whenever I feel like there's more that could be done, and of course, there probably already is more than could be done. But I'm here to focus on how do we remove federal forces, including ICE, from our streets. That's what I'm looking at. I want federal forces, including ICE, out of our neighborhoods, out of our state. This is unnecessary. All of this. And I said it last night to the cops. You created this. You, of course. Yeah, no, I understand. I'm beyond heartbroken. Anyway. I give so many speeches. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. This is NBC from a few hours ago, and just a kind of it seems, I hope it's a little like level set on where we are with raids and shit, because it's very hard to tell when raids are happening and shit. You know, they're really, anyway. Okay.
Breaking news now at 6, a noticeable increase in immigration raids. Many are fearful of what they're seeing in their neighborhoods, with federal agents taking action across Southern California.
Videos are pouring in tonight showing federal agents at a car wash and church in Downey.
Car wash!
A fruit vendor detained in the city of Industry. Other detentions in Riverside and Baldwin Park. And yesterday, federal agents were seen swarming farms and packing facilities in Ventura County. Good evening again, everyone. I'm Carolyn Johnson. Colleen is off tonight.
And I'm Michael Bradley. We're monitoring all of that. But first, the latest headlines here tonight. The U.S. Marines are in Seal Beach conducting a 2-day training. Now, after that, they're
not
expected
trained
to help protect federal buildings and federal agents in their immigration operations.
Okay.
Tomorrow,
how's that building
a judge
doing?
will hear arguments on Governor Newsom's
there goes our
emergency
food.
request to block President Trump's activation.
They're learning
of those
how to
troops.
tackle us,
and
people.
tonight, a curfew
Isn't
takes
that
effect
exciting?
once again in downtown Los Angeles, covering areas in between the 3 major freeways, the 5, the 10, the 110. That again starts at 8 p.m.
In the meantime, criminal charges filed against numerous people suspected of violence during and after the immigration protests
Give me a
across
fucking
LA
break.
County in recent days.
Oh,
Federal
that's a good idea.
prosecutors
Stop
have
ICE
also
raid
announced
alerts.
Cases
Thank you
against
so
men
much,
suspected of trying to
Lee.
use
Please drop it in
firebomb
the
bombs
Discord.
on officers.
And now local prosecutors say they have filed charges against several people accused of assaulting officers. Our investigative reporter Eric Leonard joins us live with an update. Eric?
Hi, Michael and Carolyn.
This is
we're
what they're
really
focused
beginning
on.
to see here is how authorities will treat these protest arrest cases. Both federal and local prosecutors say they plan to press the most serious criminal charges possible, and they provided a few initial examples today, like those 2 men the ATF says are accused of using Molotov cocktails to try to light police officers on fire.
Federal
prosecutors say these video clips from Paramount show a man with a Molotov cocktail firebomb, then show it being thrown in the direction of deputies doing crowd control. ATF special agent in charge, Kenneth Cooper, says deputies arrested the man, 23-year-old Emiliano
Henry
Galvez,
Terrio, that's right.
on June
Enrique
7th,
Terrio
who now
has an
faces a charge of possession of a
There's an app for
destructive
that.
device.
When he deployed that in a fireball,
I didn't see that,
it luckily
Carla.
did not hit one of the deputies, as it clearly would have caused substantial physical injury or death.
The U.S. Attorney's Office says it's filed the same
Oh,
charge
this
against
guy's
a
a fucking piece of
27-year-old man
work,
from
okay?
Long Beach named
This guy's a
Racky
fucking
Quigwe,
piece of
accused
shit.
in court filings of having a similar homemade firebomb and a lighter near the federal buildings downtown.
The importance of charging
that's
people
right.
federally
That hearing is
for
today.
people to know that there's
This
serious
guy's a fucking
consequences for
asshole.
their behavior,
Okay,
for their
fuck you,
conduct.
Bill.
You have the right to peacefully protest.
He's a-
no one's
he's a
gonna stop
fucking
you.
maggot.
But as soon as you cross that line into violence, you're throwing stuff, you're throwing rocks,
throwing
you're throwing
stuff.
bombs. That's unacceptable. It will not be tolerated.
The L.A. County District Attorney's Office said today it's begun to file felony charges against some of the people arrested in recent days.
These people who want to go ahead and not protest and not engage in legitimate speech, but want to go ahead and commit crimes in our home, we're going to protect our home.
Okay, well, that's
DA
your
Nathan
job.
Hochman says that includes into
That's
whether
your
some of
job.
the people responsible for vandalism and violence had
God.
organized or coordinated.
Graffiti.
And he says many more arrests are likely.
If you come to demonstrate, that's great. If you come to throw things at us, attack our employees, you're going to get arrested.
Excuse me, sir. I know you're LA County Sheriff, fuckwad. And behind you is the LAPD chief. I'm going to tell you right now that as someone who is a completely peaceful protester, I mean, if your officers can't take yelling, then I think we have a bigger problem. But they are the ones causing the violence. They are the ones pushing people. They are the ones doing everything. I've been now at 3-4 times of this. Of course, people have been throwing things, blah, blah, blah. I get it. But it is not happening with the frequency that these douches are telling you. It's just not. It's not true. It's not true. So the optics are really important because that is also stripping people of their due process, or not due process, but their you're innocent before proven guilty and all that stuff. It's they are coming down on the protesters. I don't give a shit what these bastards sit there and tell you and make you want to believe that they're only going after the really bad guys. Bullshit. Bullshit. They're playing a game of squashing freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. And guess what? I told the cops last night, if you leave, these folks will leave. But it is because you are here, and then you're sending in massive amounts of police cruisers and motorcycle cops to show your balls to us. Those are just people from the neighborhood. They want you out of the neighborhood because there's no reason for you to be here. You're causing anxiety and fear and chaos by your presence, LAPD. So yeah, I'm going to go, for those of you who missed it, I'm going to go to I'm going to try and speak at the city council tomorrow morning at 10 if I can, if they'll let me or whatever. I'm going to figure out what I'm going to say. Because apparently, thank you to, I can't remember who told me. Peter, was it you who told me that we have, you can do 1 minute speeches 10 times. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'll just add my voice to it. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I mean, it's just about adding voices, okay? I want voices and bodies, voices and bodies, voices and bodies, voices and bodies. I don't really care who it is. I don't care. Do not care. Do not care whose voice it is. I think mine's in Discord. Oh, let me take a look at that. I've been woefully behind on Discord. Good morning, gal. Good morning. I know you were texting with Bobo. I got notes last night about how to behave. Okay. Don't come for me. I realize I have the mouth of a sailor on leave. I get it. I engage with shitheads in the chat. I shouldn't. I get it. So I will definitely figure, be a little bit more professional. Is that the word? Is it professional? I think I used the word context adjacent for searching. Oh, excellent. Danya says, I watched a streamer who got arrested. He was in zip ties from 4 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. There was a tourist in the group of them that had no idea why he was there. I just think this is ridiculous. I'm sorry. I love you too. No, you guys are right. I'm so lucky to have the support team basically behind me when I do stupid stuff like this. You saw a professional protester a bit yesterday? Oh, really? There was a professional protester there? I think their acolytes say they flew. What does that mean? Flew? What's flew? Yeah, I know. Bobo's amazing. She was a little mad at me when not mad, but she gave me notes. Like any good director would, she gave me notes and said, for next time, XYZ. And I went, okay. No split focus when physical safety is in high risk areas. Yeah, and actually, I got pushed down at one point, or pushed, but only because it was chaos and the fucking cops. Okay, the fucking cops were getting really spicy. But you know, I don't know. I don't know. What I really want to know is why how you be so
philanthropist.
I'm so
supporting
sorry.
Early childhood education and establishing
I'm so
the
sorry.
Illinois
I
Holocaust
fucking did
Museum.
this whole thing.
Governor Pritzker has delivered.
This is Sanctuary Cities. Okay, so let me tell you.
Testify.
Oh God, it's Jimmy Comer. Hey everybody. Hi. Good morning. Oops. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jimmy Comer. How are you doing today? Let me turn myself down a little bit because it looks like my mic's a little hot. When you were running, did people step on your tail? I was holding my tail. When I was running, I was holding my tail. But because there were so many bodies in front of me, when they ran, I mean, people just ran into each other. It just happens. I did drop I broke my phone. I'm a little mad about that. I'm hoping it's all right, but I think it's okay. I don't know. We'll see what happens. That pissed me off a little bit, but it is what it is. And well, you know, it's a phone. Anyway, okay, so this is what I wanted to watch today. It was sanctuary state governors. I don't know who's appearing, but we'll see. Were you wearing running shoes, Lolo? No, I was wearing flip-flops. I was wearing flip-flops. I'll get some running shoes. It's really dumb of me to go to these things in fucking flip-flops. I get that. I totally get that. I understand. I don't know what shoes I'm going to wear, but I'll figure it out. I wear flip-flops all the time. I don't actually own a lot of shoes. Okay? Oh, Pritzker? Fuck yeah. JB Pritzker? I love him. I fucking love him. Oh, Tim Waltz will be good too. But I love fucking JB Pritzker. He's like my favorite billionaire. The only billionaire I love. Be extra careful this weekend, Jane says. I listened to an account wherein Klump might try January 5th Ivan Rakelin type action through chuds like Proud Boys, yeah, to smear the protesters and give him an excuse to escalate. Well, that's why I'm going to Beverly Hills. That's why the dyno this Saturday will be in Beverly Hills, because that is where the 805 Patriots, who are really fucking annoying and tried to run down my daughter. Thank you very much. Yeah, we got you on film and we have your license plate number. Don't worry. So the 805 Patriots are supposed to be down, or they would definitely be coming to a Beverly Hills event if there is going to be any counter protest, which I'm sure there will be because these people have zero lives. So I'm going to go down and see if I can be a physical distraction to Beverly Hills and keep the chuds focused on the dinosaur and not on the No King's Day protest. It's not safer, actually, Jane. You know, it's funny you say that. But I actually feel that Beverly Hills is very unsafe to protest in because my daughter almost got fucking hit by a car by one of them because they're fucking assholes. Yeah. Let's see what happened here. Thank you, gal. Ready to respond. Oh my God. God damn it. This is bad, everybody. Okay, can I just tell you this is bad? This is bad. People are going to get hurt. This is so dumb. Ready to respond. U.S. Marines with the 2nd Battalion, 7th Marine Regiment rehearse non-lethal tactics. You know what? For someone like me, they might be lethal. If you knock me to the pavement, I'm an old lady with not the best bones in the world. Oh, they trained for 32 hours? Well, fantastic. 7th Marine Regiment rehearsed non-lethal tactics in the Los Angeles area. Approximately 700 Marines are prepared to support Task Force 51 in protecting federal personnel and property. What? What? Go home. Go home. Go home. Go home. Oh, and then this... I'm not even going to play that for you. I'm so sorry. Okay, we're going to listen to sanctuary city governors, or sanctuary state governors, whatever. My brother was a Marine, and he's pissed at the. I imagine, like, I am not here to. I know that they are following orders that are given. And I know that there's a process. If you're a conscientious objector, I know there's, that's a process, etc. I will say this, Ferry, the only thing I'm going to ask of the National Guard and the Marines who are here, you don't have to knock people out. You don't have to be so aggressive. I saw some of the video of their training. So I'm going to say on an individual basis, you could dial it back. You can dial it back. There is not a threat that is so great that it needs this response. It does not exist in this city. This is absolutely devastating to the safety of our community, and it will happen in other communities as well. Because I do believe, as the mayor does, that this is a test case for how they usurp power from governors and mayors. And I don't even want to tell you about the network state and where this ends up. Because right now I'm focused on the police state. Oh my fucking God. All right, so this is Sanctuary. Oh, here's the little Jim. I got the Jimmy Comer blues. I got those Jimmy Comer blues. I got the Jimmy Comer blues. California's test run. Yeah, it is. Well, and for the whole administration, really. I mean, let's talk. This is a Stephen Miller production. Okay? Let's not get it twisted. Orange Man can't fucking form a thought. Okay? He just says what people he gets fed lines, and then he Is he wearing a Christmas tie? I think he might be, Josh. Anyway, my plea to the forces of LAPD, National Guard, I haven't really seen them yet engage, although I think they have. I just haven't personally witnessed it necessarily yet. My plea to the individual members of the Marines, the National Guard, CHP, LAPD, LA County Sheriff, please, you are part of this. Like, you need to ease up. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. Every situation I've been in over the last week, when I've been there, has been excessive force. Period. Terrorizing and excessive force. Yeah. Another thing I haven't been able to check on. Oh, wait, let me say this. Gal says it's leadership responsibility to determine the constitutionality of orders, of course. People need to remember that. These young people are not the ones to determine the lawfulness of their orders. I understand that. I'm still going to put on the record that these are unconstitutional moves. They can put in earplugs. They don't have to listen to me. But that's what we do in this country. We speak up. And so, like, I appreciate I am actually grateful for their service. I am grateful for everyone's service. My father served. My uncle died in World War II. I mean, I understand. But I'm asking, if you are in a situation and facing a member of the community, understand the moment that you're in and what opportunity you have to either use force or whatever, or use excessive force. Please make the right decision. Please make the right decision, because you're causing problems. You're not keeping the peace. You're disrupting the peace. I'm just gonna scream this until people really understand. This is not a we problem. This is a them problem. This is a police problem. This is a DHS problem. The DHS police, to me, which I don't know what the fuck that even is. Like, what the fuck is a DHS police? Like, where'd they come from? Those are the people I'm really angry with, because they're fake. Like, they don't exist. That's ultimate cosplay. They are the ones who are itchy trigger fingers and shooting. Now, granted, last night, LAPD, not proud of you at all. DHS requested drone surveillance. No word if the request is being fulfilled. Yeah. The troopers downtown are frightful. They do their violence at nightfall. Hey, Neil. That was a good song. But yeah, so this is, hey, man, you know what? We're not making the war zone. We're not making it a war zone. I had a light bulb moment last night, compiling all the things I'm seeing across right-wing propaganda current events. Yeah, they're really stirring up the hatred. But I'm just gonna let me play for you again. Let me play something for you again, and I just don't think this is hateful. I don't think it's hateful.
Look at here's the Downey PD right here. Hey!
This is Downey, California, last night around midnight.
Let's go check out the other side.
This is the ICE Hotel in Downey where the ICE agents are staying in Downey, California, outside of Los Angeles. And so protesters showed up and made noise all night long. Sorry. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, okay. Tell me again. Tell me again how violent people are. Anyway, I think that's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen, frankly. All right, let's listen to these morons for a minute. It's brilliant. It's beautiful and it's brilliant and it's organic. And I've never seen a city start to rise up so much. Obviously, I think LA has done this before. They've risen up. But if you wanted resistance, you created a reason for people to protest and stand up for others, because it has been very clear to me, being in these protests, that LA stands together. And there will be more of us. This is only the beginning. The people you see on the street right now is a little tiny bit of a percentage of the people who will rise up. And it is going to happen. We are going to rise up. So Karen Bass, figure it the fuck out. Figure out your policing. Figure out everything. Because if you don't make the right moves, Karen Bass, this city will descend into chaos. Because the cops will have caused it. Originally, I thought maybe he'd do it Saturday, but I actually think now that he's going to wait until all the cities being targeted are covered with National Guard so that he can take control of them. Gal says, I think he's going to use Title 10 to send in the Guard to all the cities in blue states currently rising up and speaking out. Then once they're all positioned, he'll declare the Insurrection Act. Yeah. Carnival is the best protest, is it not? Come on. I am going to make one request of all my protesting. Can we have more music? Because I love music, and I think it's a very powerful drug when it comes to resisting poo-poo heads. So, I don't know. Oh, I saw Easily. I see that you just... Wait, I'm going to play this because Easily gave money last night. Easily, thank you so much. You're so sweet. I love you. Thank you for that. That might help get me my phone repaired. It's actually not that bad. Although it is kind of bad, and I think it's going to get worse. But I don't know. We'll see. You're really good at figuring out their plans. I bet you're right, Gal. This is pretty grim. They're already using that insurrection word generously. Yeah, he's getting nervous. Do you see how nervous he's getting about Saturday? Like, he's getting really nervous. Chaos. Chaos and Antifers. There's lots of Antifers out on the street. There's actually not. There's a lot of citizens. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of Americans. I'm going to remind you again, the mayor of Huntington Park said yesterday, with papers, without papers, we are all Americans. And that's how I'm referring to everyone. We are Americans, and you are oppressing the voices of Americans who say, get out of our neighborhoods. Stop kidnapping our family, our friends, our coworkers. Stop it. Frightening, but definitely something that needs to be known and watched. Yeah. Small example. Uh-oh. Oh. Here we go. Gal says Seattle is next. Yeah, I noticed it's getting a little hot in the PNW. It's getting pretty hot. And you know what? Up there, the protesters, they don't fuck around. They don't fuck around. So this is so dumb. It's so dumb to inflame something that didn't need to be inflamed. This is a completely manufactured situation. And I'm sorry. I'm going to refuse to demonize people that are taking part in the protest. Absolutely. I have a problem if but you know what? I'm focused solely on illegal kidnappings. I have not been in a fucking protest where even a piece of granite, I don't know where he thinks we're getting granite, but okay. I'm going to tell you right now that the things that have been thrown have been very few and far between in the protest that I'm in. I get it, but there's a lot of water bottles, it's a lot of whatever. Yes, there is other things. But this is being caused by the actions of the forces in our city. Period. Of course we're all Antifa. And if you I don't belong to groups. I'm not a group person. If you're doing things, to whatever, that's fine. Don't hurt anyone. Don't put other people in danger because you want to throw a rock and run away, and then the person that you left standing there gets shot. Don't do that. That's fucking no balls. So please, but I'm not afraid of Black Bloc. I'm not afraid of any of whatever. And let's keep in mind that during 2020, it is proven that right-wing extremists were dressing as Black Bloc and destroying property. Period. And you won't convince me otherwise, because that was reported. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise. All right, this is from Gal. This is the right-wing spin on this old bullshit. It's a whole bunch of bullshit. Seattle's next. It's an operative. This is an operative creating propaganda in advance, laying the groundwork to build their narrative on for the hungry, state-sanctioned violence base. Community organizers need to keep an eye on these independent journalists because they are not. Frontlines, TPUSA. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Turning Point USA. Remind me, Gal. Isn't that the place where one of their employees was involved in a ring of child sex abuse material sharing? I'm pretty sure one of their employees was convicted of being part of a pedophile ring where they shared CSAM amongst themselves. So, excuse me, TPUSA, you should clean up your own house first of pedos before you start saying anything about anybody. I can't remember his name, but I have the link. Do you think that he will declare Antifa a terror? Of course, but I don't know how he's going to do that because they do not exist as an organization. I'm sorry. They really don't. They don't. So, whatever. Makes me so mad. This is so unnecessary. That's the part that kind of gets me, right? The part that gets me so bad is that this is so unnecessary. This was completely manufactured for a power grab. Didn't they also come into prominence for wearing diapers? Who? Oh, TPUSA? I don't know. I don't know, Max. Did they? He's making it up. Yeah, I'm not even going to show you the stupid picture. Oh, there's a bunch of kids in black with protective gear on because we keep getting shot at. And yeah, there's people that are troublemakers that are like, I'm going to try and hurt someone because I'm so fucking angry. I don't want them to do that. I tried last night to tell a couple guys, hey, live to fight another day. Because these guys are ready to rumble. Those cops were ready to fuck people up. In fact, they did start fucking someone up. And when we all tried to go and film it or help him, they shot pepper balls at us and a flashbang. So this is not a violent protest. And everybody who says so can go fuck themselves. And I'm not the nice one, and I will wish bad things for you if you do that. My friends are nicer. They will be more gracious. I will be not gracious. Because people are losing their family members. I know, it just isn't. I just want us to be okay. I want people to be okay. And I understand people were really angry last night. It was a total invasion of that community that did not need to happen. But LAPD needs to stand the fuck down. They had already pushed and kettled other protesters far away from where we were standing, and everybody would have gone home if they had stood the fuck down. But no, they decided to send in more police presence and push us and club us. They were whatever that nightstick is or whatever the stick is that they have. God damn. They are the ones who are armed. In 100% of the protests that I've been to over the last week, the only armed people are the cops and the military and the DHS and others that are sent there to protect them. I'm sorry. Chanting peaceful protest made the news this morning. I heard that in your live last night, and I love that. That's right, and it was. It was peaceful, and we were taking care of each other. A truncheon? What's a truncheon? Is that like a luncheon, but with trucks? Okay. All right, let's listen to little Jimmy Comer. Let's go back to little Jimmy Comer. That's right. This is
under oath about why they.
This is a sanctuary governor's hearing, and Jimmy Comer is going to tell them a thing or two. They're going to tell him a thing or two. That's right. Jimmy Comer's going to read you the riot act. And I'm not talking about a laugh riot. I'm talking about a real one. That's right. That's right. I'm Jimmy Comer. Okay, Jimmy Comer. Let's go.
They allow criminal illegal aliens to roam
I'm going to
free
smoke some weed
in American communities. Let me be clear.
Oh, be clear.
Sanctuary policies do not protect Americans.
Wait, what? Oh, well, you know what? I have to agree with him on that.
Aliens.
I don't feel very protected in my sanctuary city.
Is a fact that the Abraham family knows all too well. With us today is the father of Katie Abraham, Joe, and Katie's stepmother, Michelle. In January of this year, Katie was tragically killed in a car crash near the University of Illinois in Urbana. Urbana, like the state of Illinois, is a sanctuary jurisdiction. Katie's killer was a previously deported criminal illegal alien who was driving drunk. He fled the scene and the jurisdiction and was later apprehended
That sounds terrible.
by the U.S. Marshal Service in Texas. Katie was just 20 years old. She had a bright future ahead of her.
You got
that was
Lynch's
stolen
signs
from
in
her
there. Fuck
and her
yeah.
very
Good
loving
job,
family.
Lynch.
The illegal alien who took Katie's life should never have been allowed into our country. This
shit
is
happens.
a preventable crime.
I mean, in terms of people being let in, I don't mean the drunk driving. That's terrible and a tragedy. And
behind me are
I
photos
would
of some
feel
of the many criminal
incredible
illegal aliens
anger
that have
and
been
loss
captured in
if
Illinois,
I were the parent. I'm not saying that, so
Minnesota,
please
and
don't
New
get
York.
it twisted.
These criminals
What
have
I'm
been
saying
convicted of crimes,
is
including
that
vehicular
maybe you should have
homicide of
voted.
a woman, sexual abuse of children.
Maybe you should have voted for the immigration reform bill last year, Jimmy Comer, instead of bitching about this. Okay, maybe you should have voted instead of trashing and killing the bipartisan bill, which would have given you more money and power, people power in protecting the border, which is a concept that is bullshit. Maybe if you had done that, we wouldn't be here, but here we are. So you know what? Self-inflicted wound, bitch. I'm not listening to his fucking trauma porn. I'm sorry. That's not going to happen.
Law enforcement from doing their piece.
Nope.
The
Okay,
US
here we go.
Guard
This man I'll listen
Americans
to.
and draining taxpayers over the American people.
Blah, blah, blah.
Americans want to return to common sense. The Trump administration and this Republican Congress aims to restore our safety and sovereignty.
Lies,
it's past time for these governors to put America first.
Lies, yeah.
I now yield to Ranking Member Lynch for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank our witnesses. Governor Walz, good to see you again. Governor Pritzker, Governor Hochul, good to see you again. Ms. Perryman, thank you for your willingness to come before this committee and help us with our work. At this very moment, as we sit in this hearing and at the order of President Trump, the National Guard are on the streets of Los Angeles and active duty Marines are on their way. At Trump's order, Californians are now forced to navigate an active military zone in their midst as they try to go to work or decide if it's safe to send their kids to school. And because of Trump, no American city or state is safe as he lays this groundwork to take his militarization playbook nationwide.
Welcome, Hans. Yes, they have been detaining people and waiting for ICE or whatever, whoever's arresting them.
To expand the deployment of active duty military forces against civilians across this country, preparing for a future in which dissent is met with armed force.
I think we also need a geography lesson about Los Angeles.
Of war is turned inward on the American people. If unchecked, this marks not just a threat to our most sacred civil liberties, but a violent blow to American democracy itself. Last week in Los Angeles, peaceful Americans came out to protest the administration's cruel and illegal mass deportation operations in their neighborhoods. President Trump inflamed events on the grounds as an excuse to unleash the U.S. military on its own people, sending in 4,000 National Guard members without the approval of the governor. They chose Boston because it's a place of intellectual freedom and respect for cultural freedom.
I'm sorry, it jumped by itself.
And that trust was apparently misplaced. Ms. Ozturk's a Turkish national on a student visa to attend Tufts University. A video of that incident shows Ozturk walking along a public street in Boston, Massachusetts, my home city, when several masked figures just snatched her phone and backpack, handcuffed her, and hustled her into an unmarked vehicle. What's that sound like? What does that sound like? The Trump administration is putting extremism, cruelty, and chaos over protecting kids and families. Trump isn't focused on getting violent criminals off our streets. He's terrorizing our communities to fulfill deportation quotas with fathers and mothers, grandparents, and kids. And he's trying to strong-arm our city and state leaders to divert their limited resources away from serious public safety threats to instead focus on peaceful, law-abiding families, just as he has diverted federal resources away from
they're arresting them? I didn't realize that. I thought they were just holding them until
and terrorism to fuel
someone came to arrest them.
Lawless mass deportation campaign. Trump isn't trying to protect us. He's trying to divide us. It's us and them. He's trying to divide us. And some people are helping him. He's pitting neighbor against neighbor. But it's not immigrant kids who are about to kick millions of Americans off their health care. It's not them. And he's doing that to pay for a tax break for billionaires. And it's not immigrants who are using the military to silence Americans exercising their right to speak truth to power. These are not the strong and measured actions of the leader of a free country. They are the ruthless maneuvers of an aspiring autocrat hell-bent on consolidating power by any means necessary. This is disgraceful. It should not happen in this country. This is wrong. Deploying the military against a civilian population is wrong. And if we don't step up, this will continue. If we don't step up and declare what is right under our Constitution, then other cities, other citizens will meet this
Lynch
same
from
fate.
Massachusetts.
I'm proud of my Democratic colleagues who are willing to stand up to this thuggery. Trump is a wannabe gangster, and he's showing the world what he's about. And I'm proud. You know, my dad served in Second World War. He fought the Nazis in Northern Africa. He fought the Nazis on the Italian peninsula. And I think he's looking down right now and he's happy that I'm fighting today's Nazis. He's proud of that. We all should be. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Fuck.
Certified
Without objection,
badass.
Representatives Stauber,
That was
Finstead,
beautiful.
Fishback, Emmer, Morrison, and Craig of Minnesota. Representatives Miller, LaHood, Davis, and Ramirez of Illinois. Representatives Stefanik, Tenney, Lawler, Goldman, Ocasio-Cortez, Gillen of New York, and Moskowitz of Florida are waived onto the committee for the purpose of
Definitely gonna click
questioning
that.
the witnesses at today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. Our witnesses today include the governors of 3 states. We want to welcome you all here. First, we have Tim Walz, governor of the state of Minnesota. He was sworn into office on January 7th, 2019. His second term began on January 2nd, 2023. Governor, welcome back to the House of Representatives.
Oh, Jimmy
Next, we
Coleman,
have
you're
Jamie
going to
Pritzker,
regret
governor of the
calling
state of
this
Illinois.
hearing,
He was sworn
darling.
into
Let me
office
tell you
on
that.
January 14th, 2019. His second term began on January 9th, 2023.
These people
I'm
are going
yield
to eat
briefly
you
to,
alive, little
my
Jimmy Coleman.
colleague Raj Krishnamurti for further introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for yielding. In Illinois, we like our pizza deep,
That's right,
our
Hans.
politics lively, and our budgets balanced. The last one used to be a miracle before Governor Pritzker took office. I know firsthand, as the son of immigrants who realized the American dream in Illinois, that immigrants make enormous contributions to our country. Governor Pritzker understands that too. His great-grandfather fled pogroms in Ukraine in 1881 and settled in Chicago to build a better life. That legacy has shaped his lifelong commitment to public service, justice, and opportunity. Before entering public office, Governor Pritzker built a successful business career and became a leading philanthropist, supporting early childhood education.
The Pritzker
and
Foundation is
establishing
actually
the
one of the
Illinois
better
Holocaust
family
Museum.
foundations. I'm giving
Governor
props.
Pritzker has delivered historic investments in education, workforce training,
They were generous and
infrastructure,
very easy to
technology,
work with.
and clean energy, all while expanding paid leave, raising the minimum wage, and defending the rights of all Illinoisans. Governor, thank you for your leadership and for joining us today.
Yields back. Next, we have Kathy Hochul, governor of the state of New York. She was sworn into office on August 24th, 2021. Welcome, Governor. And finally, we have Skye Perryman. She is the president and CEO of the Democracy Forward Foundation. Thank you all for joining us. Look forward to your discussion this afternoon. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please raise their right hand. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you all solemnly swear to
Jimmy
tell the
Coleman
truth, the whole truth,
nervous?
and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He a little bit nervous.
Please let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you all, and you may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement, and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you
need to
please
stop
wrap
speaking.
up. I now recognize Governor Walz for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of the committee. I'm proud to be here today as the governor of the great state of Minnesota. Wherever you go in this country, people tend to want the same basic things: safe neighborhoods, affordable household goods, meaningful work, good schools. That's what my administration has worked to ensure for our people, and that's what we've delivered. Under our leadership, Minnesota has been ranked the 4th best state to live
drinking a Mountain Dew?
the 2nd best state to raise a family in, and the 3rd best state for jobs. And when it comes to serious crime, Minnesota has hit its lowest level in over 3 decades, and we consistently have lower violent crime rates than the U.S. average. Now, we have a broken immigration system in this country. I think everyone in this room agrees with that. But nothing Minnesota has done to serve its own people stands in the way of the federal government managing border security and policies. While you've convened this hearing to explore the issue of so-called sanctuary states, Minnesota is not even a sanctuary state. The Minnesota legislature has passed no such bill making Minnesota a sanctuary state, and I have signed no such law. Minnesota cooperates with federal authorities in a number of ways. When there's a convicted felon in our prisons, we ask about their immigration status and share that information with the Department of Homeland Security. We also cooperate with Homeland Security requests when there's a judicial warrant and when due process has been afforded by our Constitution has been served. But enforcing immigration law is not the role of local and state governments. The fact is, Congress has given federal agencies the authority to enforce immigration laws across this country. That includes Minnesota, and I support them doing so. It's the federal government's job to secure the border. That's why when I was in Congress, I visited the southern border and voted for bills that would have increased funding for Border Patrol, made it easier to hire qualified agents, and deployed advanced technologies to the border. Most importantly, I recognize that securing our border does not mean we sacrifice our constitutional values. Unfortunately, the cruel and misguided policies of this current administration fail to live up to those values. Minnesotans are angry with what they've seen happen to their neighbors. They're angry that the federal government has been snatching people up, putting them in prison, and deporting them without a shred of due process. There's been no notice, no meaningful opportunity to object, and according to the president, no way to get out of these overseas prisons once you end up there. And let's be clear, many of these are law-abiding Americans, people who have been granted asylum or promised protected status. In many cases, it seems these people were reported not based on a criminal behavior, but how they looked or what they've said and being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even U.S. citizens, like a 4-year-old boy with cancer, sent to Mexico, away from his father, away from the medical needs, to a country he was not born in or had never been to. Americans deserve a sensible, humane, and effective immigration policy that reduces illegal immigration while protecting fundamental rights. Meanwhile, the administration continues to make life worse for hardworking Americans in a lot of other ways, trying to slash Medicaid, Social Security, Medicare, making basic household goods more expensive, and telling people they just need to do more with less. The American people deserve better. You all have the power to legislate, to investigate this administration's abuse and overreach, and protect the American people. And I have to say, I'm disappointed. At a crucial inflection point in our nation's history, Congress is choosing to spend its time trying to cast blames on states like Minnesota that have no hand in creating this crisis. While we may disagree on the best way to maintain border security and public safety, I know we should all be able to agree on a few principles: that everyone in America deserves due process, and that we live in a free country where people should not be locked up for exercising their basic constitutional rights. I hope you'll join me in enforcing accountability to those fundamental ideas, and I look forward to your questions. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize Governor Pritzker for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee, good morning, and thank you for inviting me. As governor of the great state of Illinois, I have seen firsthand how states have had to shoulder the consequences of a broken immigration system. I'm proud of how we have responded by promoting public safety, treating people with dignity, supporting our economy, and respecting the rule of law. Safe and compassionate immigration policies, I believe, are vital. In fact, my own family owes everything to this country accepting a young refugee named Nicholas Pritzker to its shores over a century ago.
Karen.
My great-grandfather fled the massacre of Jews in Ukraine and arrived in the United States when he was just 10, without a penny to his name. A social service agency provided him a place to live, a public school taught him English, a public university allowed him to pursue a higher education.
It's a hearing
My
for
father and
sanctuary
grandfather
state
both
governors.
were naval officers and raised their families with a powerful sense of duty to community and patriotism to our country that still lives deep in my generation. Both were successful entrepreneurs. My family story is not unique. Today, Illinois is home to 1.9 million immigrants.
Hyatt Hotels is pretty
Just like
significant
my
and
great-grandfather,
unique, but whatever.
they are hardworking, raising families, and paying taxes. Our state and our country have been
Well, I wanna go
strengthened
back
by
to the
people from
desert.
across the globe seeking freedom, opportunity, and refuge here.
Actually, I
Recently,
don't. I would have
children,
FOMO.
pregnant women, and others fled poverty, violence, and persecution, seeking asylum at our border. Some border state politicians chose to treat them as political pawns, busing them to states like mine and dropping them off in the dead of night in the freezing cold. Illinois chose a different path. Faced with a humanitarian crisis, our state made sure children and families did not go hungry or freeze to
meet
death.
up with you.
By
and
doing
we'll
so,
go
we helped
camping up
to
there.
maintain safety and order in Chicago. As governor, one of my responsibilities is to keep the public safe. That is why I expanded our state police, banned assault weapons and ghost guns to take guns out of the hands of criminals, and invested more than ever before in violence prevention. As a result, violent crime is down in Illinois, and Chicago ended 2024 with its lowest homicide rate in 5 years. As I have consistently said, violent criminals have no place on our streets, and if they are undocumented, I want them out of Illinois and out of our country. And as we are reminded in Los Angeles this week, we can all agree that violence of any kind, whomever it is directed at, is unacceptable. People must be held accountable to the law. Illinois follows the law, but let me be clear, we expect the federal government to follow the law too. We will not participate in abuses of power. We will
Yes,
not
it is.
violate court orders. We will not
I can do
ignore
it.
the Constitution.
In the next few
We
days.
will not defy the Supreme Court. We will not
Tell me
take
where to
away
send it.
people's
I'm so
rights
sorry I didn't
to
even see
peacefully
this.
protest.
I'm an idiot.
We also
Yes, it
respect
is.
and expect
Yes.
this administration to respect
Just
the
tell me where to
traditions
send
and
it,
legal
and I'll
precedent
send
that
it.
dictate how and when our National Guard and military are deployed. As governor, I've had to make the difficult decision to call the Illinois National Guard into service. I have always done it in partnership with my local governments and
really
law
know how to do that.
enforcement, and with deep and abiding respect for the sacrifice I was asking of our volunteer armed forces. It's wrong to deploy the National Guard and active duty Marines into an American city over the
the kids
objection
do, you
of
know.
local law enforcement just to inflame a situation and create a crisis. Just as it's wrong to tear children away from their homes and their mothers and fathers who have spent decades living and working in our communities, raising their families. Besides being a father and husband, the greatest honor of my life has been serving as governor. I believe with my whole heart that Illinois is the best place in the country to live, work, and to raise a family. Illinoisans take seriously their responsibility in upholding the most fundamental values of our nation, values like kindness, empathy, hard work, and fair play. Our people embody the most American ideal of all, that where your life began matters
I got
far
it, babe.
less than
I'm
the
on it.
dreams you can realize here for yourself and your family. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Governor Hochul for her opening statement.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Lynch, and members of this committee, as we speak, an American city has been militarized over the objections of their governor. At the outset, I just want to say that this is a flagrant abuse of power and nothing short of an assault on our American values. My
And
views on
Constitution.
immigration are simple and direct. Our nation needs secure borders. Our nation needs comprehensive immigration reform from this body. And our state laws dictate that we cooperate with ICE in criminal cases. And our values dictate that we treat all law-abiding people with dignity and respect.
All people.
The America I believe in is a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. Abandoning either threatens the very foundation on which this great country was built. You know, for 400 years, New York has prospered because of the hard work of these people, these newcomers. People like my grandfather who fled great poverty in Ireland. Grandma and Grandpa had the same American dream that the immigrants today have. I see it in their eyes. They're not here for handouts. They're not here to take advantage of the situation. They're here to work. They want to contribute, earn their place, raise their families. Yet, every day there's another story of children being ripped from the arms of their mothers, wives separated from their husbands, families arrested while attending legal immigration appointments. You know, not long ago in a small town known as Sackett's Harbor in upstate New York,
no,
masked and
sanctuary
armed ICE
governors.
agents stormed into a home before dawn. They abducted a mother, her 3 children, including a 3rd grader. They were cast into a living hell in a detention facility in Texas. I immediately contacted Borders Czar Tom Homan and demanded their release. In Jefferson County, more than 60% of the residents voted for Donald Trump. And those people protested in the streets. Local Republican lawmakers, business owners, school leaders all spoke out. Finally, after 2 long weeks, the family was finally returned home. In New York, we understand the difference between going after criminals and traumatizing law-abiding families. Now, some of you will use this hearing to stoke fear. I'm here to talk about the facts. New York has managed an unprecedented immigrant influx because of a broken border. Yet at the same time, our state has become stronger
and criminal governors,
and
but
safer.
whatever.
Today, New York has the lowest homicide rate among the nation's top 10 states. We didn't achieve this with indiscriminate roundups, not by tearing apart innocent families, but by investing $2.6 billion in public safety, engaging in smart, targeted policing, and partnering with law enforcement, federal law enforcement, to apprehend and deport serious criminals. And since I've become governor, we've cooperated in handing over 1,300 convicted criminals to ICE. But what we don't do is civil immigration enforcement. That's the federal government's job. New Yorkers need their state troopers on our highways, seizing guns and drugs. States like mine are doing our part, but we can't be expected to fix the broken immigration system. You know, and the very people who go on cable news and rail about the border are the same ones who torpedo bipartisan legislation each and every time. So here's my message. If you truly care about public safety, if you truly care about the economy, if you truly care about human dignity, then sit down, negotiate, have real reform, secure the border, revive legal pathways, and let people
Didn't they close the
work.
border?
At the end of the day, I'll go home and do my job keeping New Yorkers safe. I hope that you will do yours. Thank you.
And I now recognize the Democrat witness, Ms. Perryman, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Acting Ranking Member, for having me here today. And at the outset, let me offer my sincerest condolences to all of you for the passing and your loss of your colleague, Representative Jerry Conley. I'm here today as a lawyer and as the president and CEO of Democracy Forward Foundation, which is a national nonpartisan legal organization that is committed to achieving democracy and a nation that enables all people to thrive. At Democracy Forward, we represent people and communities who make up the very fabric of our nation on a pro bono basis in federal and state courts and regulatory bodies throughout the country. I know this is a hearing focused on immigration, and so I would like to say at the outset and echo the calls for bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform. I will also note that the rhetoric that we have heard the president and his allies use in recent days about immigrants and people in this country is inaccurate, overly politicized, and not solutions-oriented.
And
fundamentally, Democracy Forward Foundation's work centers on the premise that when the government does its job and delivers for people, our society is stronger. And when our government strays from that purpose, ignoring the Constitution, not achieving and respecting the fidelity of people's rights, our democracy and our people are in danger. Right now, based on the work that we are doing, I am here to say that our American people are in danger and that our democracy is in crisis. I am looking at these United States flags. We need to remember who we are. We right now have a president who has proclaimed without irony that he is a king in a nation that next year will celebrate 250 years since it threw off the reins of monarchy. Since Inauguration Day, the president and his administration have acted beyond the lawful bounds of executive authority. They have usurped the power of this Congress. They have sought to eliminate due process of law. They have ignored court orders, and they are targeting people, civil society organizations, and lawyers. These are anti-democratic actions that present an overall threat to every single American and their well-being and to our values in America. That is why at Democracy Forward Foundation, we have had to go to court to file more than 70 legal actions in federal and state courts and agencies and offices since Inauguration Day to protect the American people's rights. From stopping the president's federal funding freeze, to blocking the decimation of the Department of Education, to having to safeguard due process, to challenging DOJ and Elon Musk's attempts to access personal data on behalf of individual Americans. Our team is in court every single day on behalf of people of all identities and ideologies, people in red states and blue states, people in small towns, urban areas, and rural communities. Our work at Democracy Forward demonstrates that the United States Constitution is still here, and it is here for all of us. This administration's tactics with regard to immigration enforcement that we have seen, they shock the conscience. They shock the conscience of the vast majority of the American people, including people who do not see eye to eye on how to fix our immigration problem in this country. They have led us to file and have to file litigation on behalf of religious communities to prevent ICE from entering houses of worship. We are litigating against policies that prolong the detention of individual immigrant children without their families. And of course, we are challenging the lack of due process afforded to our clients, men who were disappeared through an unlawful agreement between the government of El Salvador and the United States Department of State.
I'll find their website.
All told, the courts have ruled against the current administration more than 170 times in less than 200 days because of the fast-moving harms and flagrant violations of the law and of our Constitution. And while this is a dire situation, our work demonstrates that the American people are determined to protect their rights. They are determined to use lawful and peaceful means of petitioning their government and, when necessary, of holding their government accountable. People have talked about their families, and last week was June 6th, which is, of course, the anniversary of when American troops landed on the beaches of Normandy in World War II. I, too, am the mother of a 9-year-old boy, and that 9-year-old boy's great-grandfather served in that battle, and many others throughout the European theater. But as I reflected last week, we don't need to be in Normandy to defend our democracy in June of 2025. We need to be here in these halls, doing the work in courts across the country and in our communities. And we do need to remember the essential and historical commitment that our nation made at the end of that war to advance democracy and to ensure that we never turn our backs on people who are fleeing persecution. I so appreciate you inviting me here today to participate in this hearing, and it is with a sincere hope that we can come together that I offer my testimony and comments.
All right, opening statements have concluded. We're now going to begin the questioning portion of today's testimony.
I'm
going to begin with Governor Walz. Governor Walz, I thought that maybe your statement referencing ICE as Gestapo was an outlier statement, but now that
it's
Mr.
mine
Lynch
too.
has endorsed it, it appears that it could be some type of Democrat talking point.
No,
Governor,
it's actually what's happening.
Do you and other Democrat politicians understand why referencing ICE as Gestapo is offensive? I'm going to explain.
I don't really
The
care.
Department of Homeland Security is reporting that ICE
they should really
agents
smile
are now
more.
experiencing a 413% rise in assaults. We see numerous videos of rioters obstructing and assaulting federal law enforcement after your remarks, including in Los Angeles.
I didn't even hear
Governor,
him.
you
I didn't
think
hear he
that
said that.
Comments like
I
that
said it.
and rhetoric
I didn't
like
hear
that
he said it.
put ICE officers and other law
Yeah,
enforcement
because it's
in greater
descriptive.
danger.
Hey, Cam.
Well, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, any attack on law enforcement is unacceptable, wherever it's
Don't
at,
do that.
whether
Don't do
it's
that.
State, local.
Yeah, it is,
So,
but
you
lead with
understand,
that.
and I've got limited time here. I want to highlight
Wow.
for the governors
Hi, good
that real
morning.
world impact of the policies that you
They should
all
stop
continue to
acting
defend, even in your
like
opening
a fucking
statement,
Gestapo.
have on American families. Earlier this year in Governor Pritzker's Illinois, a previously deported illegal alien who had re-entered the country was allegedly drunk driving near
I
the
see.
University of
This
Illinois
is just
when he
a
struck
gripe
a car
session.
sitting at a
That's
red
what
light
this is.
and then fled
This
the
is
scene.
just a
The
bitch
crash
session
killed
for
two young
him.
women, including Katie Abraham, whose father and stepmother are here today.
Violence against law enforcement officers was pardoned if Jimmy
Katie had her
Comer
whole
has
life ahead
forgotten
of her,
that.
cut off in an instant. Governor Pritzker, this illegal alien should never have been here.
Yeah,
he didn't just
water
flee
bottle
the scene.
is not assault.
He fled the
I-
state
I'm-
and was apprehended by federal marshals
Yeah,
in
there's
Texas
violence.
using a
Well,
false name.
get off the
He
streets.
now faces criminal charges for reckless homicide, leaving the
And then
scene of an
people can
accident
go
resulting
home.
in death, and driving under the influence resulting
I
in
love
death.
Lynch
and he faces
putting
a federal
his
indictment
fucking
for having a
sign
fraudulent
in
permanent
camera.
resident card,
Bravo,
a fraudulent social
Mr.
security card,
Lynch.
and a fraudulent use of passport. Governor Pritzker, do you agree that this illegal alien who killed Katie should never have been in the United States in the first place?
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, but
Chairman.
he invited the.
First, let me express my
uh,
condolences to
family.
the family, and those are terrible circumstances. Let me also say that anyone who commits a crime in the state of Illinois,
I understand, Governor. Should that criminal have been here in the first place? Did he have a right to be in this country illegally?
What?
if the
does
person
that
is
mean?
a criminal of any sort,
We wouldn't
then
want any
they ought to
new
be,
criminals.
So
they
that
ought to
person
be
had a right
arrested,
to be
they
in the
ought to
United
be-
States.
They
But
ought
what
to
are
be
you
given,
doing? Future? What
their
is
due
this?
process rights, and they ought
Minority
to be convicted.
Report?
And
The criminal who
Yes.
entered this country illegally, in your testimony,
Okay,
had a
Jimmy.
right to be in this country.
What are you talking about? Well,
No,
if they
I'm
haven't
suggesting
committed the
to you
crime
that
yet, then yeah, I
when
guess that's.
And I have responsibility for the state of Illinois. I can tell you that it's the responsibility of the federal government to manage immigration in this country. And if you're suggesting that the federal government didn't do its job, that is up to you.
Let
to
me ask you
determine.
this, Governor.
I can
but
tell you that in the
do you
state
believe
of Illinois,
that Joe do
we
you
follow
believe
the
that
law.
President Biden did his job in securing the border?
What?
I was critical of things that President Biden did. I think I've been very public
is he
about
president
that. I wrote
anymore?
a letter to the
I'm
president telling him
confused.
that.
Okay. Thank
Wait,
you.
are
Now
we
back to
time
Governor Walz.
traveling?
You were obviously selected
so
by Vice
nervous.
President Harris to be a running mate in 2024. I'm curious, did you ever ask
Is it only a problem when it's done by
Vice
someone
President Harris
without
about
citizenship?
former President Biden's and then President Biden's cognitive decline?
Yeah, how about all the white pew-pewers? Yeah.
No, not that I can recall, Mr. Chairman.
You saw President Biden's disastrous debate performance. I'm just curious, you never did comment to Vice President Harris like,
Jimmy?
wow, he may not be on the top of his game.
What's
Nothing
the
was
matter
ever
with you, Jimmy?
mentioned
He
to Vice
lost,
President Harris.
okay?
And the reason
Biden
I asked,
lost.
obviously, is because I know you watch CNN, and
For
other
fuck's
networks
sake.
have interviewed a lot of people, including
Yeah, get it all out, Jimmy.
Jean-Pierre and
It doesn't
Buttigieg
have
and
anything
others
to
that
do
have
with
suggested
anything.
that they were shielded from President Biden
All right,
and
what's
weren't
it?
allowed
Wow,
to speak to him.
you are.
and,
Are you getting a little?
that,
Okay,
his
I'm
mental
supposed to not
decline
do
was
as much
obvious.
sexual
You
stuff.
never
My
discussed that
daughter
with
said,
Vice
"Hey,
President
can we
Harris?"
cool it on all the sexual
No, not that
references?"
I can recall, Chairman. And
And I'm like, yeah, okay, we
as
can.
governor and then being on the ticket, I was probably more concerned with my own debate performance than President Biden. So no.
Let me ask you this, Governor? Do you believe that the
I'm buffering a
Biden-Harris
little bit,
administration
sorry.
secured the border?
Yes,
You mentioned
seconded.
it's the federal government's role to.
I love that word.
Secure the border.
He's so
to pre-
confused.
Protect,
I gotta get this all out.
Americans from illegals.
Well,
entering the
drink
country,
when
I
he
guess.
says
Do
auto
you
pen,
think
okay?
they did a good job of that?
I think
He gets
the border has been broken
bonus
for a very
miles.
long time through many administrations. It's one of the reasons why Vice President Harris was advocating so strongly for the bipartisan bill.
Oh.
that
Did she mention her role as the borders are any when you all were out campaigning? Or?
Yeah, we
Not
talked
that I
about
can
the
recall
border
other than that
because we
talked
did
about the
policy
need to
discussions,
pass the
unlike you
bipartisan border
morons.
legislation that would have done many of the things
I know,
that,
I'm
as a
not,
governor,
Peter,
I
I'm
know
trying to
would
be
have made our
good.
jobs easier.
But
you
President
know,
Trump secured the
freedom.
border without any legislation. I mean, that was
No,
kind
just
of a
the
myth
normal.
that
I
was in
second-
the media and
Oh.
a Democrat talking point that we needed legislation to secure the border. The border
Is
is
this a
secure.
mutiny?
Everything's fixed.
That's
Okay,
step one.
okay.
Step two is to deport the criminal
work
illegals,
on
and that's
it.
where we're facing obstruction in your all state.
Sometimes it just comes
I'm sure there are a
out.
lot more questions that will pertain to that. My time's expired. I now
Yes,
recognize
finally.
Ranking Member Lynch for his
Expire already.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's worth saying again that Democrats
Lynch.
oppose violence and lawlessness in all its forms. I do want to point out that the vast majority of protesters have been peaceful. But the most egregious and sweeping displays of the use of force and lawlessness we see in the United States today, and the gravest threat to the rights and freedoms of those that we hold dear, are the acts of the Trump administration itself. President Trump and his administration have crossed the line over and over again, from January 6th, when this building was attacked at his direction, to invoking the Alien Enemies Act, to dismantling USAID, to ignoring court orders, to the attacks and threats against law firms that were protecting democracy. As in that in the 5 months since Trump took office and put the for sale sign over the White House, he's earned $2.9 billion on his crypto scam. I mean, to call this unprecedented, that word has lost all its meaning. He keeps making history, but the wrong kind. Just the act of sending the National Guard and troops and active duty Marines to L.A. was already an overreach. Supposedly, now we hear reports that those soldiers and Marines were sent to quell protests, but now are detaining civilians and are being trained to perform immigration enforcement functions. Ms. Perryman, what else could go wrong with the National Guard and Marines deployed in L.A.? What are the risks to the Americans who live, work, and exercise their right to freedom and to free speech there?
Thanks for the reminder.
Well, I would
Paul
just
Slotkin
say
to
that
voice
what our
displeasure with the
Constitution
crypto
recognizes
bill.
and how good government functions is really based on trust. And when we look at National Guards, it is the governors that often call the National Guards in. And so, of course, the fact that we are seeing a situation where the president has taken this step without cooperating with the governor and with local communities there is deeply concerning. And of course, we know from history that could lead to escalations and could lead to violence that is really problematic for all of our communities across the country, including in Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Certified badass.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has talked about the deployment order.
Secretary
and he testified
Drunk
that this order,
Pig's breath.
and I'm quoting him, this order is getting ahead of a problem so that if in other places, if there are other riots in places where law enforcement officers are threatened, we would have the capability to surge the National Guard there if necessary. Ms. Perryman, how does the President's broad order and the presumption before the fact that military force would be deployed, how does that pose a threat to other cities across the country?
Well, again, it appears to be an escalation, and the main thing that's really important to so many Americans across the country, as well as local law enforcement in so many areas, that local law enforcement is there to help people be able to peacefully protest. And so there are ways that people in this country can express their views. We don't all agree with each other. And right now you really see the White House, for whatever reason, I think escalating, maybe seeking to create some made-for-TV moments. It's not clear. But I do think that there is a lot at stake here, as you've heard this morning.
Thank you. I want to ask each of the governors, this is a general question, how could each of the governors answer briefly how President Trump's policies, his assaults on the rule of law and his interjection of military force into California, how that would threaten your states, especially where Secretary Hegseth has said that he would support that expansion? Mr. Walsh?
No, he is not.
Well, thank you, Ranking Member Lynch. Well, first of all, it's one of the federalism policy of this, especially when it comes to posse comitatus and the Insurrection Act. Governors are in charge. Our National Guard, as all of you know, serve in either Title 10 or Title 32 status under the role of governor. Right. And on all of these operations, the absolute pinnacle and the most critical piece is the coordination amongst them. And as a governor not being notified as local law enforcement, it creates a chaotic situation that they cannot operate as a joint unit. And governors are always there. We do it for floods, we do it for civil unrest, but doing it without causes immense danger, not citizens to, but to those very law enforcement officers who are then put in that chaotic situation.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker? Local law enforcement are the ones who indicate to the governor or to their local officials who talk to the governor about their need for National Guard. And indeed, I've had that situation in the state of Illinois and called out the Guard when I needed to. I'm careful about when I do it, but again, when local law enforcement indicate that they want that backup or they need that support, we do it. Now, I have to say, when the President of the United States is calling out your National Guard over the top of local law enforcement saying that they don't need it, that they have things under control, it tends to have an inflaming effect on what's going on the ground, just when local law enforcement and officials are getting things under control. And I think that's what we saw in Los Angeles. Governor Hochul?
Those actions absolutely undermine the sovereignty of individual states. States' governors are the commanders in chief of the National Guard. They know what to do. As you've heard from my colleagues, we have deployed them in a number of occasions. But undermining confidence in local law enforcement, you're basically saying that there's not a belief that the highly trained individuals of our municipal police departments, like Los Angeles and the city of New York, for example, can't handle their jobs. I have more confidence in our law enforcement than perhaps the president does. And we ought to step back and say, this is an overreach of epic proportions.
Thank you. Chair recognizes.
Thank you for your courtesy on the time. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Stefanik from New York.
Thank you. Governor Hochul, on your first day in office, you signed Executive Order 1. Is that correct?
I believe it is.
And you extended this executive order not once, not twice, but 3 times, most recently January 16th of this year. Is that correct?
If that's what your facts show, I signed countless executive orders.
I would assume you'd know it's Executive Order 1. And this is a continuation of your predecessor's sanctuary state policies, correct? Is included in that.
I want to be sure we are defining sanctuary state properly.
I'll define it for you. It is the policy of the state that state officers or employees shall not disclose information to federal immigration authorities for the purpose of federal civil immigration enforcement. It goes on to say, law enforcement officers may not use resources, equipment, or personnel for the purpose of detecting and apprehending any individual suspected or wanted for violating a civil immigration office. Law enforcement officers have no authority in the state of New York to take any policy action solely because the person is an undocumented alien. That's a quote in your executive orders that you extended. Now, do you know who Sakir Akan is?
I want to get back to the first part.
No, I'm asking a question. Do you know who Sakir Akan is?
I want to make sure you understand that this simply says that we will cooperate with ICE.
No, it does not say that. I read what it says, and let me talk to you about the results. Do you know who Sakir Akan is? You should, as the governor of New York State. Do you know?
Refresh my recollection.
He was an illegal migrant in New York. And do you know what crime he committed in addition to being here illegally?
No, I do not.
It's terrible.
You do not. This was widely reported.
That's terrible.
He found a 15-year-old girl, threatened her with a metal pole, told her to get into the back seat of his car. He took her clothes off, and he violently raped her in all of New York.
Boy, they really love all the salacious details, right?
Do you know who Sebastian Zapita Khalil is?
Is there anything exploitive about that?
I'm sure you'll tell me. There's many cases, whether they're
These are high-profile cases. Yes. New Yorkers know about them, and you don't. So let's talk about Sebastian Zapita Khalil. Do you know who that is?
I don't have the specific details at my disposal, no.
Well, this is an illegal migrant in New York because of your sanctuary state policies. Do you know what crime he committed?
He's so mad about that apartment. You don't understand what that apartment's like.
I bet you're going to be
amazing.
familiar when I remind you. He found a sleeping woman on the subway, lit her on fire, and burned her alive. This is in Kathy Hochul's New York. And as I'm sure you are aware, and I'll remind you, that
at least
ICE
it's also
issued
in your New
to
York.
detain this violent criminal, but that was rejected by New York officials due to sanctuary state laws. Now, do you know who Raymond Rojas Basilio is?
I just want to say this. These crimes are horrific. Because of your
and I would
sanctuary
say
state policies.
In all of these cases, we would work with ICE to remove
You did
them.
not in this case. They are
If they need
walking
our
on the
assistance.
streets because of your policies and your executive order that you signed 3 times. Now, Raymond Rojas Basilio.
All it means
do you
is
know
that
who that is?
I'm
the
telling you
police
this.
don't support
I will
civil
explain to you the
actions by
policies of New
immigration.
York. We cooperate with. I know you're.
They
just
help
trying
with
to-
criminals.
You do not specifically
Miss-
ICE
What the
was
hell?
told
This is
not
all
to
just a
detain this
boondoggle.
individual, and he burned a woman alive on the New York subways in
was
Kathy Hochul's
horrific.
New York. So I will keep
Why are
on
you
going.
showing a picture
what
of her?
about Raymond Rojas Basilio?
That's
do you know who that is?
exploitive.
I'm going to tell you our overall policy, which will address all this.
I'll tell
We
you
do
who
not-
that is. He is an illegal who molested an 11-year-old in our
They
state.
love to talk
because,
about the
again,
details.
Of your
They're
sanctuary state
using
policies.
children's
This illegal
death
was
and
shielded from
suffering.
federal immigration enforcement and able to commit this heinous crime. And what about Wilson
What is she
Castillo
talking about,
Diaz?
pre-crimes?
Do you know who that
I'm
is?
telling you this. We
She
do
probably does know
cooperate
it, but she
fully
doesn't
with
want to
ICE in
engage
criminal
with the
prosecution.
rhetoric.
Our sanctuary
but I
You're
don't
not
know.
advocating for
regulations
these
I'm not a
victims.
Kathy
only
Hochul
deal
This is
with
a
fan by any
5-year-old who
stretch.
was raped
Civil
on Long
enforcement.
Island in Nassau County. You are not advocating on behalf of these victims. You are shielding illegals.
Why don't you
Even
talk
your
about the
opening
7-year-old
statement,
whose
you
father
prioritize
was
putting illegals
taken from
first.
the car wash
Rapes
on
of young
Sunday
girls,
when he was just
beatings
there
of
with his
NYPD
family
cops by illegals
between
who are
two
here
jobs
under
that he
Kathy Hochul's
works,
failed policies, burning
and
New Yorkers
he
alive.
got profiled
This
by the
is Kathy
police,
Hochul's New York. It's one of the many
and
reasons
then he
why
was
you're
taken
hemorrhaging
away, and now
support
he's in
from
Texas.
hardworking New York
These are
families.
horrific crimes, and
That's
they're
an
hard.
They're
illegal
horrific crimes that are
kidnapping,
committed on
and
your
you
watch.
can
You signed this executive order
view my
on your
video
first day in
or the
office.
video
You signed
from
it again
I think it's
and
I'm not
again
sure which
this
channel it is. I'll
January.
find it.
We deserve a governor
About
who
the
stands
7-year-old
up for law-abiding New
inconsolably
Yorkers,
crying
doesn't
as his
put
father is
illegals
taken
first,
into
but actually
custody
puts
when
New
he has
Yorkers
committed
first. I
zero
appreciate
crimes.
Rather
the
than going
chairman's-
after the viral moment, I suggest you
No,
look
no,
at the
no.
facts.
I'm standing up for New
There,
Yorkers.
do that.
Rather than addressing the illegals in New York, you are prioritizing your
sorry.
far-left sanctuary
I know,
state
this is
policies,
tough.
which
I need
you
to
put
figure
in
that
place
out.
with executive orders. Instead of advocating for
cooperate
victims,
in all
a
those
5-year-old
cases.
who
We
was raped,
cooperate with ICE.
you did not.
Of course she
They were
advocates for
released.
victims, you
Sanctuary
stupid
state
cunt.
policies in New
Cooperate
York
with
State.
law
No
enforcement.
amount of words is going to clean up your
That's
failed
where I'm
record
trying to fix
and these
myself a
horrific
little bit.
crimes committed in sanctuary state that you created. And with that, I
Your
yield back.
representation, the facts,
Gentlelady
absolutely false.
yields back.
Absolutely
Chair
false.
recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's be real. Since the start of the Trump administration, each day has been more nightmarish than the
Stefanik
last.
is a mess.
But in the past few days and weeks, we have seen a significant escalation of Trump's mass deportation agenda. On May 29th, a 9-year-old child and his father were reportedly detained in Torrance, California, and separated from one another by ICE. A 4th grader ripped from the only community he knows and from the arms of his father. We have kids who are afraid to go to school, afraid that ICE will grab them, and their families from school grounds, and afraid their parents will not be there when they get home. Schools are supposed to be safe havens for our children that foster learning and growth. Instead, the Trump administration is deliberately weaponizing them, terrorizing children and families with its immigration policies, and threatening more than 600,000 students, kids with detention and removal. President Trump has called for an end to birthright citizenship, a constitutional right recognized since the end of slavery. He has cut federal contracts that give 2-year-olds representation in immigration court. He has ripped the children who are immigrants and United States citizen from schools, their friends, their neighborhoods, and their homes. There is no other way to spin this. President Trump is waging a cruel and deliberate war against children. Ms. Perriman, do all children residing in the United States have a constitutional right to attend public schools regardless of immigration status?
They do.
Ms. Perriman, how is President Trump going further than past presidents in and authorizing ICE to carry out enforcement
Meowing
activities
star.
in schools, hospitals, and places of worship.
Yes, I mean, this is what brought us to court on behalf of the Baptists and the Quakers and the Sikh communities and other religious communities that are having to challenge this. For more than 30 years, the country had a policy that prevented indiscriminate enforcement activities at what we call sensitive locations. That includes houses of worship, and it includes schools. We saw in the early days of this administration, the Department of Homeland Security rescind that policy and endanger people, all people, not just immigrants, but people who are seeking to engage in communal worship, people who are seeking to go to school, and to be present in other sensitive locations like hospitals.
And even the rumors of that,
Governor
okay,
Walz,
doesn't even actually have to happen
what
to
does it
cause
mean
terror.
for children in Minnesota if ICE comes
Think about
to
it.
their classrooms?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. Minnesota prioritizes education. We're proud of our education system. We're proud that when students come to school, they get a good meal, they have well-qualified teachers, and it's a place where it's safe. It's a safe place where they can learn. We prioritize it because our economy depends on it, and it's the right thing to do. Disruptions at places like school, when ICE is free to operate in Minnesota within the laws, but to disrupt schools, to disrupt and come to those schools, not only the impact to that individual student, but to the entire learning environment in those schools are disrupted by it. And again, we agree with everyone here, those committing crimes is where we need to focus, but being on campuses in elementary schools is not getting at that.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker, when ICE detains and arrests parents as they drop off kids at school, how does this affect educational outcomes?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. Let me begin by saying that, as you may know, under President Trump, ICE showed up in Chicago nearly immediately and began terrorizing our neighborhoods, our schools, and parents. Indeed, many parents felt like they needed to go into hiding, even though their children needed to go to school every day. And so disrupting that environment, frankly, not just for the children, but for the parents and for teachers and the entire school community, it is something that, we believe in Illinois in educating all of our kids, making sure that they get what they need in our public schools. In fact, we've invested significantly in making sure the results have been very good. 8th graders in Illinois rank 2nd in reading in the entire country. 8th graders in Illinois rank 5th in the country in mathematics. And it's because we have a safe environment.
We have to go after the administration.
Tom Homan.
That's who we have to go after.
Dr. Phil.
I'm not interested in the individuals who are under oath and forced to do that right now. I want them to stop and slow down.
To disrupt our education
but I'm focused on this
system,
administration.
Our elementary schools.
Thank you.
The
Gentle
heart
lady's
of
time's
the
expired.
rock.
Chair recognizes the Majority Whip, Mr. Emmer from Minnesota.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. Thank
All
you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back to
acting
Washington, Governor.
Under illegal
I'm
orders.
going to run through a series of facts before I get to my questions, so let's get started. Governor Walz, you signed the Health and Human Services Omnibus Bill into law in May of 2023.
May I sing over you,
That bill
sir?
expanded Minnesota Care to provide free health care to illegal aliens.
Oh,
you signed the
my
Higher Education
God,
Omnibus Bill
Becky.
into law in May of 2023.
Blah, blah,
That
blah,
bill allows
blah, blah,
illegals
blah,
to have their college
blah,
tuition
blah,
paid
blah, blah,
for
blah.
by the state.
Thank you
You signed the
to
driver's
Gal
license for all
Squad
act
for
into law
making
in
all the
March
art.
of 2023, and that bill allows illegals to receive driver's licenses. So, you claim you're not a sanctuary state. You just provide free health care, free college, and driver's licenses to illegal aliens. One reason you're here testifying before us today is because you refuse to cooperate with ICE. While states like Florida and Virginia empower their law enforcement to detain and remove criminal illegal aliens, you, sir, have done just the opposite.
Sir.
Your Attorney General is directing law enforcement to ignore ICE immigration detainers.
Mad.
Do you agree with the Attorney General's guidance?
Yeah, I want to yell, even though I have a...
Well, Congressman, it's good to see you again, and thank you for being here. First, I'd say
love
is my
you,
job as
Tim.
governor of Minnesota is to make Minnesota the best state in the
Do
nation.
you agree with the Attorney General's guidance?
Stop yelling, girl. Everybody
Congressman, what I
can
would say
hear
on this
you.
is that Minnesota follows all law. I
Sir,
would say
it's a very easy question. And
the
again,
guy-
if you're not,
It's
if you claim
hysteria,
you're
I
not
think,
a
at this point,
sanctuary
Meowing
state,
Star.
you just I guess you just claim that you support policies. You're not a sanctuary state, but you support policies that prevent ICE from doing their job.
Congressman,
Isn't that right?
That is incorrect, Congressman. We follow the same laws when
Well,
you were in the Minnesota
sir,
House. The law
sir,
has not changed,
if
sir.
you'll allow me, I've got limited time. Well, that's what you tweeted, by the way, sir.
Oh, nice
on
haircut.
May 23rd, 2018, you tweeted, quote, "I support policies that keep law enforcement from enforcing federal laws," close quote. On May 17th, just this spring, at the
There we go.
University
I
of
think I
Minnesota
got a
Law School's
pretty good
commencement ceremony,
spot
you
for it.
said, quote, "Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo
I know he's
is
a little
scooping
fidgety.
folks up off the streets." When you said the words
Don't be so
modern-day
fidgety.
Gestapo, you were referring to ICE agents.
Yeah, I did
Gestapo,
too.
by the way, sir,
I'll say it
was the
again.
official secret
I'll say it
police
again.
of Hitler's Nazi Germany.
I'll say it again.
So
Yes,
you're
thank you
calling
for
ICE
looking it up.
agents modern-day Nazis. Given
Yeah.
the attacks on ICE agents
Sorry.
that took place in Los Angeles over the
sorry.
weekend,
Nobody
don't
attacked
you
them. They had the
regard
guns,
your
sir.
dangerous, inflammatory rhetoric as a problem?
They shot people in the back, sir.
The questions do you want me to answer first?
So, sir, it saddens me that you refuse to express regret from comparing ICE to Nazis. ICE agents
I don't.
are brave Americans
I'll do
who
it
get
again.
up every morning, leave their families, and put their lives
Prove
in
me
harm's
wrong.
way to protect our country, sir.
Prove me wrong,
You,
bitch. Where's
at
your
the very
nameplate?
least, owe an apology to these dedicated public servants.
Well, go fuck
I
yourself.
will say, sir,
That I'm going to keep
inflammatory
saying,
rhetoric
so
such
you
as
guys can't
yours
make me not
and
say
the
that
other
anymore, okay?
governors on this panel
I'll
is
stop with some of the
responsible
sexual
for putting a
stuff, but you're
target
not
on the
going to make
back
me
of
not say
every
that.
ICE agent who is risking
stop.
their life to protect our communities. Minnesota is all too
Because
familiar, by the way,
boundaries.
with the chaos that ensues when you refuse to work with law enforcement to enforce the law. In May 2020, looting, acts of violence, and arson occurred on your watch in Minneapolis
But
after
I'll
you
slow down
refused
on
to
the
bring
other
in the
stuff.
National Guard.
Sometimes it just
Governor,
comes out. Because
your
I'm looking for
agenda
the
is
meanest
clear.
thing I
Free
can say. You
healthcare,
know what I'm
free
saying?
college and driver's licenses
Sorry.
for
I do
illegals while
apologize.
handcuffing law enforcement when they're trying to protect our citizens and their communities.
Really?
If you think
Because
that's
I
not
feel
a
kind of
sanctuary
terrorized
state,
at this
you
point, and I'm
shouldn't
sure I'm
be
not the only
governor.
one.
By turning Minnesota into a magnet for illegals, you have opened up our communities to dangerous criminals, including known terrorists,
Teresa,
gang members,
if it looks like a
murderers, and
Nazi,
child predators.
and it
You have
acts
sent
like
a
a Nazi,
resounding message
it's a
that if
Nazi.
you're a hardworking, law-abiding citizen of Minnesota, your safety and well-being are
I'm
not
turning
the
you down
priorities
because
of
you're
Tim
just too
Walz and his
much.
administration.
What did you have?
But if
2
you're
Red
coming
Bulls
to our
this
state
morning?
illegally, you're not only
My
welcome
God,
with
throw some
open
vodka
arms,
in those
you're
because you
entitled
need to
free
calm
stuff
the
on
F down,
taxpayers' dime.
sir.
This is
Sir, this is a
absolutely
Wendy's
disgraceful.
drive-through.
Governor Walz,
Do
your
you want
sanctuary
fries
state
with
agenda
that?
has been defined by your utter failure.
Utter,
You have failed to
utter.
enforce the rule of law. You have failed
Do you
to
regret
uphold our
describing
national
ICE
sovereignty.
accurately? There,
And
fixed
most
it for you. I
importantly,
know, yelling
you
guy,
have
right? Like, why are
failed
you
the
yelling?
people
Who are
of
you yelling at?
Minnesota.
You won the
The time
election.
for
What's your
radical
fucking
sanctuary
problem?
state policy, sir, is over. The voters made that clear last November when they elected
No,
President
they didn't.
Trump and Vice
I don't even think he
President
won.
J.D.
So there,
Vance.
I'm going to
You
go
remember
there.
him, don't
Okay.
you? Governor, the time for real leadership and real leadership is now. And with that, sir, actually, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent.
I know, it's a
to
kind of a
introduce
double-edged
into the
sword,
record
Peter,
the
right? I
governor's
don't know.
tweet
We'll
that
see.
I
We'll see how it
referenced
goes.
From May 23rd, 2018,
I'd like to make my
which makes it clear
things a little
his
more
hatred
family-friendly,
for
if
federal
I
law
can.
enforcement. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Yes.
Mr.
Chair
Chairman.
recognizes Mr.
Elon
Mfume.
knows.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I have a unanimous consent request, and I'd like to present both of those to you at the same time.
Proceed.
Okay. I ask unanimous consent that we enter into the record an article from The Hill of
I love Mr.
the
Mafumi.
8th day of June. Latinos for Trump co-founder blast inhumane immigration arrest.
I hear you,
Without
Max.
objection to order.
I hear
Thank
you.
you, sir. And the second one is from the Independent of May the 28th.
I think I
Trump
have
ordered a
PTSD at
critically
looking at election data
ill
after 2020.
4-year-old Mexican girl to leave the country. Experts say she could die in days. I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cristomorte from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Governor Pritzker, when it comes to immigration, you've been clear that Illinois follows the law. I'd like to go into this issue just a little further. First, there's been a lot of misinformation about the Illinois Trust Act. As you know, this is the 2017 law signed by then Republican Governor Bruce Rauner, which requires state agencies to cooperate with ICE when it presents a criminal arrest warrant for an individual, correct?
Congressman, yes, that's correct.
And just to be clear, the Illinois State Police, the Department of Corrections, and other Illinois agencies must cooperate with ICE when they present a criminal arrest warrant, correct?
And do every single time.
This is Illinois law.
Yes,
Donald Trump may not like state law, as we're seeing in California, but what Donald Trump likes is irrelevant. The law is the law. The Wall Street Journal reports that ICE's recent raids in California, including at a Home Depot in the LA area, were organized because the administration was falling way short of its cruel goal of deporting thousands of people per day. Politico said this is, quote, the standoff that Trump wanted. There's another reason why Trump has provoked the current situation in California. He doesn't want to talk about what he calls the big, beautiful bill and what I call the large, lousy law. So let's talk about what Trump doesn't want to discuss. What Trump doesn't want to discuss is that his large, lousy law cuts $625 billion in Medicaid, a program that insures millions of Americans. Governor Walz, in a press release on Medicaid cuts, you said, quote, the victims of these cuts will be families, children, veterans, rural Americans, and pregnant moms. That's what you said, right?
That's correct, Congressman.
And Governor Hochul, in a recent op-ed, you wrote, even if you don't rely on Medicaid, these cuts affect you. Because when millions lose coverage, hospitals and other vital health care institutions lose funding. And that strains the entire system. That's what you wrote, right?
That is correct, sir.
Governor Pritzker, cuts in the large, lousy law are going to leave upwards of 700,000 Illinoisans without health insurance. Isn't that correct?
Yes, people will die.
Trump's large, lousy law adds trillions to the national debt as well, which could force $500 billion in automatic cuts to Medicare, in addition to the cuts in Medicaid that we just referred to. And of course, Medicare is a program that every senior relies on. Let me turn to my final topic. Governor Pritzker, President Trump has called Illinois, quote, a poorly run state. But the truth, of course, is the opposite. Governor, Illinois has had 7 consecutive balanced budgets, right?
That's correct, Congressman.
And our credit rating has been raised 9 times in the last 6 years, correct?
After 21 downgrades under Republican and others.
And it now stands at an A rating, right?
Go Illinois.
In contrast, under President Trump, every credit agency has downgraded America's credit rating below the top level, the first time in history that's happened. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Trump and others claim the federal government props up Illinois. But in reality, we're one of 13 states in the country that actually give more tax revenue to Washington, D.C. than we receive in return. Now, let me turn to some of the reasons why Illinois is a donor state and not a taker state. Illinois has a $1.1 trillion
Let's hear it for
economy.
donor
We
states.
produce the most soybeans in America, and we're the #2 producer of corn, right?
That is correct.
We're the #2 manufacturing state in the country.
We are.
And we're the #2 destination for corporate expansions and relocations, right?
And Chicago is #1.
Thanks to you, we have the world's first quantum and microelectronics park, correct?
That's right.
And we're ranked top in the Midwest for workforce development.
I'm telling you,
correct?
J.B.
Yes, we are.
Pritzker, he's the
And
real
startups.
fucking deal.
That's right.
He's
Illinois
a good dude.
is the heart and soul
he is a
of
good
America,
fucking
Governor.
dude.
It's where the cell phone was
I
invented.
mean, I really
was home to
haven't
the
seen
first
him
McDonald's.
waver from
and
this.
was the home
Hi,
of
Scott.
amazing leaders: Lincoln, Reagan, Obama, Grant, even Superman, and yes, the Pope. And here's a picture of the Pope wearing a Chicago White Sox cap. The next Pope's going to be a Cubs fan.
There you go.
Illinois has terrific jobs, people, and pizza. Some may even say that God is on our side.
He is governor.
I'm proud to be from Peoria.
did I miss
and
what
always
I-
stand up
what
for
you guys were talking
Illinois,
about?
loud and proud. I yield back.
Yes, Max is
Chair
correct.
now recognizes
Hospitals
Mr.
and
Jordan
nursing homes
from
will
Ohio.
close,
Thank you, Mr.
worsening the
Chairman.
rural
Governor Hochul,
health
third
care
paragraph, second
access
sentence in your written
crisis.
testimony, you said New York State cooperates
The
with
Pope.
U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement in criminal cases.
It's Jimmy Jam.
Governor, who's
Wait,
Jesus
what?
Romero Hernandez?
Jimmy, wait, we're going to do the Jimmy Jordan blues.
Thank you. want to reaffirm that we do cooperate in cases where.
That wasn't the question. I just read your statement. I can read your statement.
I
Who
turned
is
you
Jesus
down,
Romero
Jimmy Jordan,
Hernandez?
because I've got a
I don't
song
have
to
the
sing
details
for
on
you.
every
I'll
single
tell you.
person in the state of
I hope
20
everybody's
million
okay
people.
with
Understand, but
that.
this
Sorry
guy's
to
been citizen of
interrupt.
Mexico, deported 7 times, came to your state,
But
assaulted
all
one
he's
of your
going to do
residents with
is
a machete, choked a
use
police officer,
trauma
then when he
trauma
was in
porn
custody, assaulted a corrections officer.
to desecrate
ICE
the
finds out
families
this guy
of
is
people
in
who have
your
lost
state's
loved
custody, and they
ones
send you a detainer. You're
at
familiar with
the
a detainer, right?
as a result
I
of
am.
these crimes that should never have
Notice of
happened.
action, immigration detainer.
But let me go ahead and sing
to
for you.
Tompkins
For
County
those of
Jail
you who
from
may be new
Syracuse
to the
Immigrations and
lounge,
Customs Enforcement.
I have a little
Section 1, they
song
check
that
a
I
couple
wrote,
boxes. The first
or I
one they
write
check
as I
is a
go
final
along
order of removal against the alien has taken
for
place.
Jimmy Jordan.
That means a court
Okay, so
has
thank
said
you.
this guy needs to go. This machete-wielding, cop-choking, corrections officer assaulting guy needs to go. Then they also check another box and they say biometric confirmation of who this individual is, this alien's identity. So they got the right guy. And the court has said
I'm
he needs to
really
go.
bad
Tompkins
and
County
sad about
Jail
the
decided to
news.
do with that detainer order.
I will
I'm
tell you
trying
this, the state of
to make a statement for my guy up
those
in that
descriptions you
house.
have put forth
But
are
I
absolutely chilling and
got the
disturbing,
Jimmy
reprehensible to all of us.
Jordan,
My job is to
not
protect the law of New
chosen
York.
for any role at
I have
all.
responsibility
I will tell you,
for our
since you're not going to
state
answer,
courts,
we
state
cannot
police.
and will not hold Mr. Hernandez.
Jimmy Jordan, I have you turned down to have volume, and I can still hear your nonsense. Hear your nonsense. All the screaming in the world didn't help little Jimmy Jordan. No, it didn't. Not enough screaming to get a roll.
24 minutes later, Thompson County reiterates.
He didn't ask for a pardon. That's how unimportant he was. Jimmy Jordan. So all the acting and screaming and sleeves rolled right up. I don't own a jacket, but hey, what the fuck? I got the Jimmy Jordan
Conflating what the state of New York does is I control
blues.
state police and prisons.
And I don't know what to do.
You disagree with it?
We turn over 1,300 people.
I got those Jimmy
Jordan. State of New York.
Never chosen.
I would say this, if it happened in a state prison, we have already turned over 1,300 people. In fact, I want to say this. There have been times, excuse me.
Jimmy Jordan, and I'm
Excuse me.
rude as fuck.
Well, I'm asking
Because I'm here to tell you I am down on my luck. I got those Jimmy Jordan. Jimmy Jordan blues. Just look at the news. You won't see my name in the news these days because I'm not part of that team. You know what I mean. I got those Jimmy Jordan blues. I'm never one they choose for anything. So I scream. I've got the, I don't know, this, here's this paper. Some right-wing staffer handed me. So I'm gonna pretend to read it, yeah. I got the, I'm the useless Jimmy Jordan blues. I'm not in the news. I've got those, I'm still wearing this weird combination of piss yellow ties and bird poop shirts. I've got the Jimmy Jordan,
that was a horrible situation.
Jimmy Jordan trauma porn.
It is a
Will I make the news?
State of New York, the person should have been held.
Yes or no?
Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy Jordan.
Turned him over. That is a
When are you gonna be held accountable for your bad deeds? You know what I mean. Cause Jimmy Jordan comes with many, many, many bones in his closet. And one of these days, the bones will overflow. That's right. Scream all you want. Jimmy Jordan, your time is up. Your time is up. I'm putting my glasses on now because I got the Jimmy Jordans. I gotta get this in before Jimmy Coma. Not Jimmy Jordan, Jimmy Coma shuts me down, shuts me down, shuts me down, shuts me down. And then I'm going to move my hands and shoulders and point one more time at you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fume, and I'll give you an
I'm
extra minute.
through.
Mr. Chairman, I've got 2 unanimous consent requests that I hope
Thank you
would
very
not
much.
count
Tip your
against my
waitress.
time.
Thank you.
Okay, we won't.
I won't remember that song,
Clock
so
stop.
don't.
I ask
You better
unanimous
clip it
consent
if you
to
liked
submit
it.
for the record an article from Forbes magazine entitled "Trump Team Focuses Deportations on Immigration Numbers, Not on Criminals."
Without objection, so ordered.
And
one
an
of my
article
favorite
from the
songs.
Rolling Stone from the 6th of last month entitled "Trump has now deported multiple U.S. citizen children with cancer."
Without objection to order. That's a good diversity of sources.
It is.
Forbes and Rolling
Forbes,
Stone.
yes.
I like that.
Yeah, don't
All
worry
right.
about
You're-
it, Jimmy Comer.
Proceed.
Thank you
Don't
very
get
much,
your
Mr.
feelings
Chair.
hurt.
A couple of things on the record and then some observations. I don't know that I necessarily have any questions, but I do have some observations and a statement. I think before we let this get out of control, everybody on this side of the aisle is against violence of all forms. Everybody on this side of the aisle finds that to
I see
be
you, Audrey.
unacceptable. We believe that convicted criminals who are incidentally illegally here and have been convicted should have no safe harbor. And we believe that victims of criminals should have our collective prayers and empathy. So this is not about Democrats not having a balance or about Democrats supporting something that is not right. The other thing that I want to say is that I find something eerily chilling about what's going on here. And what's chilling about it is that if I take myself
You and
out
me
of
both.
2025 and roll myself back in time, some of the hatred that I see displayed under the guise of good government just scares the hell out of me. We're not that far away from situations that existed where things like this affected other groups. And I'm not talking about anybody that's a convicted illegal criminal. I'm talking about innocent Americans who live in our neighborhoods, who do the work that we won't do, who abide by the laws, who play by the rules, who love their new country and who cherish their faith. Because if we just roll this clock on the wall back 75 years, we'd be looking at a time in Nazi Germany where people ran around with signs like this new ICE sign that says, "Report all foreign invaders to ICE."
Yes.
With Uncle Sam there holding up the sign. This could have been a Gestapo member 75 years ago. "Report all Jews." 100 years before that, it could be a plantation owner that said, "Report all Negroes and all coloreds and all those who are from Africa because they are disrupting our country." So let's not get it twisted here. We in this country are not pure and pristine. We had runaway slave laws to get the people who ran away from slavery. We had 50 years of black codes where you got fines and you got rewards and you got all sorts of things if you did or did not do something to report black people. After 150 years of slavery and 100 years of segregation and 100 years of Jim Crow after that, you could be arrested for anything in this country not that long ago. I remember when the National Guard was deployed in 1968, and I walked out of my house facing fixed bayonets with men in uniform, not knowing what the hell they were there for, but obeying the chief executive officer of this country. And I know what it's like to face a bayonet and to face a National Guardsman. And I've seen the tension that it brought about and how that group of demonstrations across this country continue to go for days and days and days. And so don't give me something about, there's something about these people because they're immigrants. No, there's something about them because they're people, and like all groups, they've got bad people in them. I could have been arrested 75 years ago for walking into a restaurant, for drinking out of a water fountain, for being accused of looking at a white woman like Emmett Till did in 1955, and he was burned and lynched in this country. When future generations peer through the telescope of time, I hope that they look at us and realize that there are some who chose not to shirk their responsibility, not to run away from the reality and to face it head on. You know, not too long ago, I went to visit a proud lady who this year will celebrate her 149th anniversary. And she stands today, even as we sit in this hour. In her left hand is a great torch. And in her right hand, guess what? She clings the Declaration of Independence close to her breast. And on her head is a crown of spikes. And on her feet, broken shackles, symbolizing freedom from tyranny, the tyranny that so many immigrants faced before coming to this country. And as that plane flew over, I could still hear her cry out through silent, concrete lips, saying, "Send me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses who yearn to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore," she says. "Send those, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. For I left my lamp beside the golden door, that all of you and all of you and all of you might follow." And so we came. Some took the circuitous route, some came for a thrill, and some of us came against our will. But we came and became what we are today as a nation. And we must never lose sight of the things that make us great or the things that take away from our greatness. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Pritzker, do you know how much illegal immigration costs your state each year?
No, sir, I do not.
Costs over $780
I'm only going to keep this
per
portion up
family
because I want to
per
hear
year. That's
what
a lot of money,
Pritzker
isn't it?
gives back to Gil. I apologize
Yes,
because
it is.
Gil is
And
going to be very
May I
offensive.
ask what do you mean by the cost?
That is a lot of money.
The
for
cost of
your
illegal
state.
immigration.
Let me ask you, do you know who Franklin Jose Pena Ramos is?
Are you talking about the
I'll
federal
link
government's
the
cost to the state
original-
of Illinois as a result of the failed
I'm going to clip that speech as well,
It's
but
a yes or no
clean
question.
from all
I'll
the
take that
stuff
as a
on
no.
my
Do you know
screen.
who Jose Martinez Rangel is?
I
No,
don't
sir, I
even
do
know
not.
what to say
You don't.
about what
You
he
should.
just said.
Those are two men who came into this country
That was
illegally, raped and murdered
so beautifully
12-year-old
put.
Jocelyn Nungary in my home
Yeah,
state of
it's
Texas.
it's
Do you
the
think that elected officials should have welcomed them into our
white
communities?
paper. What is that called? What are those generic things that were white
Sir,
boxes? Remember that?
Before they
Anybody
committed a
remember that?
crime? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Is that the great
Do you
value
think that
stuff?
they should have been welcomed into our communities? It's a very straightforward question.
Someone who commits
it's a
murder,
dumb
no.
question.
Someone who commits murder should be
Why
apprehended.
did you state during Biden's border crisis
Oh
that
my
illegal
God.
aliens quote, should have
Biden's
been
not
welcomed
president
and helped by
anymore.
elected officials?
Brandon. Yeah,
When you say
this guy.
illegal
I'm
aliens,
asking
these
you,
are
should
people
these
who are
people have been
given
welcomed and
asylum.
helped
I'm going to
into our
turn them down a little bit.
Who are
That's an
asylum
easy
seekers.
yes or no
Brandon
question.
is married to Dinesh D'Souza's daughter.
It is your position that they
Let me
should
say
have
this
been
again.
welcomed
That
into
man
our
right
communities. Is
there,
that correct?
great value,
Your
Clark
own
Kent.
state. And then they went on
Oh,
and
great
murdered
value is
and
the
raped
Walmart. Okay.
12-year-old Jocelyn
Someone who
Nungary.
commits murder.
Great
should be
value,
held
Patrick
accountable. We
Bateman,
do
as
that in
Max
this
has
And you
coined
think they
him.
should have been welcomed into
This
our
guy's
communities
married to
before they
Dinesh
did?
D'Souza's daughter,
I
Danielle.
don't know how you can tell before somebody
Yeah.
commits a crime
You can
that they are
secure the
going to
Yeah.
border and not let illegal
He is an
aliens come into our
operative from
communities. Do you
operatives
support
and
abolishing
operatives,
ICE?
and
asylum seekers.
he's probably
abolishing
the
ICE?
best little operative they have
No,
so
I
far.
believe we need an immigration force in the United States.
You
In
don't.
fact,
You believe a budget is a moral document. Is that correct?
I do.
You do.
What?
You tweeted that. You gave.
What the hell are you
your
talking
administration
about,
gave
Brandon?
$12,000
Brandon, go have
to
a white claw
organized
and calm the
communities against
F down.
deportations, which just this past month was marching in the streets of Chicago with.
Oh, I
signs
have a
saying
shirt that
"Abolish
says
ICE."
that, sir.
Do you
I wear
support
it a
that?
lot. Actually, I
just-
need to get
Is this
another
a
one. Thank you for the
reflection of your moral
reminder.
values?
Brandon,
Is
you
this a
served a
reflection of your
purpose.
moral
Oh my
values?
God.
I do not support abolishing an immigration force.
That's good to hear. Mr. Governor, do you think that biological men should be able to use women's restrooms?
I'm not sure how this has to do with immigration.
It's
sir.
just a yes or no question.
Why are you
It's very easy to
politicizing
answer.
this?
Do you
I
think
thought
that
we were
men
here
should be using
doing
women's
fact
restrooms?
finding. I'm sorry?
Do you think men should be allowed
no.
in women's restrooms?
Trans women are women.
I'm not sure why
trans women are
this
women.
has come to this issue.
Tweeted
Trans
that as a
women are women.
protest against President Trump.
Trans
Everyone
women
should use
are
the
women.
other gender's bathroom today. Have you ever used the women's restroom?
Trans women are
Not that
women.
I can recall ever, sir.
just-
No.
Trans
you wanted
women are
everybody
women.
else to do it, but you didn't.
I know Brandon likes to be a little show pony. He's
Sir,
got to earn points with the
not sure why we're on
daddy-in-law.
a topic that has
I'm
nothing.
asking you,
Dinesh
you're
D'Souza is
advocating for men to
watching.
use women's restrooms, but you didn't do it.
I do not advocate.
He just needs a
You-
black
well,
smudge
actually,
under.
you
Yeah.
did. You said
Oh no,
everyone
Brandon's
should use the
bad.
other
He's
gender's
bad
bathroom
news.
today.
I can tell you that
Bad
you are
news.
You regret
politicizing
saying
this
this?
in a way that what we ought to be focusing on is
Do you
the
regret
failure of the federal
encouraging men to
government
use women's restrooms?
and the Congress to deal with immigration reform.
Do you regret encouraging
Trans
men
women
to
are
use
women.
women's restrooms?
Trans women are
Again,
women.
you're
I
taking us
apologize.
on
Trans
topics
women
that
are
have
women.
Did you ever
nothing to
consider
do
that
with
Sometimes we
women
have to
don't
hear
want
really
gender
horrible
fluid bathrooms?
things.
So
And I
you're admitting
apologize
that
for
this is
that,
just
but
a
we're going to
political
hold these
No,
people
I'm
accountable
asking
for their
you because you
words.
put
Nothing
this
to do
on-
with
They won't. I will not
immigration,
allow
but
this
really
to be
about
memory
Ukraine.
hold.
I'm asking
Right?
you, have you ever
That's the
considered that
point.
women don't want you in their bathrooms?
Trans
That's
women
a
are
private
women.
space that they don't
Trans
want
women
you
are
or any other
women.
man in.
Congressman,
Trans women
let's talk
are
about your
women.
say that
failure to
normal
vote
Trans women are
people for
women.
Medicaid. In fact, you want to take
Trans women
Medicaid
are
away
women.
Should be in
and
women's
SNAP.
restrooms.
Trans
and
women are
veteran
women.
service
Gender is a
forward
construct.
question.
You apparently want
Gender
people
is
to
a
die
construct.
Men to
in the
use
United
Gender
States
is a
restrooms
construct.
where there could be
Gender is a
underage girls.
construct.
Do you think that's appropriate?
Trans women are women.
Sir, if we're going
Do
to
you think that's
politicize this,
normal?
let's talk about what you're doing to people.
You're
in
not
this
normal,
country
Brandon.
By virtue of your vote.
Let's
Right,
talk
let's
about
move
how
on to
not
this.
normal you are.
Do you support Hamas's agenda?
What?
Sir, I do not. They are a terrorist organization.
Your administration.
He's bringing
gave a
out all the
grant to
greatest hits.
Muslim
Hey,
Civic
kids,
Coalition,
cats, and
which
cool
just
kids.
2 weeks
This
after
is
October
Brandon
7th,
Gill with all the hits.
marching in
That's
the
right.
streets of
I'm going to bring out
Chicago
every
to quote,
fucking
"Stop
talking
the
point because
US-backed
I don't have
genocide
anything of
against Gaza."
substance
Is that
to
a reflection
actually
of your
discuss or
values?
I
confront
have
you with.
spent
That's
my life
right.
fighting anti-Semitism.
No, I'm
spent
asking
my
you,
life.
is this a reflection of your values?
I'm not sure why
Well,
you're attacking
why?
me about
Yeah,
something
why
that
are you
already gave
attacking him
money to this-
personally too?
This organization.
Oh, I think we know who
I'm
pays
explaining
him, but
to
I'm
you
not
that
entirely
what
sure.
we
I think he.
do
Well, he's
in
Dinesh
the state of
D'Souza
Illinois
circle.
is
So
stand up for
Steve
what we
Bannon.
believe are
You didn't have to
rights.
give
I
money
don't know.
to
Oleg
this, to the
Deripaska.
Muslim
I have no
Civic
idea.
Coalition.
People
Unidentified
have
men or
the right to
disappearing
express
women.
themselves.
Exactly,
Stop the
Badger.
US-backed genocide
Oh,
against
bye,
Gaza. That was your
Peter.
choice.
Take
That was
you.
your
Republicans
choice.
See you
try to take away people's right
later.
to
Have a
free
good
speech.
day.
We don't in the state of Illinois. And I
Have a
agree.
good
Got the
rest of
right to
your
free
day.
speech. They don't have the right to tax dollars, and you gave them to them.
What? What are we
You want
talking
to take
about?
those rights away from people. I understand.
What are we talking about?
expired.
What
Chair
are you
recognizes
talking
Ms.
about,
Brown from
Brandon?
Ohio.
Brandon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Trump administration isn't serious about public safety. It's not serious about solving immigration challenges. It's only serious about blatantly violating constitutional rights, stoking fear, and demonizing immigrants for political gain. That's why Trump is weaponizing ICE to recklessly and lawlessly target immigrant communities. And here's the reality.
This is
2
why I
weeks
don't
ago,
attack
I
politicians,
met with
because
community
we
leaders from
have
across my
incredible
district.
voices
Multiple Hispanic faith leaders told
across
me the same
the Congress.
thing. Their congregants, regardless of immigration status, are afraid. Afraid to speak Spanish in public, afraid to attend community events, afraid to go to church. Because ICE under this administration has shown it will harass, detain, and deport even wrongfully. No due process, no oversight, no transparency. And now we're seeing this fear weaponized at scale. Just this week, the president deployed 4,000 National Guard
Teresa?
troops to Los Angeles.
Thank
without
you for
the
that.
consent
Texas. Oh,
or
sorry. I won't
consultation
interrupt her.
of California's governor. So let's be clear. This isn't about border security. This is not about law and order. What it is really about is a reckless power grab. Militarizing American cities doesn't make anyone safer. It escalates and
Yes.
puts everyone
Dangerous.
at risk. So, Governor Pritzker,
I'm sorry. I'll let
as Commander-in-Chief
stop.
of your national National Guard, how concerned are you about this executive overreach?
Just so
Thank you
happy to
very
hear
much,
people
Congresswoman,
put it into
and
words.
Thank you for the remarks that you just made. Our job as governors is to concern ourselves with the public safety of our states. And indeed, One of the very important things that we do is listen to our local law enforcement and listen to the local officials who ask us for help when they need it. We have probably, in my view, forgive me, governors, we have the best state police in the entire country, and we have terrific 13,000 person National Guard.
So true.
We go to our state police for support, and then, if necessary, we will ask the National Guard to step in. And again, only when local law enforcement and our local officials ask us for that help. When the President of the United States goes in over the top to grab our National Guard
It's
for
so much,
domestic
I
security,
think.
for domestic, when there is not, as
Feels
he said
too
in a
much.
memo falsely, a rebellion, that is taking away the rights and obligations of a governor. And it ought to be done in consultation with governors. In fact, the more local you get, the more accurate, I believe, the information is about what's happening on the ground. That's why I speak with local leaders of law enforcement, CPD in Chicago or others, before we take any action with National Guard. The President of the United States fails. Why? Because he wants mayhem in the streets. Why did he call in Marines?
And that's the point. This administration says it's targeting violent criminals, but that's not what's happening. They're going after parents dropping off their kids, workers showing up to their jobs, and asylum seekers navigating the legal system. And let me say this plainly. If you commit a violent crime in this country, you should be prosecuted. If you came here to do harm, this country is not your home. Governor Pritzker, can you set the record straight with which direction is violent crime headed in your state, up or down?
Down significantly.
Thank you. And Governor Pritzker, across
process.
the country, undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crimes than U.S. citizens. Does that hold true in your state?
Immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than people who already live there.
Now, that may come as a surprise to some tuning in today, especially those fed a steady diet of fear. A recent poll found that Fox News viewers are twice as likely to believe the false claim that immigrants commit more crime. It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. So let's stop with the scapegoating and start focusing on real solutions.
Gender is a
So
construct.
quick yes or no's, Governor Pritzker. Did Trump's pardon of the January 6 defendants who violently attacked police officers make Illinois safer?
It did not.
Does blocking common sense gun laws like universal background checks make your state safer?
Absolutely not.
Did DOGE cuts to community violence prevention funding make your state safer?
Much less safe.
Would cutting Medicaid to pay for tax breaks for the wealthy make your state safer?
No.
Cutting SNAP benefits?
No.
Okay, so this is what we are dealing with this current administration, things that are not making our country any safer and are doing harm to the people who need it the most. And with that, Mr. Chairman.
Lady yields back chair, and I recognize Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. To piggyback off my colleague, Governor Pritzker, how much does the state of Illinois spend on illegal immigration every year?
Again, illegal
Okay, but do you?
immigration,
He
that's
doesn't.
a
He doesn't
federal
spend money on
responsibility. They
illegal
can tell
immigration.
How much is wasted as
Oh,
a
I
result
did
of
have
their
her
failures.
turned
Governor,
down. I'm so
don't
sorry
you keep track of
about
how many
that.
people are on your Medicaid rolls?
Oh my
how many
God.
people who are illegal immigrants?
Byron Donalds, you are so rude and distasteful. And your wife is dumb. Your wife is
Governor Pritzker.
wasn't she the founder of Moms for
service dollars in the state of Illinois
Lick My
that goes
Ass?
to illegal
I'm sorry.
immigrants, or
Wait,
goes
what did
to
I used to
people
call
in your
them?
state who are not legal residents
What
of
I
the
used
United
Moms
States
for Liberty,
and of the
Moms
state
for
of
Lick
Illinois.
My
Keep
Ass.
track
I
of
guess
that.
that's what I
We
did say.
absolutely
I'm
keep
sorry,
track
I'm
of
not
our
changing
budget
that one. I
very
don't care what
closely.
anybody
In fact,
says.
it's been balanced for 7 years in a row, unlike the Republican before me. Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I noticed that in the state of Illinois, you guys don't really keep track of your money, because I asked your mayor in Chicago similar question about a month ago, and he didn't answer.
Moms,
It was quite interesting.
Moms for
I think
Three
this might be an
Ways.
Illinois problem.
Right?
Governor Hochul,
Isn't that who he
in your
married?
state,
Didn't he marry
you're
the
spending
founder of that?
roughly
Am I wrong about that? I
$4
could be
billion on
wrong.
illegal
I'm sorry if I'm
immigration.
wrong,
And
but
at the same
I
time,
thought I'm
you are
getting in my head
actually
that I
asking
thought
the
he
federal
married her.
government for $4 billion
Moms for
to
Lick My
finish
Ass.
Penn
It had to be that because it
Don't
just
you think
rolls
it would
off
be
my
better to stop
tongue.
funding illegal immigrants in
So
your
it must
state
be what
and
it
actually
what I
use those
called them.
resources to
I
finish
think.
Penn Station as opposed
Yeah,
to
I'm
giving the
sorry,
federal government
Byron. Hey, I will say, Max, I don't know if you agree with me. I don't know if you agree with me.
Penn Station is owned by Amtrak, not by the state, so it's an appropriate use of their dollars, and Donald Trump has agreed to spend upwards of $7 billion. I appreciated that very much. What we spend on immigrants, the immigrants who are here hardworking to live a life and working on our farms and taking care of our parents in nursing homes and taking care of our children, they have been coming here for 400 years. And we don't keep track of individuals based on their status. We make sure that people have services so we don't end up with an unexpected.
So essentially what you're telling me is that you keep no track of money that is going to people
Oh, Byron, oh, Byron, why are you so dumb? You simp for all the billionaires and they will never. I don't know if he is one. But Byron, oh, Byron, why?
That overwhelmed your city.
Why are you simping for these guys?
I never remember you calling for.
It's on your tape, Byron.
Certainly have. We certainly have.
Max, do you agree with me, though, that on the shoulder pad scale, he's not completely, I think he's the best I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm gonna be generous. I'm not mad about the proportion of his shoulder pads, and I don't know, Max, if you would agree with me. I'm not sure. It might be the way he's sitting or something, but it looks like he's actually got a fairly good shoulder pad to shoulder ratio, right?
Since I was a young staffer here on
Meowing Star. Oh, I can answer this one. No undocumented person had Medicaid. You need documentation to get benefits. There you go. There you go. People give far more than they get, and navigating systems is really challenging. And now people won't go for help because they're afraid of getting picked up by unmarked vans.
When I leave here, I'm going to go home and govern a state.
Ridiculous.
I'm not going to tweet about this experience because I have too much work to do taking care of New Yorkers. And
you're really not doing a good job, Governor Hochul, because a lot of New Yorkers are actually coming into my state, in Florida. Many of them, they come all the time.
Give us the data. Where's the data, bitch? Where's the data?
Citizens.
Where's the data?
Not allow illegal aliens
Give the data.
to victimize
Give me the data.
Citizens like they are victimized in the state of New York, like they are victimized in the state of Illinois, like they are victimized in the state of Minnesota. They choose states like Florida and Texas to find safer places to live and raise their families. Hold on, Governor Hochul. We've had enough time.
Rates are much
Governor
lower
Waltz,
than
you've been
yours.
sitting over there
Much
pretty
lower.
quiet. I got a question for you.
I love to talk. Thank you, Congressman.
Fair enough. You said earlier that the ICE agents under the orders of President Trump are a modern-day Gestapo.
That's it. I said it too. A lot of people
Do you
have said it.
realize
Oh,
how
Jim has a
disgusting
piece.
a phrase
Okay,
that
hold
is,
on.
considering the history of Nazi Germany? Would you like to recant that statement?
No.
What I said, Congressman, and I have a long history of supporting law enforcement, I said President Trump was using them as his modern-day Gestapo, not identifying who you are, coming up in unmarked vans, taking people away and giving...
Is it the responsibility of ICE to actually deport illegal aliens in the United States who are here? Isn't that their responsibility?
Yes, it is, Congressman, except that the Constitution is not an inconvenience. It's not an either-or.
Nobody
You
said
can
an
do your
inconvenience.
job and
You have a
practice-
Yeah, but
responsibility to
you're
deport
violating due
illegal
process.
aliens, and the president
Byron.
is going through that process
Byron.
right now.
Byron.
And let's be very clear, the
Byron.
previous administration,
Byron.
they abused every process there is under
Byron.
border laws to
Byron.
allow more than 10 million people into the
Byron.
country
Byron.
illegally.
Byron.
And this is a burden on all Americans. And so the president is doing his job. So it is sick
It's
to refer to Americans
illegal
who are ICE
without
agents
due
as Gestapo.
process.
Governor, you're wrong. You need
Everybody
to apologize to these
needs
agents.
due
They're doing their jobs. They are
process.
Americans. They serve
That's
this
the way
country
that things
with
should
honor and decency and respect. Do not diminish their work simply because
Due
you tried to make a cheap point that
process.
you could tweet.
I'm talking about due process.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Stansberry from
Everything
New Mexico.
can be a song in my head anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, some interesting theatrics today. Welcome, everyone, to the Oversight reality TV
See, there's
show.
some really
I know
good
Mr.
people in
Trump
Congress.
Loves himself some good TV, and today is not disappointing.
They
and
come
in fact,
prepared.
I want to say welcome to some of the members who've showed up to this committee who I've never seen here before. It's great to have you here in the hearing room with us. Now, before I get started on the topic at hand, I want to take a moment to speak directly to the immigrant community who might be watching and listening today. I want to say to everyone out there who is living in fear, we see you, we love you, we respect you, and we are fighting for you and every community that is being targeted by this administration and this Congress. We also want all of you out there to know that you have rights. You are protected by the law. And you should not have to live in fear and wonder whether or not you're going to be safe if you leave your home or if your family is going to come home at night. We see you. We are fighting for you. You have rights. Now, let's turn to the situation in California, which, of course, much of this hearing has focused on. As someone from a Marine veteran family, let me be clear. Marines are combat troops. They are highly trained, highly disciplined, lethal fighting force combat troops. And they should never, never be deployed against the American people who are exercising their constitutional rights. This is a gross and disgusting abuse of power. A disgusting abuse of power by fake tough guys who think that they can intimidate our communities while taking away their rights.
I'm not doing anything.
And this is from the same man, who dodged the draft and called our military
I don't know what
service
just
members
happened.
suckers and losers. That's your commander-in-chief.
Don't do this.
And
What's
here,
happening?
These folks here and the president want to say they're for our military and our veterans while they're illegally deploying service members, violating state sovereignty, gutting the VA, firing generals and lifelong service members. And you all want to sit in here and play like you're with the military and the American people while Donald Trump is planning to spend $45 million of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars on a fake military parade this Saturday that they can't even fill, that they put a super PAC ad on Craigslist to recruit citizens of the city of Washington, D.C. to go stand in the parade route. Congratulations, it's made for TV. But this is serious because this is an abuse of power. So I want to read a list of grievances: obstructing the administration of justice, refusing to assent to the laws for the public good, sending swarms of officers to harass our people, keeping standing armies without consent of our legislatures, transporting Americans overseas to be tried for pretend offenses. Mr. Chairman, I wonder, do you know where these offenses come from? No? Aw, that's too bad. Because it's actually the Declaration of Independence. That's right. It's the Declaration of Independence. And my colleagues across the aisle might want to bone up on that in the U.S. Constitution before they go attacking our communities, especially as we head into the 4th of July holiday and celebrate our independence from an abusive and mad king. Because here in America, there are no kings, and we reject people who believe they are. And no one is above the law, and we will hold them accountable. But I think it's very clear today, and I think it's been borne out by every witness that we have here.
Sanctuary state
Donald
governors.
Trump is doing is not only an abuse of power, an abuse of the military, an abuse of our citizens, but also, y'all should know this, while you're sitting here creating this made-for-TV moment, that 2/3 of Americans, according to the polling yesterday, are opposed to what Donald Trump is doing with both immigration and the deployment of the military in our communities. It's wrong, it's immoral, it's illegal, and it's a violation of our rights. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Langworthy from New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, yes or no, do you think someone who's committed murder or rape in this country, in that they're here illegally, should have tools at their disposal to avoid deportation?
I may be speeding through some of this.
As the governor, his primary responsibility is to
yes
protect
or
the
no
people of
question.
New York.
It might be
Those
important.
crimes are abhorrent.
I'm sorry, whatever
understand.
response you prepared to give today dwarfs in comparison to your actions as governor.
What?
I would
Well,
like
that
to
sounds like
remind you of someone
feelings.
named Gianfranco Torres Navarro,
Okay,
an
here we
illegal
go.
alien and suspected leader of a violent Peruvian gang.
Wow,
He
this
was
is really
tied to 23
this is really like a Lawrence
murders
Welk
in Peru.
Sunday
He came to this
night,
country
isn't it?
illegally across the southern
You guys have
border.
wandered into
He
the
had
lounge
his victims' faces
somehow.
tattooed on his body, and he was hiding in plain sight in Endicott,
Okay,
New
anyway.
York, for an extended period of time where ICE could not locate him. And why did it take so long to find him?
Why
Because policies like
I
your green light law,
have such
which blocks ICE
feelings,
and U.S. Border Patrol from
feelings
accessing
of
critical DMV databases. In fact, it threatens the badges. It threatens to charge with felonies any officer that shares that DMV data with federal agents. These agents rely on data to be able to know who they're pulling over on the side of the road. They're taking their lives into their hands every time they're trying to keep our streets safe.
These
really sick
feelings
irony here is that your government in New York, my home state, freely shares
my
that
microphone
same
kinda
DMV
went out.
data with the government of Canada at our bridges in you and my hometown.
I have
But it doesn't
such
share that data with your
big
American federal government. Why,
feelings, feelings I can't
Misstating the
get
green light law because we are able to
past
cooperate with federal authorities
until I please him.
anything they want from us related to
This is
investigating a crime.
This is data that's needed in real time to enforce
Sorry, I'm not
the
in great
laws
voice.
on the streets. They can't subpoena these records from your government. I've had these conversations with my county sheriffs all across the state of New York.
Never
State
let
police. They
them
want to work with the federal
go
officials. They want to clean up these messes.
until I
But they
win
can't because they were being threatened by you and our attorney general that they'll take away their badge and end their careers.
Chile.
Countless instances when we cooperated with federal law enforcement.
I'd like to go to Chile.
Your characterization is just
I
incorrect of
want
how
to
we've
be
provided
Share the database in its entirety
door
with
to
Canada,
that
but you don't share it with the federal government. It's beyond belief. I mean, this is denial and excuses, Governor. You know damn well that the New York State Sheriff's Association and State Association of Chiefs of Police have both condemned the green light law. Sheriffs from Erie County, Niagara County, Monroe, Albany, Broome, Dutchess, and Oneida County.
Going to let
Multiple parties
them
represented here, not just
go.
Republicans, have warned
These
that your law ties
feelings
their
so
hands. It puts officers' lives in danger, and it shields criminals from accountability. When you refuse to work with law enforcement, when you refuse to hand over data that can protect communities and save
Nothing
lives, you
more
are actively
than
aiding the illegal alien criminals who have crossed our borders and committed violent crimes. And the consequences are not
trying to
hypothetical. Your bail
create
reform law is the reason that Laken Riley is dead.
Clip
He
for
should have been in jail in New York,
TV.
and he wasn't. He went to Georgia. He fled our state because he should have been in prison. These are tragic and real circumstances. In Buffalo, a Venezuelan illegal immigrant hacked his wife to death with an axe. In Syracuse, an Ecuadorian national strangled a young woman on her birthday
they're on the
and dumped her
fax
body in a park. In Irondequoit, in Monroe County, a Dominican
No,
national
the
slaughtered
one
his
down
an
the
entire family,
hall.
including 2 toddlers, and he set their house on fire. Governor Hochul took an oath to serve the citizens of the state of New York.
I have
You've allowed violent criminals who
valid
came here illegally to hide in plain sight and to
feelings.
avoid
Oh my
federal officials because of your support for the
Please
green light law.
see that my
This is an abomination. This is not keeping New Yorkers safe.
matter
information
so
you're referring to all the time. You're
much.
misstating the laws
Yes,
and its purpose. We cooperate all the time.
Kathy.
As much as I want to believe
That's
the governor,
his
I believe
job
the cops more.
to lie
I believe the
like
cops that I
a
know and I trust
pig.
in our
Oh,
same
wait.
hometown.
Pigs are
that are
smarter
out
than
there in the streets every
him.
single day. Your laws
And
put
his
lives in danger. Your laws
feelings
have led
not
to people being murdered.
real.
My job is to protect the people of New York, and I fight hard every single day. I have
Doing a
done more
very lousy
to
job.
reduce
Well,
crimes.
do
Murder rates are down to historic lows, and we're working hard to
Do
make sure
you,
one crime is
Mr.
one too many. I take
Langworthy?
this very seriously, but we do cooperate when anytime they need help.
Do
with law
you
enforcement.
actually
That is just not what the law enforcement
live
You're just
officials
not
tell me.
anywhere in
facts. I
New
can't
York?
I trust the professionals. You and I aren't police officers. I
Nope.
trust the people out in the field that wear a badge, that are honorable, decent,
balls
hardworking
deep
people.
in
And you have a record of disrespect to law enforcement,
Don't
just like
make
you
me lose that
disrespected
one.
every corrections officer in the state of New York.
Never
You have a lot of gall to
going
come here
to
and criticize
let
the president for
them
using the National Guard
go.
to actually bring law and order
These
to the streets of our country.
feelings
When you sent those same National Guard officers to
real.
become corrections
Will
officers after you
he
destroyed the lives of so many of
ever
the hardworking
stop
corrections
his
officers in the state when you broke their union.
You're absolutely right. There is a distinction.
I'm running out
I
of
have the authority over the National Guard in the
lyrics.
state of New
My
York. The
brain
president
only
is
goes so
usurping the sovereignty of another
far.
state, of the 50 states, when he
How
imposes the National Guard
long
against the will of the governor.
are
Time has
these
expired.
5
Basic
minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous,
I'm
I have a
so.
unanimous consent request.
Proceed.
Oh boy.
First, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record this article.
Thank you.
Counties that provided sanctuary to undocumented immigrants saw falling crime rates,
Send your
steady
donations
fines.
to your
Without
local
objection,
immigrant
so ordered.
assistance
Second,
program.
data
Thank
shows
you.
sanctuary policies make communities safer, healthier, and more prosperous.
Without objection, so ordered.
And third, Trump team focuses deportation on immigration numbers, not criminals.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Garcia from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our governors for being here as well. Thank you all for your service to your states and to our country.
Yeah, you gotta
I want to just be
watch
clear,
those
Donald
fourth
Trump
graders.
clearly and House Republicans are really not serious
Fidgety.
about helping our states and
Fidgety.
our cities. Before I came to Congress, I was a mayor and I worked closely with our police department, incredible men and women that worked really hard to promote policies that actually make the public safer. Now, during that time, our city actually reported some of the lowest murder
I am
rates
definitely not in
history.
great voice these
And I've
days.
been in
That's
close
okay.
touch
though.
with our current police departments, our local sheriff, and local law enforcement. And I want to be clear. Donald Trump is intentionally provoking chaos, hate, and division.
Yes, he
Now,
is.
Trump is trying to
Yes.
intimidate. He's using our military to create fear.
Can
and there's
confirm.
no legal justification for his actions. I strongly believe he's trying to keep American citizens from peacefully making their voices heard. We just had a demonstration in my hometown of Long Beach, California. Over 500 people showed up. There was no vandalism, there were no arrests, and it was peaceful. And I want to thank them. Trump is trying to make it very clear that this is about intimidation. I believe he's fueling violence on our streets because he thinks it's politically helpful to him. And I actually want to remind our committee that when Donald Trump was president in 2020, that's actually when we saw surges in violent crime across the country. They increased under Donald Trump's watch. We should be focused
Gal
on
drops a
actual public
link.
safety threats. But we know
New
that Donald
legal
Trump is taking
brief
federal law enforcement
filed by
away from
Newsom
actually investigating serious
against
crimes
the
and
Trump
cartels. And if you
administration.
ask
Check out her
any
link.
police department, police chief across the country in your states, they will tell you they want their police focused on the issues in their neighborhoods, in the state, traffic violations, speeding, domestic violence. Those are the issues that people want to see addressed. Law enforcement should be focused on those issues, and I know the governors agree. Back in my home district in Downey, California, we've had agents just yesterday
We
grab
just watched
people in
them.
front of churches, their houses of worship. Agents refused to
Downey.
identify themselves and show warrants. An elderly man was dropping off his granddaughter at their local church and was detained in front of the property and the family. That is outrageous and should be disturbing to every single American. And we know that this does actually nothing to protect the public. But this, of course, is Donald Trump's playbook. He doesn't care about the safety of the American people. He fuels hate and fear. It's no coincidence that Donald Trump is fueling chaos. At the same time, he's advancing legislation which the American people know is completely toxic and harmful to this country. We're looking at 16 million people losing health care. It's being debated right now as we speak in the Senate. Nutrition cuts for seniors and veterans, huge tax cuts for the wealthiest and the largest corporations in this country. And while this is being debated, Donald Trump is causing chaos and fear across
Check
our
out the
country.
link below.
I want to ask the governors in the remaining time that we have. It is clear that health care and these impacts of this bill will impact all three of your states greatly. And so I have a brief question. What is the bigger risk to your state? Ripping away health care from millions of people across the country, thousands and thousands in your own states, or the law-abiding, working, undocumented folks in your states? And I'll let you each go ahead and give that answer. We'll start with Governor
thank you,
Pritzker.
Gal.
Thank you very much, Congressman Garcia. There are 770,000 people who stand
We
to
have
lose
smart
their health
friends.
care in the state of Illinois, perhaps even more, depending on how this bill turns out. And I can tell you that there are people who are dependent upon Medicaid and Medicare to survive.
Ooh, and
I
a
am
bulwark
deeply,
online
deeply
looks like there's a
concerned
live
about the deaths that will occur
going,
as a
live
result
thing
of the
going.
cuts. Not to mention that we're taking away SNAP benefits from families that need it most and children.
On X.
Children. Veteran services, people who have PTSD, who need to see their therapist at a certain time, now have to wait much longer periods of time.
Giving
because
me
of the
Dr.
threat
Strangelove.
of this bill. So I'm deeply concerned. DOJ has taken away one of our facilities in the state of Illinois already. It's a huge problem, and that is the threat.
Thank you,
That
Governor,
is the threat.
Governor Walz.
He's real giddy about
Thank
the
you,
Israel.
Congressman. In Minnesota,
shit.
in 2023, we were ranked as the top state for health care, home of the Mayo Clinic. We have more people covered almost than any other state. This bill would take 250,000 people off of health care, make it more difficult, reduce the outcomes we're getting. 40% of those are children receive their care through that way, and over 70% of nursing home patients. It would be catastrophic, and the state has built it up to improve lives of all of our citizens.
Thank you. And finally, Governor Hochul.
Health care is a basic human right, and I'm proud in the state of New York that 95% of people in our state have health care coverage. But these devastating cuts will throw off at least 1.5 million New Yorkers, and not just those individuals, but when hospitals in rural areas have to shut down, the entire community will lose important services. So this will have a ripple effect through our economy and hurt more than just the people who lose their Medicaid. And it is devastating and absolutely unwarranted. And we encourage everyone to stand up, speak up on behalf of their constituents, especially those from the state of New York who represent rural areas. They're counting on you.
Thank you. Governors, I thank you, and I yield.
That was a dig.
Chair now recognizes
Stefanik,
Mr. Biggs
looking at you.
from Arizona. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get a kick out of you sanctuary state county
Hey,
city
thank you for
leaders
that song prompt.
talk
Thank
about
you,
having to deal with the
Andy
border
Biggs or
Cracks me
Gosar
up,
or whichever one you are, because frankly, to
At
me,
least,
you
Governor
all look
Pritzker,
like
you
a
did
bunch
call
of
it a crisis in your
shriveled male
statement. I
parts.
appreciate that.
Look at me. Look at
Ultimately,
me.
as you said in your statement, you
Look
received
at me.
50,000
Okay,
illegal
Andy,
aliens
we're
in
going
Cook
to turn you
County.
down just a little
And
bit.
Governor Hochul stated
Well,
that
maybe
New
I'm going
York
to turn you down a
received about
lot
220,000
because you
illegal
reminded me
aliens.
of
That's
song.
fantastic to know those numbers roughly.
I don't really. Oh, you.
Now I want
Somebody
you to
got a
imagine you're
haircut.
Southern Arizona
Oh, look at
community of
me.
about
Look at
80,000
me.
people.
Oh,
Sitting right on
OTD.
the
I'm
border.
in a gray suit with two
And
big
over the course of
shoulder
the Biden
pads. I
administration,
got my little
a
pin on
couple
my
of
little
million
lapel.
people came
I'm
through
hiding
your
my
little
little
town.
swastika underneath that. And then I got my
And I
my
quote
I
you,
love you,
Governor
boss red tie on.
Illinois didn't ask for
And then
this
I'm not really
crisis.
sure what's going
I'm
on
gonna
with
tell
my
you,
shirt,
neither
but
did
that's
you in
okay.
Arizona.
I don't know where Don the Con is
Its
today.
lone
That's a
hospital,
good question, Butterflies.
Only hospital couldn't handle
All right,
the
but what
influx.
he said is I get
Nor
a
could
kick
its
out of
single
you,
food bank,
and that just reminds
its
me
law
of a song.
enforcement, its schools,
Wait,
and
where's
other
my
services
where's
and
my
infrastructure. Was
That
a
reminds me of
failure
a song.
correct on the
I don't know what
part
the
of the
lyrics
federal
are to that.
government under
I'm not
Joe
even
Biden.
sure that I know
That's all
anything past the chorus, but let's
all
give it a
stop now.
shot, right?
Because it
Wait, what are
didn't
we
take
gonna
any
do?
law.
Wait, here we
It
go.
took
Here we go.
enforcement
Hold
of
on.
the
I know.
current
I don't have as good a. I
Well,
gotta
you know what
figure out
drew a lot
my.
of those
I gotta
people?
get
'Cause
lightning
you may have been
fingers
down there
here.
once. I've
Where's
been
my
down there
lightning
dozens of
fingers?
times. Taking
Oh
more
shit!
people from Congress down there
Fuck.
than anybody else.
Come
here.
on, where is it? What?
And you know what those people told me? They're
I don't
coming here
know.
because
Get
they
out.
do.
They said,
They
leave,
do
old
want.
man. Is that what they told
they
you?
wanted to
Oh,
get to
no, they told you
places,
something
and
else?
They would name
Okay.
Chicago. And they would name
Whatever.
New York to me. And I'd say, why the heck are you
I don't-
crossing here and not crossing at Del
Oh,
Rio?
maybe. Oh, wait. Mr. Rogers has a message
Because
for you,
guys
Mr.
offered
Biggs.
Sanctuary policies.
Mr.
They believed
Biggs
that they would be
stuff.
protected in your jurisdictions.
Who do you think you are,
And now that these
Mr.
millions
Biggs
of illegal
stuff?
aliens are here, permitted to get here by the Democrats and the Biden
Wait, I have a better
administration,
one. God damn it. I'm so
your jurisdictions
fucking not
actually
good
hinder the
at
enforcement
this.
of immigration laws
Oh, here we go.
because of the sanctuary policies you've adopted. And then you have the temerity.
This calls for a little
complain
bit of
about the influx of illegal aliens that
throwback.
strain your social services.
Throw up and throw back.
Well, you did that. That's not even an unintended consequence. That's what it is.
What?
So I'll ask you, Governor Walz.
Greg Abbott deploys over
do you agree with
5,000 National
Minnesota
Guard
Attorney-
troops in the state.
your Attorney General's,
He's at a
opinion
bill
saying
signing
that it's not
ceremony.
lawful for Minnesota counties to hold people for
Our
immigration
free
authorities,
killing California
even if
electric
there is an
vehicles
immigration law.
banned.
Do you agree with his statement? That's his
I'm
statement.
not
It's
laughing.
yours. I
I'm
just wanna know if you
actually
agree with
just
it.
beyond.
Well,
I'm in
I know you know
hysteria
this,
at this
Congressman.
point.
All
I just
87
want that to
Minnesota
be the
counties follow
disclaimer. disclaimer.
law.
I don't know that.
There's nothing funny about any of
I don't know
this.
that. Why would I know that? I'm just going by your attorney general.
You know what you remind me of?
You remind me of someone that talks like that. Elected independently in Minnesota. Nothing in his opinion allows it in Minnesota.
So are you telling me you disagree with him? You disagree with him? I just want you to answer the question. You're not answering the question.
I served here, Congressman, and there's the respect to the witnesses to just be able to speak.
Yeah, there is, and there should be respect, and that respect from the witness should be answer the question.
They have to.
Do you agree with your? Apparently, we don't know because
I'm not the Attorney General of Minnesota.
Do you agree with his memo? And you're killing time because you're filibustering. Do you agree with his memo? Maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know. Let's go to you. A lawsuit was filed against you in the state of Illinois. And you responded, your response to the claim is that Illinois has a, quote, constitutionally protected choice not to assist federal authorities.
Sorry if I'm blowing your ears out. I don't mean to.
What are you referring to?
Congressman, I
Hand
don't
him his
know
balls.
the lawsuit that you're referring to, and I don't know that I was the respondent in that lawsuit. I can say that
This is
I don't have
from the response filed on your
Sorry
behalf.
if
So
it's
you didn't
hard
read
to
the
hear.
response? Well, let me then ask you, if that is the response officially of you, how is that consistent with Arizona versus U.S.? It's not.
It's not.
How is it consistent with 8 U.S.C. 287? Let's just cover the last 8 seconds. When you guys say we do that, you say we do give these people information only on a criminal warrant. Is there any distinction in 8 U.S.C. 1373A, 1324, 1324C that says, yeah, you don't have to give information, you don't have to provide the body, you don't have to respond to the ICE detainer? Is there anything in there that says there's a distinction between the criminal law, the criminal warrant, the criminal detainer, and the civil warrant, civil detainer? The answer is no. I'll answer for you. You do violate the law. You are sanctuary cities. And every one of you sitting there, if you don't know that by now, you should know it walking out of here.
Okay, now I have to excuse myself to go to the bathroom.
Crime every time someone does that. Because you don't have the authority under federal law or under the Constitution to negate even a civil warrant for someone who's violated a federal offense when you get a detainer notice. Yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank
God. All over the country, people are protesting non-violently.
There are some
President Trump's
very
treatment
important
of
links that
immigrants,
Gal
and they
Suburban
are right
dropped
to.
in chat with
And
very
I think it's important that we are clear as leaders about
critical
what's
stories
going on
to
in this
read.
country
So
right now.
I'm.
There is no mass deportation campaign. Deportation is a process that is not being followed right now. What's going on is people are being snatched up in the middle of the streets, trafficked, kidnapped in the middle of the streets, trafficked to other countries without due process. Trump is taking blatantly illegal and inhumane actions to stoke protests and then escalating things from there. Over the weekend, he sent the U.S. troops to California. This is dangerous. First, the California National Guard without the governor's support, and now the Marines. The Marines are trained to fight and win wars, not to de-escalate a protest in the heart of an American city. Members of our armed services have sworn an oath to the Constitution. They didn't swear an oath to Donald Trump, and they're not his personal army. And so in the face of a wannabe dictator,
want that,
we have
Gal.
to have strong opposition.
I absolutely want us to
First,
keep
the Trump
focusing
administration
on
says
what is
they're going to
happening
arrest
to people.
judges. Then they arrested a judge. Then they
I
talk
just
about
also
arresting
wanna
elected
drown out
officials.
the
Then a mayor
fascists
gets
when I can.
arrested. Then they said they'd arrest a member of Congress, and one has been indicted. Democratic member of Congress has been indicted. And now we have Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, who's threatened to arrest the California governor. And I don't think we should take this as an empty threat. Why is Trump now saying he wants to arrest governors? It's because he knows that some of the people who are going to be the greatest opposition to his lawlessness are Democratic governors standing up for their people. And so I'm just curious to hear from our three governors here today, because these things can be put forth as hypotheticals, but they're not hypotheticals. Elected officials are being arrested. This is happening. The DOJ is being weaponized against us. So if federal agents were to come to your door, to the governor's mansion, approach your security staff to arrest you. You have Tom Holman on the news saying, I want to arrest Governor Hochul, Governor Pritzker, Governor Walz. What do you do? What do you say? I'm just curious. Governor Hochul, if you can start.
If Tom Homan comes to Albany to arrest me, I'll say, go for it. You can't intimidate a governor. What is this country coming to when people can threaten us on social media and on cable news and try to stop us from doing our jobs? We're here on the front lines every day, fighting to defend our rights, our values, and the public safety of our residents. And so anything threatening our responsibility is an assault on our democracy, nothing short of that.
Thank you, Congressman. Let me begin by saying I have the highest duty to protect the people of my state. And indeed, if Tom Homan were to come to try to arrest
situation, someone can correct me. I'm so sorry.
Rather, I can say, first of all, that he can try. I can also tell you that I will stand in the way of Tom Homan going after people who don't deserve to be frightened in their communities, who don't deserve to be threatened, terrorized. I would rather that he came and arrested me than do that to the people of my state.
Well, thank you, Congressman. And
we'll go to Pig's Breath after this.
Sitting here
probably.
listening today again, there's many of you in here, I friends on both sides of the aisle that I served here. The job of governor is very different than the job you're doing, but we need you. We need to work together. No one here wants to hear these horrific stories, but we have a job to do on limited resources. And equating that not doing ICE's job means we're not cooperating, we're patrolling our highways. I'm proud that Minnesota's a state third lowest in traffic deaths. If we start doing all the things at ICE, and nothing we do precludes them from doing their job. And so threatening and political.
They're helping them here.
I did not realize, I guess. I watch it. I didn't realize how much animosity there's here. We have a responsibility to the American public to work together. And I think threatening arrests on elected officials, Congressman, it doesn't help any of us. And Governor Pritzker's right. Yep. Our citizens are scared and angry, and it's not necessary. We can fix this with a bipartisan border bill. Help us out.
Thank you, Governor. I want to end by saying former Governor and now Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem just last year said that federalizing the National Guard would be a direct attack on states' rights. And now she's cheering it on. President Trump has consolidated power so much in his own party.
It's almost
there's
like
little to
she's
no,
not real.
pretty much zero opposition left to his lawlessness. We hear it in this room right now. And the last thing I want to say, too, is what's going on right now is not just a distraction from the fact that they want to pass a massive tax break for the richest Americans and take away services and things from working families, but it's to enable it. These aren't two different stories, because the only way you rip away health care from 15 million Americans in this country and not feel like you have to fear for your job or that you're going to be protested every day is by scaring the people and suppressing their First Amendment right. What's going on in Los Angeles and what Donald Trump wants to do around the nation is directly connected to the fact that he's going to take away health care from all of these people, 15 million Americans, to benefit people like him and his donors. And it's shameful. These aren't two different things. It's the same thing. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
no. Oh, no.
Governors.
Oh, no.
I guess thank you for being here today.
Oh, no. Oh,
This was
no. Wait, you know what
staged to
I got
be
for you, Mr.
It was bound to be.
Higgins?
Political conflict.
You know what I got for you.
But
I have it. It's perfect. There's the
pretty
tip.
real with each of you.
I got
know
your
Governor
balls.
Walz pretty good. He and I
Sorry
came to
for
be-
the
came to be,
NSFW.
believe it or not, America, Governor
But you know
Walz and I
what?
came to be
This is who
quite
Lolo
friendly. I
is.
consider him a
So
friend
just
for
you
many
got to
years.
deal with the. There's some 12-year-old humors
It's
swimming around
fascinating that
somewhere
we
in this
disagreed on almost everything
addled
politically.
brain.
I doubt there was a vote we had in common.
But I fixed
Well, I'm
it
pretty
for
sure I can call
you,
Governor Walz
Mr. Higgins.
and get a straight answer.
I think he's drunk. Every time I hear him talk, I
even
think
now,
he's drunk.
At least in private.
I'm pretty sure you're drunk.
But in a setting
Let
like
me
this,
smell your
it's
breath.
difficult to get a straight answer.
Oh, you are a
'Cause
straight answer, but
you're
I'm
being
bummed.
viewed so
I'm just
closely.
Let me see what we
All
got.
of
What
a
do we
sudden.
got? What we can do for him? What
So
do we
I'm
got?
trying
What
to
do we
be
got?
real with you. And
Oh, here we go. He's a
Governor
little bit
Pritzker, I don't know you. Governor Hochul, I
so
don't know you.
happy.
I can tell you that
Droopy dog.
that
Are you a
you strike
droopy
me as
dog
extremely
today?
political,
Are
rather
you
arrogant,
a droopy
quite smug,
dog?
good lady.
Wait, you're an. Oh wait. Oh, here we go.
And
Here we go.
this
Here we
is-
go. I got it,
this
guys.
is a
I got it.
serious
I got it. I got
topic,
it.
man.
Oh.
We have hundreds of thousands of Americans
Okay, wait,
dead
droopy dog, you
from
gotta-
fentanyl that came across our border.
Fentanyl.
It was our nation
Fentanyl.
suffered
I miss
generational
Crazy
trauma
Ivan. Where's Crazy
for
Ivan?
4 years from open border
I miss you.
policies, and we listened and.
We went to a concert
ad
together. It was so
nauseam,
much fun. We had so much
speech after
fun.
speech after speech about how
then
Mayorkas, who
when
struck
I was
me as equally
12,
smug in
People
many
used to
horrific
pull
meetings.
my
And
nose.
we need more money. We need more laws.
I don't know. I
We
couldn't think of
never
anything
needed
that was
more
sticking
money.
out on
We
him.
never needed more laws.
What's
We
the
needed
matter?
an
I'm not
executive branch
hating
that
the
had
suit
will to
combination, but I hate
enforce
the person
the
inside
law
it. Is that wrong?
and
Is
thus
that wrong?
end the trauma
Neil, yay!
that the
Oh,
American
I'm so
people
glad.
were
Oh,
continually suffering at our southern border.
No,
Now, the
he's
impact
he's.
of
Oh
that
wait,
policy
actually, I know who he
remains.
is. Wait.
And
Everybody, hold on. I know who he is.
sanctuary
Don't
cities
stop
are a large
talking.
part of
Actually, I
this
know
thing.
I can't believe myself that I'm saying
And
it.
I don't know the life of.
But I don't know for
you
the
through your
life of
background.
me what is happening right
I don't know if you've
now. I don't know
held the
what's
hand of a
happening.
mother or father
Oh,
had
just
to
stay there.
deliver to them
Don't
the
move.
news
Don't move because here
that
I
their
got it.
child had been killed by a
This
violent
is
criminal.
who we're listening to. Oh man,
Prayed
Nellie,
with
I
that
need your
person,
shoulders
but
to
I
line
have.
up a little better. Oh,
And the victims of
crap.
crime
What? What about him?
commonly have
What about him?
a simple
What about him?
refrain. Why?
What about him? What about him? Walmart,
Why?
Foghorn, Leghorn.
Why
What about
did
him?
this happen to my family?
What about him? What
And
about him? What
I'm
about him,
gonna
Nellie?
ask you,
If you know,
Governor
you know.
Pritzker, and you, Governor Hochul.
I don't know. Oh, okay. Well,
What do you
all
say
right,
to
well,
those
okay. There we
people
go.
when-
There we go. All right, just don't move.
If you ever had
Whatever
the
you are,
courage to
whatever your
speak
name
with
is,
one
Higgins.
in person, in
Oh,
private,
man, that
without
ear.
cameras,
Shit.
and when they ask you why was this?
Yes.
Why was this horrible person invited to Illinois or New York?
Invited?
Why
I
do
feel
your
like Greg
sanctuary
Abbott and
policies
what's his
encourage?
name?
Why did this guy that killed my
Mr.
daughter?
Go-Go Boots down in Florida.
was he in my
I thought they were
state?
the ones who trafficked people to those
Why?
states. Did I miss
Don't
something?
tell me it's limited resources.
Did I miss something?
Representative.
Don't tell me it's limited
Nellie, you have an ear
resources.
growing out of
I'll
your
let
braids,
you know
hon.
when it's
I don't know
time
what's
for you
going
to
on, but
answer the question.
you
ma'am.
have a much longer neck than this guy. Let's
Don't
put it
tell me
that
it's
way,
limited
'cause
resources
the
because
proportions
we're
are
talking
all
about
off.
the resource of righteousness and goodness.
Oh,
and God
praise
controls
Lord.
the bank.
I mean, the little baby
righteousness and
Jesus. You
goodness.
know, the white
There's
one.
no limit to that
That's the one
withdrawal.
I want. I love that little baby Jesus.
Governor Pritzker,
Well,
what
Governor
do you tell
Pritzker.
a family when they ask you why?
No, we call them hickbillies.
Why
Like I
was
come from
this
hillbilly
murderer in my state
people,
that
so
came
I
here
call them
across
hickbillies, which
the
is the
border
mean
illegally
version
and was encouraged
of a
to come
hillbilly
to my
because
state
I have mad
by
respect
your
for everyone
policies.
in this
Go.
country. I don't really care where
You
you
said
come from as
invited
long as
or
you're not a white
encouraged.
supremacist or a fucking
50,000
asshole.
people
Invited
were
and encouraged
Otherwise,
by
I don't really
sanctuary
care what you
shipped
do.
to my
Yes,
state
yes,
Just
yes.
don't hurt
by a
anyone.
Don't
border
beat around
state
the
governor.
bush.
No, don't
Own it.
beat around the
Not
bush.
beat
I
around.
need you
I'm
to.
telling you, 50,000 people were shipped to my state by a
Would you ship them
Republican
back?
border state governor.
50,000 is a smidgen. We have 15
Smidgen. Wait,
million
smidgen.
across the
Smidgen.
border.
I understand.
I'm glad they brought
Smidgen?
some to
And
your state.
I have,
Smidgen.
and
You
I
need to
have
taste
been
it.
clear
Your sanctuary
about
policies encourage
favoring border
Governor
security. There was a
I'll
bill
give you the
last
last
year
couple
on
of
that
seconds.
He's
very
so mean.
subject, sir.
On the
Governor
question of
Hochul.
what
And
I'd
you
say to
opposed
that
it.
family, I would say my heart is breaking for you. I'm a mother. When you describe the pain of a family like that, I've been there. I have held victims' families in my
That's a
arms.
good start.
And I'll tell you
Mr.
this,
Chairman,
you appear
my
to be a
time has
religious
expired. I
person,
yield.
but we are called.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes
Yeah,
Ms.
he
Lee
is.
from
He's
Pennsylvania.
just a waste of energy.
I recognize ranking member for unanimous.
I'm here to
consent.
be
couple of things. One, I want to raise a point of order.
I'm here to be useless.
It is against the rules to attack or to breach the decorum with respect to our witnesses. You can't.
Well, the ranking member has
look
a different
like this,
definition
or you
of
look
attack
like
than I
that.
do.
You
That's
look
for
like
sure.
this. You cannot criticize the countenance of a witness when they come before the committee. You can raise issues, no question, but you cannot personally attack a witness. That is not within the rules. That is not in accordance with decorum here. And I would raise that same concern if
Did the ranking
if one of
member
our
not call
members
us
was attacking
Nazis?
me.
All right.
Secondly,
Proceed with unanimous consent.
secondly,
Yeah, but
unanimous
that's different
consent. I
because
have
you actually
asking
are
unan-
Nazis.
Unanimous consent to submit
Sorry.
a document entitled "Trump Wants to Cut Funding to Sanctuary Cities and Towns, but They Don't Actually Violate the Federal Law."
Without objection to order, Chair now recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Needs to be
Thanks, Mr.
addressed
Chair.
and
It's always
re-
funny
and
the lack of
reformed.
decorum that we get, and people we do drop the gentleman act here oftentimes when attacking women who aren't able to defend themselves with equal time. But that's kind of the theme here, right? Attacking Americans or people who are not able to defend themselves, or at least who Republicans hope can't defend themselves. And that's what we're seeing essentially in Los Angeles. So I would say that this hearing is quite timely. What's happening with ICE and the military in Los Angeles is terrifying, and is directly caused by Trump's policies and his cruelty. It was Trump's overzealous ICE agents who started this specific incident. And now they want us to get bogged down in arguing over the right types of protest or the right
It's just
types
true.
of way or the right way to defend yourself, the mythical perfect type, so that we could ignore that Trump is the one who is escalating all of this. Trump is the one who ordered in thousands of National Guardsmen over the objection of Governor Newsom, something that hasn't been done since 1965. Trump is the one deploying Marines not on an enemy abroad,
Hello,
but on the
darling
American
Lauren. How
people
are
who
ya?
are exercising their First Amendment right in this instance. The only opportunity that they have to defend themselves against lawless lawmakers who are imposing cruelty upon them. For a party of so-called law and order folks, they sure are stampeding over people's constitutional rights and intentionally inciting more chaos, more fear, more anxiety, and increasing the likelihood
be a
that
hard
people
hearing,
will get
Lauren.
hurt.
There's
In the
some
end, what's happening in Los
real
Angeles
assholes
is
in the
just one
hearing.
of many incidents where Trump and his administration have not given a single damn about people's safety. For one, the ICE and DHS agents that are arresting people and raiding places often don't even have any kind of uniform or identifying badge. They're masked, and they're in unmarked cars. Ms. Perryman, just briefly, why is it so dangerous to have masked, plainclothes ICE agents arresting people?
So I'll just thank you, Congresswoman, for your question. I'll go back to what I said before, that we know our Constitution recognizes and our country recognizes the importance of trust between local law enforcement, the federal government, and governors. And what we're seeing here is a breach of trust. It's an escalation, and it's dangerous for the American people.
Trump said he was only going to go after undocumented criminals, but that's clearly not the case. Whether through incompetence or straight up racial profiling, ICE and DHS agents are wrongfully arresting U.S. citizens. We've talked about it today, and catching these mistakes often happens too late, after an American citizen has already been illegally thrown into another country, and Trump's administration is doing nothing to get them back. These agents are also going into previously protected spaces, as we've discussed, like churches and schools and hospitals. DHS agents tried to get into an elementary school by lying that they had the permission from the parents. That is a cartoonish level of evil. ICE also arrested a Massachusetts high school senior, Marcelo Gomez da Silva, on his way to volleyball practice. Governor Walz, you're a former teacher and coach. Do you think these kinds of actions create instability for students? And do you worry about increasing anxiety of kids coming to school?
Well, thank you, Congressman. I certainly do. Creating that safe environment where our kids can come and the expectation is to learn, they certainly do. Once again, there's no reason to use these enforcement actions at those locations when there are other tools. And I think, again, this false equivalency that we do not want violent criminals to be arrested, detained, and go through due process, we do, but hugely detrimental to the educational system, hugely detrimental to a system that is dependent on trust and the goodwill of everyone in that school system. So yeah, it is detrimental.
Thank you, Governor Walz. These same kids getting arrested are often being separated from their families. They are scared. They're alone. An attorney is one of the few resources they had access to that is now being taken away as well. The Trump administration has canceled contracts with legal groups that represent those undocumented children in immigration court. This is going to force thousands of kids as young as 2 years old to represent themselves very quickly as we're running out of time. Ms. Perryman, how's a 2-year-old supposed to represent themselves in court?
A 2-year-old can't represent itself in court, him or herself in court. And I'll just say that we are in court every single day seeking to try to ensure that people have access to legal representation, which of course this administration is really seeking to curtail. They're seeking to ignore due process rights.
I was going to say, would you say that it
person-
is due process if a 2-year-old is left to represent themselves?
Absolutely. It's a flagrant violation of our Constitution. It's also something that shocks the conscience.
We'll leave it there. Thank you. I yield back.
The witnesses have requested a 15-minute bathroom break, but before we do that, I'm going to go to Dr. Fox for 5 minutes of questions. After Dr. Fox, we'll take a 15-minute
it's real
break
funny
for the
because I
witnesses,
don't think I'm going
and then
to.
we'll
I'm
start back
losing
with
some
Mr.
internet
Kassar.
here,
So
but
Chair
we'll wait for
recognizes Dr.
Lynch.
Fox from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Wait.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Governor Walz, as you're aware, Minnesota saw
might
the
be cutting
largest
her off.
COVID-19 fraud scheme in the nation.
Oh, excellent,
the
gal.
So-called
Perfect.
nonprofit Feeding Our Future.
Well done. I'm going to find
falsely
Mpume
claimed
too
to have
because he
served
was the
91
absolutely
million meals to children.
perfect.
For which it received nearly $250
All right, here we
million
go.
in federal funds.
Miss Fox.
According to the
Ms.
FBI,
Fox.
the
Miss
$250
Fox,
million
I'm so
in federal
sorry.
taxpayer
Oh,
money
I'm so sorry,
was,
Miss
quote,
Fox.
funneled into luxury homes,
wait,
cars,
ma'am,
and lavish
ma'am,
lifestyles while
ma'am,
families
this isn't
struggled.
Marie
In
Callender's.
March, 2 individuals
Ma'am,
were convicted in connection
ma'am,
with this case.
ma'am.
Seats, and then we'll
Sorry.
recognize the next questioner.
What's the matter, Jimmy? Brain fart?
Thank you all. Chair now recognizes Mr. Kassar from Texas for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, governors. Republicans have dragged you in today for questioning because they say your immigration policies are dangerous for American citizens. So I want to ask each of you some questions about recent events affecting U.S. citizens. Governor Pritzker, was it your administration or was it the Trump administration that arrested a 10-year-old U.S. citizen recovering from brain cancer and sent her to Mexico?
It was the Trump administration, sir.
Correct. That was the Trump administration. Governor Walz, was it your administration or was it the Trump administration that jailed an American for days, alleging he was in the country illegally, despite him being a U.S. citizen?
I believe that was the Trump administration.
That's correct. That was the Trump administration. Governor Hochul, was it your administration or was it the Trump administration that arrested a
They really
totally
called the
innocent
wrong governors.
U.S. citizen,
Right?
pregnant woman who wound up in the hospital after her detention?
Those horrific situations are all the results of the Trump administration's over-enforcement of our laws.
That was just this week, and that's correct.
That's
that
right.
was the Trump administration. Let me be clear. Democratic governors who are trying to protect the rights of all of us are not the real danger that we face. Donald Trump's reckless immigration policies are what is putting us at risk, U.S. citizens included. Trump and his puppets here in Congress put out a constant stream of lies about immigration. So let me summarize what is really going on here. Trump has ordered law enforcement agencies to focus not on violent criminals, but on indiscriminately rounding up as many people as possible. Trump is targeting people going to work at Home Depot and 7-Eleven, ignoring gangs. Trump is targeting people trying to follow the rules and go to a court hearing, ignoring those who commit real violence. And then there's the kids. Imagine just for a moment that they're your kids. Law enforcement raids at our schools. Kids with their hands zip-tied behind their backs. Multiple U.S. citizen children with cancer deported to foreign countries, separated from their treatment, their care, and their doctors. This is not just about immigrant families. Donald Trump is undermining the rights that protect all of us, no matter who we are and where we come from. People are being arrested without ever having been accused of a crime, held for days without contact with their families or their lawyers, people being deported in violation of judicial orders. Trump also is going after anyone who dares try to put up guardrails against this, arresting judges, arresting mayors, arresting members of Congress and union leaders. This is not law. This is not order. This is chaos, and it's dangerous for all of us. Around the country right now, people are peacefully protesting to show the world the awful things the Trump administration is doing, tearing families and communities apart, ignoring the rule of law, making us all less safe. And please know, if you're one of those peaceful demonstrators, I hear you. I see you. I have your back. So many of you are suffering because someone you love is terrified or has been unjustly taken away from you by this administration. But Donald Trump does not want people to hear your message. That's why he's taken National Guard troops and the Marines away from their jobs and has sent them to Los Angeles, breaking all the rules about how protests like this are handled. Trump and Governor Abbott have even sent troops to my district in downtown San Antonio, a place that has been perfectly orderly and peaceful. Because, as always, we know Donald Trump is trying to stoke up chaos and division, and he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. He wants to start a fire, pour gasoline on it, and blame somebody else for the flames. So if you're watching at home and you see images of disorder or chaos in the coming days, remember this: it's Donald Trump's fire. It's him who lit the fire, and he does not care if the rest of us get burned. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Welch, would you say that one of the most important things
Sir,
any
you seem
governor,
very
quite
loud.
frankly, any elected official
really loud.
can do is to keep their
Why are you
citizens and
yelling?
constituents safe?
Why are you yelling? We're going to turn you
Great,
down
I would
a little
agree.
bit.
And I ask this because when I was reading your
Who are
bio that
you?
you provided,
What's the matter?
nowhere did you mention the safety and security of Minnesotans
it's not
or fighting
Jimmy
crime
Fallon.
or supporting
That's
law
who it
enforcement,
is.
or for that matter, the rule
Not
of
Jimmy
law. So I wanna
Fallon.
take you
Not
back
good.
to 2020.
Not.
You were the governor of
He's just
Minnesota.
kind
There
of
were summer
the
protests.
Okay,
You referred to them
remember-
as peaceful demonstrations. In
guys.
hindsight, would you still
Guys, do
still
you
stand by that?
remember?
Were they mostly peaceful?
Do you remember if
Congressman,
you've seen
after the
if you've
murder of
ever
George
seen like
Floyd on the
Invasion
streets,
of the Body
thousands
Snatchers?
gathered in the streets where there are those that
But Governor, were they mostly peaceful
I'm
protests?
sorry, I'll listen.
the vast majority certainly
They
were.
weren't.
Those that weren't,
So why would you have to call out the National Guard for mostly peaceful protests?
they weren't all peaceful protests.
Okay, so they weren't, all right, mostly. So, Governor, the total damage in dollars, what was that in Minnesota?
Gotta sneak a
for the
word
peaceful
in and
protests?
lie
I
a
don't
little
have
bit.
that in
All right, according to the insurance industry in Minnesota, they put the number between 1 and 2 billion, and your own state senate put the price tag at 500 million. So if that's a peaceful protest in Minnesota, I shudder to think what a violent one would cost.
Congressman,
Governor,
I did not
I'd
call
like
it
to
a
keep
peaceful
things
protest.
simple.
I did not call it that. We had folks who were there,
Okay.
and they're in prison.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
I'd like
hi.
to keep
Hi.
things simple as
Welcome
far as
to
when we talk about federal detainers.
media
and I've talked
literacy,
to several
Mr. Not
federal law
Jimmy
enforcement
Fallon.
officials about this. So a detainer is issued when someone's already in custody and confined, jail, prison, court. It's not somebody just plucked off the street randomly, and there's
Wait,
really
what?
3 conditions, and it's and/or probable cause that a foreign national is subject to removal from this country, final deportation order has been issued, or it's a foreign national that's been convicted of a crime and is about to be released. So sanctuary states won't cooperate with federal law enforcement. In Minnesota, do you cooperate sometimes, never, or all the time?
Oh my
We
God,
follow
is it a
federal law in
Cosmo
all
quiz?
87 counties and all the jurisdictions.
Is it a
Some of
Cosmo
them
quiz? I
do
love
honor
these.
detainer
Some,
requests.
some
I
do
love
and some
these.
don't.
That's correct.
Okay.
I
Counties
love
have
these.
the
Okay, wait, I'm
ability.
ready. I'm ready.
So, Governor,
Okay,
would
good,
you commit
good.
here and
Cosmo
now?
quiz? I'm in.
And this is really simple. I think it's
I do.
commonsensical
I
to
nailed
compel
these.
state and locals
Hold
in
on.
Minnesota to
Wait a
cooperate
minute.
with all federal detainers issued by federal law
Detainers?
enforcement.
Wait, what?
When it
What does that
involves a
mean? What does that
foreign
mean?
national that's been convicted of a felony, and I'm talking about kidnappers, rapists,
I
child
want to
molesters,
tell.
murderers,
I want to say
predators,
all the
parasites,
words.
scumbags.
Yeah, real
Convicted
scumbag.
all those
of a
instances.
felony being held by my state corrections, every time we call.
Every single time
Yeah.
you're going to do that.
Every time
They-
we
he
call them,
does
come
it.
pick it up. What I would ask you to commit to is, are you going to fund ICE's, what they don't pay us, on detainers?
Well, listen, on detainers and an ICE, I don't call them the Gestapo. And this is my definition
Well,
of Gestapo, Governor.
and there- so
Real Nazis
there.
from 1933 to 1945 that facilitated and participated in the murder of millions. I don't call federal law enforcement officers Gestapo. You were recently quoted. Where's the apology?
Donald Trump.
Oh, no, Donald Trump didn't. Listen, Donald Trump's not
Donald
here.
Trump.
You are, Governor.
Yeah.
You're a big boy. Put your big boy
I would
pants on.
ask, don't wear masks. Identify who you are. Don't
Yes.
pull up and
Governor, you called them
Thank you.
Gestapo. Will you apologize for that?
No.
Don't pull people.
Will you apologize
They're the
for that?
Gestapo.
Congressman,
No.
my job. I'm a history.
Okay, so you won't. Okay,
I
we're going to
used
move
a
on. No,
historical
No,
reference.
you're
Chairman,
right.
I
He won't. He
reclaim my
doesn't
time.
have to.
We
He
won't
doesn't have
answer
to
the
bow
question.
to your stupid morality
I think that's
test.
hyperbolic demagoguery.
you.
I mean, you said that.
You know what? I
in
think
a
you're
speech, maybe you
hyperbolic
got a little carried
demagoguery,
away. I
so
don't know if you
there.
apologize for that too. That you were, quote, going to kick Republicans' asses.
Yeah, I'm
I mean,
gonna.
I didn't say that. You said it. And that's dangerous rhetoric.
Yeah,
especially when you
dangerous.
use
You know, not
Gestapo.
like
That's
all this
lazy,
other
too,
stuff.
And it's terribly inaccurate. The
I
fact of the
can't. My
matter
brain's
is,
like done.
again, time and again, you've excused
Hey,
violence.
there you go.
And you use
Well, there you
dangerous,
go.
irresponsible
Well, there you
rhetoric.
go.
And you can choose
That's
between
the.
being
I
on the
know.
side
I
of
know.
law
Hold.
enforcement
I'm
or
holding
the side
Trump's
of vicious criminals.
balls
And
in
you've
my
chosen
hands.
the latter time and again. I don't know why. Maybe it's because you want to
I'm gonna
impress
slap it.
your
Okay, I'm
limousine
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
liberal
sorry.
friends
I'm not
when
supposed to
you're
do
eating
that. Okay.
cheese.
Anyway, stop
you're getting
acting
your,
like Gestapo,
coffee
and the
every morning at the
comparisons
hemp
will
store.
wane.
I don't know, but I think it's ignorant and I think it's culpable and I think it's disgusting. And I can see why the American people on November 5th made it a very bad night for you and a very great night for our future. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Crockett here.
Yes, the Gestapo had to kidnap the people
Then,
before they
Chair recognizes
disappeared
Mr.
them.
Bell
That's
from
correct.
Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm
our
sorry. A
witnesses
thing's a
for
thing.
being
If a
here
thing is a
today.
thing, it's a thing.
I think that it's important for
welcome to
leaders
the world.
to be honest and understand the nuance of issues. And as my grandmother used to say, all the easy problems have already been solved. We're left with the tough ones. And so it's important to our constituents that we're explaining the nuance in these issues. And this hearing is yet another attempt at dismantling the system of power and the rule of law in America. The administration's threats to withhold funding and resources from states to coerce them to adhere to federal immigration law is unconstitutional, period. The deployment of federal troops without authorization is unconstitutional, period. Masked, unidentified ICE agents snatching people off the streets is unconstitutional, period. And since my colleague brought this up, Governor Walz, I'm a former prosecutor. Is it good precedence to allow masked men to show up and take people off the streets, not even identifying themselves?
No, and it also puts law enforcement at risk.
Absolutely, and there's this criminal element who might say, we can kidnap people, we can rob people, come with masks, identify ourselves as ICE, and someone may not know what they can do. Is
It's
that correct?
happened, right?
If I'm not
We've all seen
mistaken,
those
I
stories.
thought yesterday I saw that very thing happened. Someone identified themselves as ICE and committed a crime. Yes, look, you wear the badge for a reason. You wear the name for a reason, and you make sure that you're coordinated with those other law enforcement agencies that are there. It's a dangerous situation for everyone.
Absolutely, and so governors, quickly as it relates to criminal trends in your state, are illegal immigrants more or less likely to commit serious violent crimes?
Spot you.
It's clear that immigrants commit crime at a lower rate than the rest of our population.
Studies suggest that illegal immigrants were about half as likely as U.S. citizens to commit an offense serious enough to result in incarceration. And it seems to me that we're redirecting critical resources from communities to address immigration when statistically immigrants commit less serious crimes. And this misalignment risks undermining community stability by deprioritizing other high public safety concerns, which you all have to deal with. And so I'd like to ask quickly, too, Ms. Perryman, are you familiar, and I'm not sure if you are because this was out of the State House in Missouri, are you familiar with the Second Amendment Preservation Act?
Is that the act, Congressman, where the State House in Missouri sought to pass a law that it would not cooperate with federal law enforcement?
Particularly with gun cases, yes, ma'am. And so I'm a little confused, and I'd love for my Republican colleagues to clear this confusion up. On one hand, when it involves immigration, they're saying that that states like yourselves should do the job for them, reallocate resources from places that you're doing tremendous work in to do the federal government's job. But when it comes to gun violence, Missouri passed a law forbidding police, local police, from cooperating with federal law enforcement. And so I got to ask, in your respective communities, is gun violence a problem? Governor Hochul.
Any incidence of violence is a problem for us, but I'm proud that after investing nearly $3 billion in law enforcement since I've been governor, our crime rates are trending downward, particularly violent crimes. And a place like New York City
hello, Sammy.
had the lowest crime rate in May in history.
And I'm going to reclaim just because I'm short on time, but
Lowest
gun
murder
violence
rate.
is a concern. Would that be safe to say?
Yes.
It
Governors?
It is absolutely a concern,
And,
yes.
and so if when local law enforcement and federal law enforcement work together to curb gun violence, which protects all of us and all of our families, I don't hear Republicans complaining about the fact that local law enforcement is literally barred, until the Supreme Court overturned this, barred from working with federal officials. And I think it's just about hypocrisy to suggest in this situation that you should be forced to take the finite resources that you have to do the federal government's job. That's my time. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very
Not
much.
the Jeff one.
To
This
our
Sam.
friends, Mr. Waltz, welcome back.
That's Sammy.
The opportunity that we
Samwise
have today to
Gamgee's,
talk about this brings up a lot of
John
issues.
Waters.
I think we all understand and we know this. There are over
Stripes.
600,000
No.
migrant children that cross the border
I don't know.
without
Can't remember.
supervision
Now I forget.
from 2020 forward.
Gus is sleeping somewhere.
600,000 children. We're sitting here arguing
600,000 miles
about a
on
lot of
Russian
things.
Sessions.
But during
He
the
looks
Biden
like Jeff Sessions.
administration,
Are we sure? Is
they
he
took
related?
no
Like,
steps.
for reals, is he
None.
related? None.
To
Not a
affect,
one.
and this is from an
Oh, it's
IG
a nice
report.
pumpkin tie,
They
though. I'll
did
give
not-
him
they
that,
were
but he's still a
unprepared.
fascist.
They did not know what they were doing. They
Your
let
mink
people
stole was
come
moving
across.
around.
They didn't
Sammy
check. They
Bammy.
just took
Now he's
people's word
toastering.
for it, and we still have these.
If you have a cat
of
or
those
seen a cat toaster, that's what we call it when they, like,
233 migrant children
sphinx
were
it up.
never even given dates to.
All
appear in
Sessions are
immigration
related.
court. No dates by the Biden administration. Here, come on in. Here you
Come
go.
on down to Pound Town. Come on down. Come on
Are
down.
participatory for
Come on down to
bringing
Pound
people
Town. Come
because
on
of
down.
Your words
Come
of
on
New York is open,
down.
Illinois is open for business. We want you to
Come
come.
on
We
down
want
to
you
Pound
to be
Town.
here.
Come on down.
And terrible
Come
things have
on
happened in our
down.
country as a result of
Come
a false
on down
promise.
to Pound Town.
I know you're perfectly
Come
willing
on
to pay
down.
millions of
Come
dollars
on
to
down.
people out of your own
Funniest and smartest
coffers.
chat on
But
the
bottom
internet.
line is they
Fight
came
me.
through
I mean, don't
Texas
fight
and
me
other
because I'm very
areas.
fragile.
And it caused a great deal of carnage and harm. And these migrants are in trouble.
My
They're in trouble.
milkshake brings all the
entire
chuds to the yard,
pathway
and their
to be
life
taken
really
advantage
sucks.
of, and to cause harm, not
As
just
far as
to
I can tell.
themselves,
I mean,
but
I
other
don't see them
people.
anymore, but
I
as
would
far as I can
submit
tell.
to you, all three of you have encouraged people to
woke up this morning and I
the
picked a pumpkin
numbers are
tie. I picked a pumpkin
stunning
tie. I
about the
picked a pumpkin
numbers of not
tie. I
just
woke up
people
this
that
morning
got
and I picked a
caught,
pumpkin tie.
but those people
I woke
that
up
came
this
here
morning
who have criminal
and I
records,
picked
criminal
a
records,
pumpkin
and they appear on
tie.
terrorist watch lists.
What?
And I would ask each of you,
Oh, the
are you
tragedy.
aware that when
Wait, what
you
do we
put
got
your
here? Do I have any
Open
sound?
Come to America sign, come to the state of Minnesota, come to Illinois, come to New York, are you aware that you
No, sir, it's no mistake. Marijuana.
background check where there would be people who would openly hear this who were criminals and terrorists, and they evaded this process and overwhelmed law enforcement? You created a gold rush. You
Here we go.
created a rush whereby
Warning.
people came,
Yep.
and the
Warning.
entire pathway is littered
Warning.
with not only
I'm not making it up. It's a
brand new
warning.
areas and
Warning.
it's
Bullshit.
a number of
Bullshit
communities
cavalcade.
that now
Cavalcade of
participate
BS.
under
Warning.
282
Coming at
has
ya.
exploded, and that is because
Warning.
it is the cartel drug cartel's plan to have someone in every
Let's see what else we have.
single
Hold on.
city around America. In Texas, it used to be Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, maybe Fort Worth and El Paso.
There you go.
The
That's for
congressional
you,
district that I
Mr. Whichever
represent,
Sessions
they
you
brought
are.
their marketing team with them because there
Oh,
are people
Orrin, that's
who
so
still
sweet. I think
owe
I've
the
seen signs like
cartels.
that.
This
I
is
think
not
I've
a
seen
new
signs
story
like
when
that.
Vice President Biden
And
he
this
spoke
is why
about
women are
receiving
too emotional
a briefing from DEA
to be in leadership roles. Wait, I've got
there
other
were
ones.
people that had to pay off the cartels for being here. Each and every one of you have
Oh,
participated.
I didn't mean to hit that. I hit the wrong
Each and
button.
every one of
Sorry.
you have put a green light now. Please come, be with us. We'll
I don't
take
know.
care of you, and it has caused carnage.
Will we find out if these guys have anything to offer?
Well, thank you, Congressman. First of all, I think the idea of a nation of immigrants, no one asked for folks who were
Illegally. We bring in over 1 million people
Absolutely
that
not.
legally
Super
go
cool.
through a process, know what our rules are. We do background
Oh, I
checks.
thought I saw
That's
it
what
on
We're
a sign,
talking
but
about
That's what we need
millions
to
of
pass
people,
it.
no
Okay,
background
I'm
check.
definitely
We need to make sure
like
the legal process
beyond
is done,
tired.
and those that shouldn't be here aren't.
Okay, that's your viewpoint now. That's not what has been said.
What's
in
the
the past.
matter? What's
That's
the
not what
matter,
Governor
Mr.
Hochul said
Sessions?
at the
Isn't your
period of
5
time when
minutes up
people
yet,
were
sir?
flooding
Is it
in,
not up
it was
yet,
seen
sir?
as being
Sir,
okay, just
sir,
come.
this
Governor
is a
Pritzker?
Wendy's drive-through. Are you going to have a Frosty?
Thank you, Congressman. As a great-grandson of an immigrant to this country, I can tell you that my views about immigration are that it's a positive for this nation in general. Immigration is
Legally.
positive. Legal immigration. Now, let's talk about
I don't even
what
know
has
what some of
happened
these things I
over
have on here
certainly
are.
the last 40 years, if not much longer, which is
Why don't we go the last
board-
4? Because we've never
I
had
understand.
anything like the last 4. Let's
What?
not put this into a context
Oh, is Joe
of
Biden
history.
still president?
Let's put it under
Did I miss
you
something?
as governor, your public comments,
Well,
Governor Walz's
did I-
comments, and Governor Hochul's public
Oh,
comments to
put your
encourage
pearls back
people
in your
to break
butthole.
the law,
Sorry.
to come through my
Can
state
I have a
and
few?
cause carnage,
Not a lot
and
of
drug
sexual
cartels
jokes.
to
I
have
have a
people
couple.
now where they have a
Sometimes they
marketing
just roll off the
organization
tongue.
everywhere to where
Can't really stop
communities
myself. I'll try,
have to
though.
have
I
a
really am gonna
287G problem
I'm being serious
because
about that.
they have
I
people
take that shit serious.
staying where they had never stayed before.
Yeah.
Well, that mischaracterizes
Anyway, I
things
do.
that I
I'm
have
just
said.
kidding.
Let me
I do
just
take it
be
serious.
clear. We have had 40
Anyways.
years of failure at the border and failure of immigration policy. We'll talk about the last 4 years, right? There were people that came to the border, got, because the federal government decided that, because there's law that allows this. Right?
There was not law that allowed it. There was a presidential directive.
Okay, fair enough. We're not in charge of the border in Illinois. I can tell
Yeah,
you that.
exactly,
We don't have
with
a
all
border
due
with a
respect.
foreign
Well, you
nation other
encouraged
than
knowing there
we have
be
Lake Michigan
there'd be
between us and
tens of
Canada.
thousands of children that would come. Governor Hochul.
We had 50,000 people who came from Texas because they
Yeah.
were shipped to us.
Right,
And let me
trafficked,
tell you,
one
I
might
was
say.
in favor of helping them find, helping Texas, indeed, find a way to provide for them. We, as a nation,
They
should
wanted to
be
be-
welcoming people to
Well,
this country.
not illegally.
Trying to make fetch happen.
That's the difference, and you
Let's-
need to say
Oh,
that.
well,
Mr.
well,
Chairman, I
well,
know my
well,
time is
well,
up.
well,
I'd like to
well,
ask
well,
unanimous
your time is done,
consent
isn't it? Isn't
to
it
enter to
done?
the
I think
record
it's done, right?
United
I think
States
it's
Department
I think it's
of
done.
Homeland Security
I think you're
Management
done.
Report,
Oh, we're gonna go
August
on
19th,
because
2024.
you are
Talib.
dumb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
To all the
Sessions.
witnesses, all of our governors, thank you for being here. I want to start with questions, just really quick, yes or no. Do you believe in due process for everyone, no matter their immigration status?
I do.
I do.
Yes.
What if they didn't vote for you?
They're
I
not
still
allowed.
support them.
I
Doesn't matter,
represent
right?
everyone in my state.
You know, they disagree with you on immigration. They disagree with you on climate, LGBTQ, right? All of you?
We take care of everyone who lives in our state.
So what about Palestinian human rights? I'll start with you, Governor. from
Yes,
Minnesota.
support.
Human rights for everyone, yes.
Do you believe they
Palestinian.
deserve due process, even if you disagree with them on Palestinian human rights position?
Yes.
Governor?
Yes, we have, and by the way, we have
Well,
the
Governor
largest
Hochul-
Palestinian American population.
Oh, I know.
in the
I'm aware
country.
of that,
Okay,
sir.
yes, ma'am.
Governor Hochul, how about you?
Yes, we do.
Your constituent Mahmoud Khalil is still in ICE detention. Are you aware of him?
Very much so, and I'm hoping he's returned home on Friday because
Yeah,
he
we're
has been
working on
deni-
that.
he
So
has been
he's a legal
denied due
permanent
process.
resident. I know, this is important. He's a legal permanent resident. He was kidnapped over 3 months ago. And, you know, one of the things I want to do is, if I may, Chairman, submit for the record a letter from Mahmoud Khalil to
Lee,
his
have a
son,
good day. I'll talk to you
who
later.
was born while he was kidnapped and illegally detained by our country.
Without objections ordered.
I'm going to read a little bit from what he said what he wrote to his son. Quote, "I waited on the other line, end of the phone, as your mother labored to bring you into this world. I listened to your pain breaths." Do you understand they had to put the phone next to his wife birthing his child while he was illegally detained? "I listened to your pain breaths, her pain breaths, and tried to speak comforting words into her ear over crackling line. During your first moments, I buried my face in my arms and kept my voice low so that the 70 other men sleeping in this concrete room would not see my cloudy eyes or hear my voice catch. The cruelty of what is happening in our country. Everyone, to all my colleagues, should understand the human toll of separation of families. Read this letter, take a moment. And maybe Governor Hochul, sometimes I feel like because he's Palestinian, you didn't speak up enough. And I say that as a Palestinian American serving here in Congress. We all need to always support due process for everyone, no matter if you disagree with them politically or not. The judge said they might release him on Friday. You should use this opportunity, Governor Hochul, to redeem yourself and welcome that decision. I urge you to all protect your constituents' constitutional rights, no matter if you disagree with them politically, including the right to boycott. Right, Governor Pritzker?
Including the right to protest, boycott, do whatever.
That's right. I want to discuss the next item. This is person that is now, I
Doing
believe,
the
already on
job
a
she
plane
was
to
sent
Colombia.
there to do, and I applaud
This
her.
is Michael Bogoya Durante from Southwest Detroit. He was on his way to a field trip while local police racially profiled him, said, "Oh, he don't speak English, let me call Border Patrol." He spoke English just fine. That set in motion to separate him from his mother and his community. He was 3.5 credits away from graduating high school. To us, he was our son. Our son. He was not a criminal. He was trying to do the right thing. He had attorneys at a nonprofit legal agency. And you know, governors, I think about him and his trip, and he's there, and he's with all his friends, and he's trying to experience this beautiful thing that we all have experienced. But what makes me angry about the fact that he went on this flight, he's probably in Colombia now, without his family, without his school community, without his classmates, is that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and maybe some on mine, their donors benefit from a broken and inhumane immigration system. The President of the United States benefited financially and personally by having a broken immigration system that keeps our immigrant neighbors in a broken system that doesn't allow them to come out of the shadows. Why? Because that's cheap labor. Let's be honest. They're arresting dishwashers, people at Home Depot at work, and their donors benefit. You know it. The restaurant industry benefit. They know exactly what they're doing. If they even wanted to fix this immigration system, they'd go to the people that employ them. And we know it. Now, detention centers. Guess who's going to benefit from private detention centers and holding our immigrant neighbors? Their donors. So shame on us in bringing these governors here when we know exactly what is happening here. This is all for profit, all for cruelty, and fear and division. Fix our economic system in our country. People are starving. People can't afford basic needs. And you're ripping our loved ones away from us because you don't have the courage to fix our broken immigration system. It's been inhumane for decades. Shame on us, both Democrats and Republicans, for not doing what's right in this chamber and doing what is right for the American people and making sure we're not separating families. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to point out that under Article 6
we are so
Constitution,
lucky to have
Supremacy Clause, that
people in
by
Congress
declaring your states sanctuary
like
states,
her.
you declared your intent to violate federal law. With that, are you aware that illegal aliens with known ties to terrorist organizations
We're
are now
going to
residing in
skip
the United
ahead
States? That's a
because
yes or
you're
no.
boring. Nobody
Quickly,
really cares.
yes or no?
So,
And Mr. Chair,
Point of order. That was intimidation of the witness.
Do you
Hold
have
on.
a point of inquiry?
Yes, I have a point.
People to be picked up who
oh,
came here illegally to at least give an account for their presence.
We say they
How
should
do you
be vetted
know
at the
if they're
border.
not part of that 400 that we know came in through an ISIS-affiliated human smuggling operation? You don't know. You're not even looking into that.
You're pointing to an
Ask
abject
Greg Abbott.
failure
No,
of
I'm
the
not.
federal
I'm
government to
not
do its
pointing at
job to
anything.
secure
what
our
I'm
borders.
pointing out here is that your sanctuary policies now
that's true.
constitute
You're not
a
pointing
threat
out
to our
anything.
national security.
We cooperate in all criminal investigations.
You are engaged
Always
in
have, always will.
operations against federal government attempts to enforce federal law that I think now constitutes a threat to our national
I
security.
gotta keep talking
and you're
because
in
I know I'm
violation
full of
federal
bullshit.
law.
That's 100% false.
And charges should be, for obstruction, should be brought against each one of you for
Excuse
doing
me?
this. I'll leave that up to the Department of Justice, Mr. Chairman. I yield
How
back.
about the voters?
Chair now recognizes Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Chair,
Point
I'm
of
gonna-
order, point of order. That was intimidation of the witness.
Do you have a point of inquiry?
Yes, I have a point of inquiry.
State your point.
Raising the prospect of charges against witnesses is a form of intimidation, is it not? Thank you. Thank you, and I withdraw the question. I appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much to our governors. And I want to say I apologize. I apologize for the abuse that you are facing in this committee that is supposed to be about waste, fraud, and abuse. And I also apologize for wasting your time because this is nothing more than political theater. Now, again, this committee is supposed to be about waste, fraud, and abuse. We did not have to have this faux creation of Doge. The committee itself, that is our job. So what I want to talk about is something that the American people may want to know, which is economically, how is this impacting them? These failed immigration policies that are only put on so that they can have a show because we have a reality show president who seemingly still believes that this is all about TV instead of real lives. So let me talk about something really quickly because I want to clarify something because I believe that all of you understand the importance of something like tourism. Are you aware, any of you, are you aware as to whether or not tourism in the United States is anticipated to decrease to the extent that we are estimated to lose $12.5 billion in international vendor spending in just the year 2025?
I can answer as the tourism capital of the country.
I assume you could.
Tourism's already down. It is down in the North Country where the Canadians refuse to come over because of the hostility toward their country. It's happening in New York City. It's happening at our sporting events here, our theater. There's a ripple effect throughout our entire economy because of the change in attitude that our country, that once welcomed people from all over the world to visit and recreate and to live here, now feels like a very hostile place to them. It is going to have an economic impact on our bottom line without a doubt.
So let's talk about it a little bit more. So I am supposed to have a number of FIFA games in Dallas. And I am fully anticipating that we are going to have a problem because I've been receiving phone calls that people don't feel safe coming here. And it's not the immigrants. It's this government that is making them feel unsafe. But let me also do this, because they love to cherry pick. They can find, any one person that has been killed. And if they've been killed by an immigrant, then God darn it, every single immigrant is going out and they are killers. And that is the problem. But they don't want to talk about white supremacy. I don't know how many hearings we going to have about the fact that there's been this one immigrant that killed this one person. And no, I'm not excusing any killings by them or white supremacists. But they haven't had these hearings. We didn't have a hearing on Buffalo and what happened there. We didn't have a hearing on El Paso and what happened there. We didn't have a hearing on Charleston and what happened there. So it's interesting that they pick and choose because it seems like they love to pal around with the white supremacists, and so they don't want to talk about certain other things. But economically, I want to make sure that we're making this point again because I know that Governor Pritzker, you were the beneficiary of a lot of things from the state of Texas. And a lot of people believe that Republicans are fiscally responsible, but instead they are actually fiscally irresponsible because what he spent was a whopping $221 million transporting people from Texas to your state. Something tells me that he could have done something else with that $221 million. In addition to that, I know that there's been some conversations about what's going on in LA, and they want to say that it's riots because they didn't want people to keep talking about, say, the Epstein files or whatever other drama was popping off between the president and his little friend. So they wanted to change the conversation to immigration because they feel like, well, the polling is in our benefit. But let me tell you something. If they cared about making sure we were going to be fiscally responsible, they would tell the American people that it cost them $134 million to send the National Guard to LA for the quote unquote riots that the governor didn't ask for, nor did the mayor of LA ask for. And they sent them over there, and they say that they care about our service members, yet they sent them and they were laying on the floor. They did not provide for food. So I don't know why we would believe that, number one, they want to fix this. They don't want to fix this, because the brokenness is a feature, not a flaw of the system, because it is beneficial to them when it comes to campaigning. If they can't stoke fear, then why are they going to say have anybody vote for them? Because that's what people are doing. They're voting out of fear. But Ms. Perryman, we know each other a little well. And I know you got a law degree. And it seems like we all need law degrees in here nowadays to understand the Constitution. So really briefly, I just want to make this point. There is a certain person that was afforded, say, due process. But let's say if Donald Trump had been charged with all of these cases that he got charged with in 4 different jurisdictions, if he wasn't afforded due process, there could have been a possibility that he just would have been locked up and thrown somewhere, right?
That would be a possibility.
And then maybe we wouldn't have a tariff war or anything else that we're dealing with or all the other nonsense. But the point is, he was afforded due process, and regardless of the political opposition, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, I thought, believe that due process should be afforded to everybody, even him.
Due process is for everyone.
Okay, so the Fifth Amendment doesn't say that it's just for the people that are Americans?
It does not.
It says anybody on our soil?
It's for everyone.
Okay, it's pretty simple. I don't know why we are having issues, but I thank you and I will yield.
Chair recognizes Dr. Gosar from Arizona. Oh, before I recognize Dr. Gosar, Mr. Palmer has a unanimous consent request.
To enter to the record testimony before the subcommittee of Oversight and Government Reform.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Palmer.
Wouldn't you want to even
What the hell is
err
that?
on the aspect
What is
of
that
caution?
haircut?
I would. I really would. Now, Governor
Wait,
Hochul,
I have a song for him. Hold
you
on. We're
consider
going to turn him
yourself
down
like
a little
nature, and do you
bit
consider
because he's
yourself
not going to say anything worthwhile, and you can catch it on Fox News tonight. If you miss it on my show, go to Fox News. I don't know what else to tell you.
Of course, I love nature.
Good.
But I've got something for him. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
Place that people used to train for
I
military
know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. I hope you're not eating breakfast or brunch or lunch or dinner
It's park.
or a
Technically,
snack.
it's under the Department of Interior.
Okay.
Ew,
Governor Walz.
someone found him a
Do you
bowl.
know the estimated
Thank God
size
they
of a
made
milligram?
Tupperware
2 milligrams?
available again.
I think generally, yeah.
You can
Own
barely
him.
see it's the tip of a pencil, sharpened pencil at that. And that's a lethal dose of
Come on.
fentanyl, which
Oh,
you're right, Harris
fentanyl.
open border policies welcome to the United States.
Fentanyl.
Similarly, your sanctuary policies are playing games with American lives.
No, they're not.
Do the millions of lives
How?
lost to fentanyl
How?
constitute an
What does that have
all-out
to do with fentanyl?
assault on our
What does
broken
being a
borders?
sanctuary city
They
have
do.
to do with fentanyl? Nothing.
Yes or no? Do
Zero.
you support
No
tribal
relation.
communities?
Unrelated.
Governor Walz?
Not
Do I
connected.
support tribal communities?
Yeah.
Under PL 280 or?
Oh, do you support
Yeah, I certainly
tribal-
do.
Do you know what?
Yeah, I
do you know what that is?
Okay.
Huh? What?
What about the transnational criminal cartels trafficking drugs and people
Sorry,
across
I
the
like
tribal
that.
lands? This is
It reminds me
epidemic.
of Simple Truth.
Epidemic. So I'm going to finish up by this.
Tropic Thunder. I haven't seen
Governors,
that movie.
this is my promise to
Movie
you.
is,
I will work tirelessly with President Trump to secure the border, build the wall,
Those
stop
are-
the
is hard to
flow of
watch.
fentanyl into our
I don't
nation.
really know.
And I will see that you are
Fentanyl
held
is their give and
accountable
talking. It's
for
the only one he's
violations
got.
of
He
our
can only
crimes against the
remember
people
one.
of the United States. Our
Everybody has a
immigration system is not broken.
strength.
We just needed somebody like Donald Trump to uphold the rules of law.
Every what
I
is
pray for
it?
the safety of our
Every
immigration, ICE officers.
what's the thing?
and all
Like
the officers,
everybody has
and
a
I yield back.
strength. You know, everybody.
Gentleman yields back.
Every
Ms.
flower
Crockett
smells
has a
like
unanimous
something. I
consent
don't know.
request.
Whatever that
Yes,
saying
Mr.
is.
Chair. I'd like to submit a unanimous consent request for, this is from the Alabama Reflector. It says, study says undocumented immigrants paid almost $100 billion in taxes.
Without objection, so ordered.
And my second one is from Reuters.
Wait, what?
White supremacists behind over 80% of extremism-related U.S. murders in 2022.
Without objection, so ordered. Now recognize Mr.
Here you go.
Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also
Yes,
have
exactly.
a couple of unanimous consent
Exactly.
requests. The first is from Law and Crime Magazine. Judge rebukes Department of Justice explanation for ignoring the court order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Subhead is the government again evaded its obligations. The judge upbraids the Trump administration's woefully and insufficient explanation for flouting his court order. The second one is from NBC News. Trump administration's threat to suspend core U.S. legal right sparks outcry and alarm.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
Love.
Thank you to our Democratic governors for being here today. This hearing is an utter and complete waste of your time. It is a waste of taxpayer dollars. Republicans have called you here alleging that you are circumventing federal law. You are not. But you know who is the poster child, who is violating federal law daily? The current occupant of the Oval Office, Donald J. Trump. To make matters worse, these hardworking governors had to leave their states to be here in a moment when their work is incredibly difficult. Because Donald J. Trump and his accomplices and co-conspirators, who, by the way, Donald Trump doesn't give a damn about your constituents, and he doesn't give a damn about you. He doesn't even respect the seat you hold in Congress as a co-equal branch
Gosar
of
has
government.
a neurological disorder, I believe. I don't know the details of it.
Donald
though,
Trump
so
and his
there is
accomplices,
that.
many of whom are in this room, are hell-bent. What you want your legacy to be is that you're tearing food away from our babies and medical care from our elders. These Democratic governors have to stand in the gap and figure out how to stretch budgets and modify programs to keep their constituents fed and alive. Constituents like this precious little soul that I wish I didn't have to leave to come be here. Layla, who drew me this rainbow, a 5-year-old who lives with a rare liver disease, had a successful liver transplant at Boston Medical Center. Thank God. She is thriving today. But Layla will need immunosuppressant drugs for the rest of her life that are paid for by Medicaid. And without Medicaid, well, I shudder to think what might happen to Layla. But for sure, a family will at least go bankrupt trying to do everything to keep their baby alive. That's what these governors, that's the situation that they've been put in because you're a big-ass, ugly bill, and if it comes to pass. And they're dealing with the fallout of this White House pulling federal grants recklessly. Grown men throwing temper tantrums. So again, let me be plain. The Trump administration is breaking the law, not these Democratic governors. Ms. Perryman, how many legal challenges is the Trump administration currently facing?
I believe there's over 300 right now.
And Ms. Perryman, can you explain how litigation like this has helped to shield and defend vulnerable communities?
Absolutely. Without our courts upholding the rule of law and upholding the rights of people, right now there could be federal funds frozen across the country that would endanger things like Head Start and Meals on Wheels and community safety programs, including community safety programs that help prosecutors and help law enforcement in states and communities across the country. The administration has terminated over $800 million in Office of Justice program grants that we are having to challenge in court, and the list goes on and on and on.
Thank you, Ms. Perryman. Thank you for your good work. That's right, in case after case, the media might not want you to know, but we are winning. Trump tried to end birthright citizenship, blocked. He tried to shut down asylum, blocked. He tried to defund cities, blocked. And because we are winning in court, Republicans are trying to change the rules to rig the system. Tucked in the big ugly bill the Republicans voted for is a provision, Section 70302, titled Restriction on Enforcement, that would restrict the judiciary from enforcing court orders and holding government officials accountable. This is an intentional and deliberate attempt to undermine the courts so that the Trump administration can break the law with impunity. Republicans, Ms. Perryman, pretend to care about law and order, but this provision is the exact opposite. What message does this send to people who count on the courts to protect their rights?
It suggests that the people that voted for the bill don't want the American people protected and that they don't want them to access their courts and access the ability to protect their rights.
Don't want the American people protected, that part. Allegedly all in the name of law and order and safety. This is about nothing but power and control and abuse of power and terror, which makes everyone less safe. The shame and the sham of it all. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Groffman from Wisconsin.
Thank you. Glad to see we have 3 governors here.
That's for all the
I hear a lot
brilliant
about Illinois being from
people
Wisconsin.
who have spoken today.
Just had some, I think, some
That's
builders
why
in my
oh
office
God, this
yesterday
guy,
talking
hey,
about
Chester the
all the
molester,
Illinois
somebody
people
needs to check
building
your hard
houses
drive,
in-
bitch, Ron
in southern
Grothman.
Wisconsin
This guy
to get out
spends
of
more
Illinois.
time in the dairy
in any
farm,
event, I
you
think,
know. Well, yesterday I went to the state fair. Okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to actually mute him. And I'm going to continue. I'm sorry. I'm going to mute him. And I'm going to read this that Gal just shared. Trump administration will tell migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela their legal status is terminated. This is from CNN. The Department of Homeland Security on Thursday will tell hundreds of thousands of migrants that their permission to live and work in the United States had been revoked and they should leave the country, according to a copy of the notice obtained by CNN. The termination notice will be addressed to nationals of Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela who came to the United States through a Biden-era parole program. More than 500,000 from those 4 countries benefited from the program, though it's unclear how many have since sought other forms of immigration relief while in the United States. The notice, according to DHS, is being sent to email address provided by those in the program. Quote, this notice informs you that your parole is now terminated. The notice reads, if you do not leave, you may be subject to enforcement actions, including but not limited to detention and removal, without an opportunity to make personal arrangements and return to your country in an orderly manner. Without an opportunity to make personal arrangements and return to your country in an orderly manner. I'm going to repeat that. The notice also states that work permits linked to the program will be revoked and directs parolees to return those permits to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. This is an invasion. We're being invaded by a rogue administration. This is why I know my gut has not been hyperbolic on this. This is different. It feels different, and it is different. And I don't know what else to say, but if everybody does not, who can get in the street, this is a key opportunity that I hope we don't miss this moment. I really, 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 really fucking don't. The notice also, oh yeah, we did that. Thursday's move is the latest step in the Trump administration's aggressive and wide-ranging effort to encourage or force millions of migrants out of the country, whether they are in the U.S. legally or illegally. The Biden administration announced in 2023 that it would grant parole to qualified migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela who submitted to review by authorities rather than attempting to enter the country illegally. Oh, you mean they followed our process? Is that what you're saying? Applicants were required to have an American sponsor and clear security vetting. Sounds reasonable. Probably a pain in the ass, but reasonable. The program became a political flashpoint as Republicans argued the administration was misusing parole authority and overreach in establishing the program for those countries. At the time, sorry, I really am losing my voice. Biden officials credited the program for driving down border crossings by instead providing a path for migrants to apply legally migrate to the U.S. Joke's on them, because now we're going to arrest them. And boy, even if we don't get around to arresting you because we're the fucking Keystone Cops, if indeed that's the case, we're just going to scare the fuck out of you so that you don't go to work, you don't go to school, you don't go to any events, you don't go to eat, you don't leave your fucking home. And in fact, you're not even safe in your own home. This is an invasion of this country. And if we don't take what's happening in San Antonio and Spokane and Portland and Chicago and Los Angeles and Santa Ana and Paramount City and fucking Downey and all of the communities that are getting hit by this bullshit administration, this is such a good opportunity. I feel like we should stand up. And I know that Los Angelinos are not having it. And last night, it spilled out of downtown going west. So guess what? You've had to deal with 1 square mile of Los Angeles, DHS. Strap in, bitch, because now you're moving your territory and you're coming after us as people go west. You really want to do that? You really want to start like pulling in all of these other communities in a more significant way than is already happening, as in Inglewood, as in Downey, where they are in the streets? Is that your goal? I know what your goal is. Never mind. This morning, Klump seemed to backtrack on the subject of farm and hospitality workers. Well, fun fact, they already are arresting people off of farms, according to a report we listened to this morning. I don't know. I'm not trying to preach. I'm really not. I'm just telling you what I think, because my name's on this show. So that's why I tell you what I think. He's still talking, by the way, Chester the molester. President Donald Trump signed an order in he's not Chester the molester. He just looks really creepy. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm a comedian. What am I going to do? Satire, parody, whatever the fuck you want to call it. President Donald Trump signed an order on his first day in office seeking to unilaterally end the program. That move prompted legal challenges that eventually made their way to the Supreme Court, which allowed Trump to strip protections for beneficiaries of the parole program because they're bought and sold by the billionaires who are going to benefit from all of this chaos. Quote, ending the CHN. I'm sorry, there's a reasonable person on screen. Hold on.
Mr. Frost went over a minute and a half.
I'm just asking. Thank you. I appreciate that, sir. I just want.
I didn't say you could, but you can go ahead.
I just want to make sure that I have a fair opportunity to also speak as an individual of this body. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Lynch. I am so honored to be here today and having this really important conversation. You know, we talked about victim advocacy in this place. Actually, I was a victim advocate. Was at 8133 in San Francisco for many years and had to sit with families who buried their folks, and sitting literally figuring out how to mend together obituaries. I've worked with young people who have been victims of gun violence and literally have had to scrub blood off the streets. There is nothing that anyone can say to a family, I get it, that is grieving. We have a lot of work to do, not just here in this country, around the world, to deter violence. I come from a state, the 4th largest economy in the world, with the best public education, higher public education system in this country. In fact, at California, Berkeley, we lead some of the research that are keeping folks here and your relatives alive. Those labs and that research is being attacked by this administration, but I digress. I have a number of questions today. But this hearing has been so difficult. Not only was I a victim advocate for many years, working with folks who had witnessed and who had been victimized by rape, by murder. I also led the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay Area that was founded by JFK, and our asylum clinic honored the work of this country by supporting folks who came here escaping tyranny and violence to just be met by an immigration system day after day that spat in their face. I'm thankful to both members of the private bar and our community lawyers who are doing their American duty by supporting people who are leaving tyranny. I have actually one question. I'm concerned that we're deflating the conversation around public safety. It's my understanding that the current administration, and this question goes to you, Ms. Perriman, has deducted or stopped payments of upwards of $1 billion in local public safety funding around the country. With my time remaining, can you talk to us a little bit about this very hypocritical moment in time where we're uplifting public safety and yet we're taking resources away from communities, police departments, community safety leaders, and organizations that are taking guns out of kids' hands? Give us a little bit of the flavor. Talk about what money has been taken away from communities under this administration.
Yes, since January, the administration has abruptly terminated a range of funding and grants for community programs across the country, including grants under the Office of Justice Programs, which was obviously a law that President Reagan signed. And there's been over 800 million grants and funding that have been abruptly terminated that we are having to litigate right now. They have also cut off funding for programs that help lawyers and law enforcement become trained in what they're doing in communities across the country to keep people safe. And then I know that one of the colleagues mentioned terrorism, and as part of the administration's broader funding freeze, federal funding freeze that we had to block in the first weeks of this administration and that remains blocked by a federal court, officials from states like Arizona and Oregon swore out declarations in court talking about the risk to counterterrorism funding that they were concerned about with respect to this administration's federal funding freeze. Those are just some examples. Our team is literally in court every single day.
Ms. Perry, so would you say, is it of your knowledge that police chiefs, their grants have been frozen?
Yes, many people in community safety programs.
And so taking away literally upwards of $1 billion in local public safety funding from around the country, including violence prevention and gun safety programs, would you say this administration is making us more safe or less safe?
Less safe.
Any members, any other governors? Would you have any? I have a few seconds.
We have programs that we work with the federal government between cities, law enforcement, and federal government law enforcement that are being torn apart. And, drug task forces, our gang task forces, gun task forces, this is making us less safe.
Grants for rape kits and rape investigations, the disembowelment of the Department of Education, including the Office of Civil Rights that investigated rape and sexual assault on college campuses, decimated. I would agree that our administration is making us less safe. Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you, Chairman, for the extra time.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No.
Sad to say I'm disappointed
No.
today, but
I'm disappointed in you, Scott. You're an
Governors,
insurrectionist.
Perryman, welcome to the House of Representatives. Great to have you here and hear about your thoughts
Really?
and views on things.
Uh-huh. Why?
Governor
Because you're
Pritzker,
about to,
you
like,
said, I think,
shit
numerous
on her or
times now
something?
that the president broke the law. You're an attorney, right? Northwestern? Is that where you went to law school?
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Congressman, yes, sir.
So
What's the matter?
Just can you cite which laws?
I don't talk to
which law in
insurrectionists.
this regard he's broken?
Well, there have been congressionally approved appropriations
Yeah,
that this
hello.
president has cut off.
F
and
off.
we've had to go to court. That's illegal. We've had to go to court to have it reinstated.
It's illegal.
It
Okay,
is
so you have to-
illegal.
if you have to
illegal.
go to
It's
court, it's
unconstitutional. I
illegal,
know,
and it's
I
still
know,
working
I
its
know.
way
Listen,
through the
hey,
courts, right?
everybody.
Yes, but things
Okay,
have
so
been
it's
ruled
not,
on
Give
already.
it's
him
not
a
illegal. Yeah,
minute.
it's your opinion, but
No,
regarding
it's the
regarding
Constitution.
When a judge
Regarding-
rules on it,
Okay.
It's the
that's the
Constitution.
law. Okay.
it's the law at
Sorry.
that moment until the next judge rules on
What?
it.
No,
okay?
honey. No, baby.
Right, because you
No,
understand
there's a
court
system
judge. You're
of
the attorney here.
justice.
I'm not, but you're not saying he broke the
Wait, what?
law
Are you wearing a candy
regarding
cane
the
tie?
riots in
Is that a
in
candy
Los
cane tie?
Angeles right now, or are you
Listen,
saying
Christmas and it's
That
Christmas in
hasn't been
July.
ruled upon yet, so.
But are you
the-
saying
the
he broke
answer
the
is,
law in
I
that
believe
regard
that he
or
did,
not?
but that is not what I'm referring to.
Okay, you're not referring
No,
to
I
that.
just
Okay,
told you
all right,
there
I
are
just want to be clear
appropriations,
about that.
congressional appropriations
Because the
that have been
implication,
cut off.
because of what this hearing is about, is that you're
I'm gonna
saying
let
that he
you
broke the
see
law
Pritzker
regarding the
hand him his nuts.
mobilization in Los Angeles, and you're not saying that. I want to make that
I
clear.
don't think he's in
You're not
Los
saying that.
Angeles.
What he is doing is overstepping his authority, and
certainly
we are
is.
going to court.
Oh, okay. So
And
okay, so let
and
me
we are
ask you a
backing
couple
up.
questions because I want to
wait,
go
okay,
through a
I got
little
one. I got
walk
one.
down memory
I got
lane
one.
here in
Well,
history for you.
Here we go.
In 1794,
1794.
George Washington mobilized the military. Familiar with the Whiskey Rebellion?
Whiskey Rebellion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so was Washington beyond his
was
scope? Did he
naughty.
overstep?
Yeah. I don't know.
What about inciting riots
I'm just
on
asking
January
if he
6th
did.
at the
Did-
Capitol?
We're
Right?
talking-
This
sir,
building. What,
sir, sir.
Well, you're asking.
I'm asking, you're saying he's breaking the law.
Yes.
Miss
He
Hogan.
has broken
Governor
the law.
Hogan,
and he
you're
is
also an attorney.
And 34 felonies.
How about Abraham Lincoln, 1862? Did he do it?
What? What are you talking
The
about?
abuse of power is an overreach into the
Okay. How
responsibility
about
of
Dwight
state
Eisenhower? Did he do it when he mobilized?
in situations where
John
you're
Kennedy.
ruling.
John Kennedy.
You seriously don't want an
Twice.
answer from me.
John
I won't
F.
even
Kennedy.
bother.
How about Lyndon
Yeah.
Johnson?
Exactly.
1965 and 67.
That's the way.
And
That's the do it.
68.
Do it, Kathy. Do
Is
it,
that,
Kathy.
you're saying that's against the law?
Do it,
What the president is now
Kathy.
doing? Are you guys, you're the attorneys here.
You
and
guys.
I'm not talking to
You
Governor Waltz here because he's not an attorney.
motherfuckers.
He called himself a knucklehead, so I'm leaving him out of this right now. Are you guys familiar
Excuse
with
me?
sections 251 through
You
255
don't
of
believe
Title
in
10 of the
knuckleheads?
U.S. Code?
You don't believe in knuckleheads?
The conditions under which a president may usurp the authority of a governor in activating the National Guard is under an invasion or an insurrection. I would
Well,
argue that neither one of those
Governor
standards have
Hochul,
been met.
I would refer you to section 253. I'm not going to bore everybody with reading it for you, but
Because you're already
wrong.
like,
And to
I'm
accuse
this
the
close.
president,
I'm this close to falling asleep.
quite honestly, that's the least that you've accused him of.
what?
You've also,
Okay.
in this room,
Rape?
he's been accused of being a
Rape?
dictator, maybe not
Rape?
by you.
Dictator?
And
I
if
don't
you're
know.
willing to
I
say
don't
he's
know.
not one, we'd love to
I
hear it.
don't know, but no,
But
this
also
isn't
that
your little,
the law enforcement
Spanish
agents are Nazis
Inquisition.
with Gestapo-like tactics. Governor Waltz, you mentioned that
Inquisition?
in a commencement speech. Now, let me ask you, I'm going to ask each three of you this.
And now for something
8
completely
CFR
different.
287.7. It arises from the Secretary's power under Section 103A3
Wait, I've got
of the
something
Immigration and Nationality Act, the INA. So do Sections 236, 241, 287. Are those things laws that should be followed and enforced? Are you okay with those things being laws and enforced?
For federal immigration laws are
Yeah.
designed to be enforced by the federal government.
So you're okay? You're okay with that? Is that each one of you?
The state cooperates.
I don't know what you read. I don't have that in front of me.
Yeah.
These are laws, Governor
Yeah.
Waltz, that are on the books. It's the Immigration and Nationalities Act, and those are sections of them, as is 8 U.S.C. 1226A, 8 U.S.C. 1357A2, 8 U.S.C. 1357A4, 8
gentleman-
U.S.C.
Would the gentleman
1357A5.
provide copies
All
of that
these-
for the witnesses? If you're going to cite a law, you should provide a copy for the witnesses typically.
Out of order, Mr.
These two governors, two of these governors are attorneys, sir. I'm not. They should know this, and I shouldn't.
whoa,
but I'm just
whoa,
asking.
don't
let's
dumb
just
yourself
assume
down.
that these are laws.
Hey,
Let's just assume I'm
insurrectionist
not
Perry.
lying to you. That these
What
are
are you
laws
talking
on the
about?
books right
Nobody's
now.
listening
are
to
you
you.
okay with them being enforced?
I'm okay with something.
You might be asking us a lot.
Yeah.
Governors don't get to deal in hypotheticals.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're bitch.
so putting
long
myself
as
on
due
them.
process
These
is
are
followed.
laws. These are current laws.
Actually, I have a lot of
All
respect
laws
for the role of the
regarding
governor. I feel like it's the
immigration
most
and naturalization.
active.
Are
We
you
abide by all of those
political-
You
laws.
abide by all these
political,
laws.
We abide by
whatever.
federal law.
Governor
we
Hochul,
abide
do you
by
abide?
State
La, la,
law.
la.
We follow
Yeah.
all state and federal laws.
Governor Waltz,
right.
do you abide?
We abide by
Is
all
there
laws
any
of due process.
detainer? Is there any ICE detainer that you will reject? That you will instruct your law enforcement community
God,
or
I hope
corrections
so.
facilities and enforcement community in your
God, I
states to
hope he
reject
does it.
anyone
I
for
hope he
any
does
reason?
it.
A
Every
legal
jur-
ICE detainer under the laws that I just cited.
Every jurisdiction
It's
in
under
Minnesota follows
litigation.
the law.
Every
right now,
single
so fuck
one.
off,
Okay,
Perry,
and
Mr.
his
Insurrectionist.
gentleman, time's expired, but answer the. Please feel free to answer the question.
No, I don't
Governor
want
Waltz.
He doesn't want an answer.
We follow all laws, states.
But you don't. That's my
Okay,
point.
In
see, this is
Minnesota,
what-
there's
I want
Well,
you to say you will, because we hope you will, but you actually don't,
Earl,
and you
gotta
haven't,
just say,
which is
I'm not
why
gonna-
we
I'm
have
not
this
gonna- oh, you
terrific
said it's
event.
optional? Fine, I'm not going to answer it.
Chair,
We allow
It's a
their
dumb
witness to
question.
answer.
I don't answer dumb questions.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Wait,
Chair
what?
recognizes
Senator
Ms.
Padilla was
Ansari
just
from
pushed out of a
Arizona.
DHS presser?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, governors, for being here. I am.
Okay, I'm just going to stop that for a minute because we're up to speed, so that is good, and we'll come back to it. God damn it. Oh, damn it. Oh, ladies. Where's the DHS? Oh, here we go.
Law enforcement agencies,
Hold on.
many
I'm
of
coming,
whom
I'm
you've
coming.
already heard from, whether it's HSI, ERO,
God, you're
FBI,
like so
ATF,
tinny in my ear.
and all others, join with us
Join with
as
us.
we conduct that Title VIII mission. Very historic. First time I've ever seen it in my almost 30-year career. It's actually breathtaking.
Can I go back? I
Many
can go
millions
back, right? Oh,
of
okay, good.
illegal aliens have passed across
Where's
that border
Padilla?
over the past several years. It's our job to get them out.
Crispy
And that's what we are
Gnome, I
going to do,
slept
and that's what
with
we're doing right now.
Lewandowski. Oh, whoops. What's the matter? What's the matter? Is this where he gets kicked out? Is this where he gets kicked out? this where the Gestapo comes in? Are you seriously wearing jeans? You vapid waste of skin. Your dumb extensions.
Good morning.
They're
We'll give
dumb.
everybody a few minutes to get situated.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I make fun of her. I'm sorry. I'm a comedian. It's what I do. Get over it.
How we doing?
How we doing?
Couple more minutes?
Well, maybe. Are you going to stand there for 2 minutes? Okay.
Who have been working every single day to bring law and order and peace.
Law
to
and
the
order
table
and
that are
peace
here
was
to
here
bring
before you
safety
got
and
here.
secure.
Okay, hold on.
Violent
I'm just waiting
protesters are
until the-
funded. Agencies in our
What?
military are
Funded?
here
Are-
doing
you
these.
mean we get
Where I go,
paid?
people stop me. And did see before that, passed by our Congress.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for this.
Socialist and the burdensome leadership that this governor and that this mayor have placed on this country and what they have tried to insert into this city. So I want to say thank you to every single person that has been able to do this. Also, I want to talk specifically to the rioters and to the politicians in Los Angeles. I also want to talk about specifically how many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty, how they have been targeted, and how their families have been put in jeopardy, and that we're not going to allow that anymore.
Nuh-uh. They have not. God, what a fucking liar. Fucking liar.
I am the proud daughter of immigrants who fled an authoritarian regime, and it is especially devastating as a first-generation American to watch Donald Trump's reckless, cruel, and radical policies transform this country into an authoritarian regime. Mr. Perry just mocked us for referring to Donald Trump as a dictator, so let's run through the list. Donald Trump has, since he was inaugurated, pardoned violent January 6 insurrectionists, dictator, defied Supreme Court orders and attacked the judiciary, dictator, unilaterally abolished congressionally chartered federal agencies, dictator, attacked the free press, sounds like a dictator, kidnapped people off of the streets and deported them to foreign prisons without due process, sounds like a dictator, defunded higher education, dictator, threatened law firms and the legal profession, dictator. This weekend, he is spending tens of millions of dollars to host a massive military parade for his birthday. Is this North Korea? On top of all of that, our twice impeached president with a 34-count convicted felony president who is not a king has deployed the active duty military in American cities, and he has spent $134 million to
detaining
do so.
citizens.
He has their guns
Americans.
trained on American citizens without the consent of local authorities or the state's governor to purposefully generate chaos and provoke a reaction.
Neil, it's just dumb.
Meanwhile,
It's a
we have
dumb country.
Republicans on this side of
Idiocracy.
the aisle asking governors of states about bathrooms. Like, this is the most dystopian, horrific episode of Black Mirror that I have ever seen. To our witnesses, the governors, thank you so much for being here today. I agree with my colleagues who say this is a waste of your time. You have been instrumental in fighting back against cruel and illegal Trump administration actions. I represent an extremely diverse district, one of the most diverse in the country, where more than 64 languages are spoken. I can tell you that the actions of this administration towards immigrants and immigrant communities is a blatant abuse of power, but more importantly, these steps are harming our economy and our national security. So I want to ask you a little bit about that. Governor Walz, can you share the ways in which immigrants contribute economically to your state?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. Well, there's no aspect in Minnesota life that they're not involved, whether it's economically and the impact that they make, whether it's involved in the arts and the culture that Minnesota is very proud of, whether they're in higher professions, medical students, engineers. And Minnesota is proud to have an immigrant heritage. We sat on the land of the Dakota and the Anishinaabe, and all the rest of us came through via immigration. And so the impact is widespread. It's intertwined. It may have been the Norwegians and the Swedes, then the Hmongs and the Somalis, but it's the same story, coming to America for a chance to start and then contribute to a better state.
Thank you so much, Governor Walz. And in fact, according to the American Community Survey, immigrants paid $382 billion in federal taxes and $196.3 billion in state and local taxes in 2022. Undocumented immigrants using individual tax identification numbers paid $59.4 billion in federal and $13.6 billion in state and local taxes in 2022. Governor Pritzker, you recently called immigrants the anchors of their communities. How does Donald Trump's mass deportation project harm the security of your state and instill fear throughout Illinois communities?
Thank you very much, Congresswoman. Let me be clear. The Homan raids that occurred in the first week of the Trump administration drove people into hiding. It ruined the entire area of commerce for our Mexican-American community, where people who were documented, people who are citizens actually, had to go into hiding because they know people that are undocumented. They didn't want to get picked up and having to talk about somebody that they know that's undocumented. You could see it was a ghost town. It was a ghost town. We've had people who are working, I'm talking about for decades, who've raised families, who are paying taxes in my state, who have had to flee. And these are good people. These are our neighbors. These are people that are bringing culture and art to our communities, people that should be given an opportunity, if we had good immigration laws, to apply to stay legally in this country and maybe to become U.S. citizens. Indeed, many of them have proven themselves to be maybe more worthy than some people who are already U.S. citizens. Let's give them an opportunity. So I can tell you that it's had a profoundly negative impact on my state, that Donald Trump has been attacking people who are not the problem. Let's go after people. If you're talking about terrorists, and one of the congressmen mentioned that, let's go after terrorists. Let us know who they are. We will go arrest a terrorist any day of the week, every day of the week.
Governor Hochul, if you could also answer.
I'm very proud to represent the state that has the Statue of Liberty in our harbor. Millions of migrants and immigrants have passed through, including my own grandparents. My grandfather was a migrant farm worker. They are an important part of our identity, our economy. The diversity of New York is what sets us apart and makes us so fascinating and so desirable for businesses large and small. They are so critical to our identity and our existence. And I'm really hurt. It hurts me as the leader of a state where people are living in fear in the shadows. People can't go to school. They can't worship. They can't go get health care. They can't go to their senior center. What is happening has been traumatic. It's unnecessary. We will help every day of the week to get rid of people who commit crimes that never should have come here or commit crimes here. That is my number one job. But what is happening is unacceptable.
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Star.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, the difference is that the millions of Americans that came through Ellis Island did so legally. I'll yield to
Oh,
my friend from
no, you
Georgia,
don't
Ms.
know
Green.
your history.
Support Joe Biden for president, right? Proud
no.
Democrat.
No, I'm sorry. Oh, I just lost sound. I'm sorry. From the studio, I'm sorry. Yes, we've hit a maximum decibel level and non-sensory. That's right. We've got to the nonsense level that is no longer able to be heard. So I apologize, but from the studio, I'm hearing that yes, indeed, we have reached, I believe really maximum level of nonsense. And so our sound is not going to be able to be heard by the human ear. Well, except for my voice, but not what we are projecting onto the screen in front of you. So unfortunately, I apologize, but I cannot control the nonsense levels in the said subject matter. So unfortunately, I will be having to cut it off. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Oh, and now we lost the audio or video. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh well. Oh well. All right. Oh, 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 oh. donors. What the fuck? Donors, I guess, started calling. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? What do you mean? Oh, no, 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 no. No, tipping point. Can I say it? I know I'm not an expert, so you don't have to listen to me. Can I just say tipping point? Tipping point. Hello, break glass. Hello, hello. I know you all know that, but we need to do more. I don't know what to do, but I need Trump now making exceptions to deportations. People who've been here for 20 to 25 years and worked great, and the owner of the farm loves them, and you're supposed to throw them out? We can't do that to our farmers and leisure too. Hotels, hotels. Oh, is that Geiger Capital? Is that Elon? Oh, no. We'll have to use common sense on that. So there you go. That's right. I don't know.
Send them back because they don't have maybe what they're.
What made you change your mind about targeting in California farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business?
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not.
What's happening right now?
And what is happening? They get rid of some.
I don't
of the
know
people
what's
'cause,
happening. You're
you
the
go
president.
Into a farm and you look and people don't. They've been there for 20, 25 years and they've worked great. And the owner of the farm loves them and everything else. And then
how do they work?
You're supposed to throw them out. And you know what happens?
How do they work?
End up hiring the people. The
I don't even know what's
criminals that have
happening
come
right
in,
now.
The murderers from prisons and everything else.
What?
So we're
Are we
going to
what?
have an order on that pretty soon.
Oh, yeah.
We can't do that to our farmers and leisure too. Hotels.
Oh my.
We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on that.
Common sense. Oh, dang it. We're all out of that. Dang it. Dag nabbit. I'm sorry, sir. We've run out of common sense. In fact, we actually didn't enter the administration with any, so really more of a sourcing issue, sir. We don't have the people that have any common sense. I'm sorry, sir. We no longer have a supply. Well, actually, okay, to be honest, we never did. No, just hotels, gal. Just hotels. Not restaurants. Don't go crazy. Unless it's Ruth's Chris House or the Trump Hotel. If it's the Palm in the Trump Hotel, then that's fine. I'll make an exception for that. Hey everybody. Our country has been taken over by a rogue administration that is acting outside of the Constitution. That's right. Right before our 250th birthday, if you will. What are you going to wear? Right before the 250th birthday, by which we celebrate how wonderful coming together in a country that is a melting pot of everything and everything that makes us beautiful and diverse and wonderful. Right before we celebrate the 250 years of that, we have a king. We find ourselves with a king. And the reason we have a king isn't because he's the king. Don't get it twisted. This is a plan from Project 2025, Council for National Policy, blah, blah, blah. Name your poison. This is very strategic in order to sow chaos and then privatize. It's got a little bit eugenics and it's got a little bit of autocracy. We got some network states over here and an implant by Elon. I don't know, blah, blah, blah. I had to think about that. I don't know if we survive, but I know we have to stand. 'cause they're a little white supremacist and a little bit technocrat. No, I didn't get the Saudis in there. I didn't know how to work all that kind of stuff in. Oh, yeah, and by the way, Israel is like, we're going to bomb Iran because it's Thursday. And we've run out of... No, I'm not going to make that. I'm sorry. I don't know what we're doing. There is a genocide in Palestine that is not getting enough attention. Israel is rattling sabers. They have no right to rattle. I don't give a shit. Figure it out. Figure it out. I'm a little bit compromised. He's a little bit sell your soul. I love it, Carla. I love it. Quick rant from Lee. Just spent 45 minutes updating our companies on the latest tariff news, and at the end, there were no questions. Really? Yeah. Wow. Where do I begin? You know, this morning before the show started, I had pulled up some lyrics, only because I never remember lyrics, you know. I'm really bad about that. I don't even know. Do I still have them? I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't know. Oh, maybe I don't. I might have erased them. Did I erase them? Wow, I'm really dumb. Anyway, oh, here it is. No, I didn't erase them. Oh, yay. And there's a verse and a chorus. There's a verse and a chorus, and I won't do them justice. So don't think this is some kind of, musical interlude. It's just because I love to sing, so it doesn't really matter if it's, you know what I mean? Like no, it's not good, Neil. It's not good. Yeah, either that we're that good or they're all done silent. That could be. You know what? You're pretty goddamn good at what you do, Lee. Don't sell yourself short, sister. Let me see if I can get these. Anyway, this was what I was reading this morning before the show started. Because I like to sing. Okay, bye, gal. Love you. What's Going On by Marvin Gaye. I think that's a really great... it's a really great song for this moment, as are many songs. But Father, we don't need to escalate. See, war is not the answer. Only love can conquer hate. To bring, we've got to find a way. I know I don't know how to read either. To bring some love in here today. Picket lines and picket signs. Don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see, oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. Ooh, 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 ooh. So maybe take a listen to that song today. It might make you, I don't know, it might make you feel better. I'm not sure. I hope it does. There's a lot of great songs. Also, highly recommend. Oh, there's no bad singing. Well, there are some bad singing voices, but they usually come from people with bad intent and corrupted souls. No, but I think all singing is great. I'm a fan. But yeah, also highly recommend the Sly Stone documentary, Rest in Peace and Beauty, Sly Stone, who passed this week at the age of 82. And if you don't know his history, it's quite amazing. And I learned a lot from watching this 2025 documentary we watched on Tuesday in the Discord, which is where we watch movies. On Tuesdays, we watch documentaries. And on Fridays, we watch regular movies. And then we have a cult classic, usually curated by Oh, that's right. We were talking about the Les Mis movie. Yeah, we did. Okay. Uh, um, so highly recommend seeing the Sly Stone. It's called Sly Lives. The oh shit! I'm sorry. I'm losing the less of the rhyme. We were talking. Oh yeah, the Les Mis movie has some bad singing. I'm sorry. I just that's true. Good point. Good point. Good point. Okay, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that. Yeah. So yeah, is yeah, lots of really bad singing. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, I'm not a fan. I'm just not a really big Broadway fan. That Sly film was amazing. It just kind of is a good. I mean, it's a very good look and beautiful archive. No, no, not at all. Beautiful archive footage of Sly and the Family Stone and Sly growing up and being a DJ and just being such an influence on people and musicians and artists and just being so like inventive and innovative and just truly like a genius who as many geniuses do struggled and had moments of not struggle, like very complicated, just like every one of us is complicated to varying degrees. And the humanity that Questlove was able to put through this documentary, I really, really highly recommend it. You really get a sense of who Sly Stone was. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful thing. So it's on Hulu or Disney Plus, I think, too. I think they're together now. So I think you can access it there. I'm happy to play it again at another time. Next week, we'll have a documentary on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, I'm going to be playing Mountainhead, which is that HBO kind of technocrat romp, I guess. So we'll be watching that again on Wednesday night because people might have missed it when we watched it a couple weeks ago or a week ago, whenever that was. I can't even remember. Time is such a concept. Mockumentary. I called it a mockumentary. It's not really, but it was. There will be another showing. Let's just put it that way for people who missed it. So yeah, join the Discord. The links are all in my bio. Yeah, my links are in my bio. Tomorrow I realize I'm supposed to take my car in, so I have to reschedule my car appointment, but I'm really planning on trying to get to the city council. I don't know. We'll see how it works, but that's my intention. Not in the dino suit, unfortunately. Yeah, bring popcorn, not Pop-Tarts. Just forget the concept of Pop-Tarts, right? Put it out of your mind. No Pop-Tarts. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, it's such a good one. Oh yeah, I'll replay it. Hell yeah, I will replay that. It's such a good movie. Such a good movie. I'd like to say, oh, here we go. Here we go. You guys are very honored to get a live recommendation coming through Max Flower's Midnight Selection. I'd like to suggest Theremin, an electronic odyssey, 1993 for documentary night. Oh, what? Oh, okay, wait a minute. Write that down. For doc night. Thank you, Max. I know we have a few. We have some stuff lined up. Oh boy, it's going to be a cool, cruel summer. Oh, leaving me here on my own. Well, sometimes we do documentaries that are not of the moment. That's okay. There's no wrong answers in documentary night. It's where it's at. My car needs an engine soon. Oh, Oren. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. That fucking sucks. Balls. Ugh, hang in there. Yeah, see you in the cord. Come on into the Discord. Come on down. Come on down. All right, and I will not be live tomorrow morning. So I don't know. And then, but tomorrow night is the movie night, so we'll be doing 2 films on the Discord. Yeah, we have to. I'm on the hysteria phase, I guess, or no, I don't know what I am. But anyway, just going through. I'm doing my thing. Keep one foot in front of the other. And soon you'll be walking out the door. Or. Everyone rest up. Please, everyone rest up. Gird your loins. You know, take media in, and I'm the worst person to say that. Take media in the ways that are going to be most helpful to you but not harmful. Hydrate and get electrolytes. I'm equipping up for Saturday. Because Saturday I feel like is going to be interesting. Anyway, so tomorrow night, Discord movies, probably no live tomorrow, but then Saturday night, Saturday, I'm going to No Kings in Beverly Hills, so I'll be in the dinosaur suit on Saturday during the day, and then at night, my plan is to do a lounge, so, I mean, I think I'll be able to do it. I'm trying to get, more in a rhythm, but, we always kind of see what we can physically manage. Is Theremin the musical? God, I hope I take it. I'm guessing it's a pill. One friend got back to me about Gal's link and said, nice. Yeah. I'm telling you, very smart chat. Gal Suburban, one of my best friends for sure, in real life and online. Okay. Oh yeah, Pet Sounds is interesting. Yeah. I don't know. I've watched that before. We can, yeah. And then, wait, what was I going to say? Anyway, I want to thank Gal Suburban and everyone who brings stuff to our attention, drops links, especially Gal. She really curates a lot as part of her normal research on different aspects of what's happening to us right now. And I appreciate her for that. I appreciate all my friends who do that, Gal Squad. And that's just a convenient name we came up with because we kept hanging out with each other online. So don't get too weird about it. It's fun. It's life. Life is short. You only get one trip around the marble on this journey. So make the most of it. Do something good. And if I'm your drama, that's kind of silly because I'm not going to be here that much longer. So why are you worried about it? Go out there and do some good for other people and spend less time being weird online. No, I'm just kidding. I don't give a shit what you do, actually. I'm going to keep doing what I do. That's more than I can handle, clearly. All right. Yeah, get some Brondo. I'm going to load up on the Brondo. Oh, thank you. And I thank you for even putting eyes on all this and all that stuff. Okay, I'm going to leave you alone. I'm sorry. It's been 5 hours. Stop. Stop talking, Lolo. Okay. I love you guys. Goodbye. Have a great rest of your Thursday.